Chapter 1. On November 6, 1983, in Hawkins, Indiana, a scientist flees down a hallway in Hawkins National Laboratory from an unseen force. He gets in an elevator, only to realize the force is inside with him and hanging on the ceiling. He is killed as the door is closed. Riding in the dark past the laboratory, the light on Will's bike briefly flickers out. When it comes back on, a tall, shadowy figure appears before him. Will swerves off the road and crashes his bike in the woods. He then runs home as the figure pursues him. He finds his house empty. Will dials 911 but only hears garbled static on the phone. He sees a dark shadow moving on his front porch. His locked front door seemingly opens by itself from the inside, causing Will to flee to a backyard shed. He grabs a rifle inside and loads it, aiming it at the door as the lights above him flicker. The figure rises up behind him and Will turns to face it, the lights brightening before going back to normal. Both Will and the figure now gone. Riding in the dark past the laboratory, the light on Will's bike briefly flickers out. When it comes back on, a tall, shadowy figure appears before him. Will swerves off the road and crashes his bike in the woods. He then runs home as the figure pursues him. He finds his house empty. Will dials 911 but only hears garbled static on the phone. He sees a dark shadow moving on his front porch. His locked front door seemingly opens by itself from the inside, causing Will to flee to a backyard shed. He grabs a rifle inside and loads it, aiming it at the door as the lights above him flicker. The figure rises up behind him and Will turns to face it, the lights brightening before going back to normal. Both Will and the figure now gone. The next morning, Police Chief Jim Hopper awakens in his trailer. As he showers, a newscast reports power outages across the county. Hopper smokes, pops a pill, and drinks some beer, then dresses before leaving for work. Meanwhile, Will's mother, Joyce, and his older brother, Jonathan, realize he did not come home last night. Joyce calls Karen Wheeler to ask if Will stayed the night, but Karen confirms Will left a little after 8 o'clock the night before. Arriving at Hawkins Middle School, the other three boys also wonder where Will is, but are interrupted by bullies Troy Walsh and James Dante. At Hawkins High, Nancy's best friend, Barb Holland, asks about whether or not she and Steve are dating, which Nancy denies. She finds a note in her locker from Steve asking to meet her in the bathroom, to which Barb smugly smiles. Nancy and Steve make out in the bathroom, and they make plans to meet to study that night. Joyce goes to the police station and begs Hopper to find Will. Hopper is not very concerned, since 99% of the time a missing child will be with a parent or relative. Hopper's first instinct is to contact Joyce's ex-husband, Lonnie, despite Joyce's insistence that he is not involved. A group of suited men led by Dr. Martin Brenner enter Hawkins' lab, dressing in hazmat suits and descending into the lab's basement, where the air is now filled with strange flecks and the walls are covered in black marks. They see a large hole in the wall infested with a gray substance that seems to breathe. One of the men asks Brenner if the hole is where it came from, and asks about the girl. Brenner says that she could not have gone far. A young girl in a hospital gown with a shaved head wanders barefoot through the woods, coming across a diner called Benny's Burgers. She enters the back of the restaurant. Owner Benny Hammond catches her stealing food. At school, the boys approach science teacher Scott Clark and learn that a powerful radio for their AV club has been delivered. Before they can use it, they are called to the office to talk to Hopper and Deputy Phil Callahan. The boys describe Will's route home, and states he goes down Mirkwood, the Hobbit-based nickname they gave a road that Will uses to go home. When they offer to help look for Will, Hopper adamantly refuses, ordering them to stay home. As Joyce and Jonathan search for Will around his fort in the woods, Castle Byers, she remembers visiting him there to surprise him with tickets to Poltergeist. Benny Hammond makes burgers for the girl and tries to talk to her, but she remains silent. He notices a tattoo reading 011 on her left forearm, and she seems to identify it as her name by pointing to herself. Assuming she is an abuse victim, Benny calls social services. While he does, the girl stops an irritating, noisy fan just by looking at it. Hopper, Callahan, and Deputy Calvin Powell search Mirkwood and find Will's abandoned bike. At Hawkins' lab, several workers listen to various nearby phone calls, one of them being Joyce desperately trying to call Lonnie and being stalked by his girlfriend Cynthia. Hopper approaches the Byers' house with Will's bike and starts looking through the house. He notices the Byers' dog barking at the shed, which he investigates. The lights in the shed go out until Hopper is interrupted by Callahan. Hopper tells him they need to organize a search party. Over dinner, Mike begs his mother to let him search for Will. and Nancy asks to go and meet Barb to study. Karen vetoes both requests. As Nancy and Mike argue, he reveals to their parents that she is dating Steve. This causes Nancy to storm off, believing he is the only one in the family that cares about Will. Mike also angrily leaves the table. Karen chastises her husband Ted for his lack of help in dealing with her two older children. Clark and Hopper discuss Will while participating in the search party, and Hopper mentions that he has a daughter who lives with her mother. A bystander informs Clark that Hopper's daughter actually died several years ago. Mike calls Lucas on his supercom. Mike tells Lucas that Will chose to put himself in danger during the game by casting a fireball instead of playing it safe by choosing the protection spell. Understanding what Mike is saying, Lucas says they should meet in 10 minutes. Mike sneaks out on his bike, seeing Steve trying to climb through Nancy's window. They have an awkward moment before Mike shrugs and rides off. Hammond gets 11 to smile before social services representative knocks on the door. The woman at the door, Connie Frazier, identifies herself as being from social services but then shoots and kills Hammond. 11 runs out to the back door but meets two armed agents there. Dr. Brenner, entering the front of the restaurant, hears a commotion at the back entrance. Brenner finds the two armed agents who tried to stop 11 are dead, and that 11 has fled out the back of the restaurant. Steve tries to seduce Nancy while he helps her study, but ultimately ends up helping her work. As it starts to storm, Joyce and Jonathan go through family photos so they can choose a picture to put on missing posters. Jonathan, having worked late the previous night, admits he blames himself for Will's disappearance. Joyce tells him it is not his fault. The phone rings and Joyce answers. At first, she hears breathing that she identifies as Will's before hearing animalistic growling. The phone shocks her with a light electric current. The three boys are in the woods searching for Will. Dustin tries to convince the others to turn back due to the storm, and since they are going to the place where Will disappeared, but they have no weapons. They hear a rustling sound near them and turn to see 11. Chapter 2. Dustin Henderson, Lucas Sinclair, and Mike Wheeler bring the girl to Mike's house after finding her in the woods. They find that she has a strange understanding of social norms, not bothering to go somewhere private to change clothes when Mike gives her something to wear. The boys stopping her before she can undress. Mike shows her to a bathroom, where she insists on not closing the door fully. Lucas is mistrustful, theorizing she could be an escapee from a nearby asylum. He and Dustin want to tell Karen Wheeler, but Mike reminds them they were not supposed to be out after dark and that they will all get in trouble. He plans to have her pose as a missing child that stumbled upon the house for his mother, who will call social services. After Lucas and Dustin leave, Mike sets up a blanket fort for her to sleep in, and she shows him her tattoo that reads 011 when he asks for her name. When he mentions his name is short for Michael, he decides to call her L, short for 11. They say goodnight to each other, and 11 falls asleep, despite the storm. The next morning, Jim Hopper arrives at the Byers' house to inform Joyce Byers they have not yet found her son. She shows him her fried phone, which Hopper attributes to the storm. Despite Joyce's insistence that Will was on the other end, having not heard from her ex-husband, Hopper decides to go and talk to him himself. Jonathan offers to go in Hopper's place, but Hopper orders him to stay and support his mother. Mike takes an extra Eggo waffle for 11 for breakfast and tells her about his plan to get her back home safely. 11 refuses, insisting that bad people are looking for her that are willing to kill him. Martin Brenner listens to a recording of Joyce calling the police, insisting that Will was on the other end. The manhunt for Will continues, and Hopper tells Calvin Powell off when he cracks a joke about Joyce's eccentricity. Phil Callahan jokingly asks if she and Hopper have had relations before, and Powell smirks knowingly. Steve Harrington invites Nancy Wheeler to a small party at his house that night, his popular and crude friends Tommy Hagen and Carol Perkins in attendance. They notice Jonathan putting up missing posters for Will, which all but Nancy is jocular about. She awkwardly offers him her condolences. Lucas and Dustin notice Mike is late for class. Mike has actually ditched school, waiting for his mother to leave before doubling back to watch over 11. Mike shows her his TV, pictures of his family. 11 refers to Nancy as pretty, and his father's recliner. While he drives to Lonnie's, Jonathan listens to the Clash's Should I Stay or Should I Go, which makes him think about a time he and Will listened to the song in his room while Joyce argued with Lonnie over the phone. Joyce goes to her job at Melville's General Store to buy a new phone, getting an advance from a sympathetic Donald Melville. A repairman checks to see if the Byers are home before signaling to a van, from which Brenner and several scientists, all in suits, emerge. Using a scanner, Brenner finds a surge of power coming from the shed, and notices a dark liquid running down a plank of wood. Mike shows Eleven around his room, and she notices a photo of his friends. Mystified, she points to Will, shocking Mike. Before he can get information out of her, Karen returns home. Terrified that Mike will tell Karen about her, Mike calms Eleven by explaining the concept of a promise is something that you can't break and promises not to tell her. He hides her inside his closet, closing the door fully. Inside, Eleven has a flashback to Brenner, who she calls Papa, ordering her thrown inside a small, dark cell. She begs for him to open the door before giving up. Mike tries to lie that he is sick, but Karen assumes he is distressed about Will, and tells him that he can always talk to her. Mike finds Eleven in tears when he opens the closet, but she promises that she is alright. Searching Sattler Quarry, Hopper warns Callahan not to get too close to the edge of the cliff, as the fall would mean certain death. He gets a call from Secretary Florence, informing him of a situation at Benny's Burgers. The police arrive to find Benny Hammond dead, his body staged as a suicide. Powell remarks that the influx of situations must remind Hopper of his time as a city cop, but he responds that he did not know most of the people he investigated, and Hammond was his friend. After school, Lucas and Dustin go to Mike's, the former incredulous that Eleven is still there. Mike tells them about her identifying Will, and asks if it is a coincidence that they found her where Will disappeared. When he repeats her worries about the bad men, Lucas tries to leave the room to tell Karen, but when he tries to open the door, it slams shut on its own. The boys turn around to see Eleven with her nose bleeding. Jonathan does not find Will at Lonnie's, who insists that Jonathan come live with him, which he is vehemently opposed to. He leaves Lonnie with one of Will's posters, in case you forgot what he looks like. Hopper interviews a friend and patron of Hammond's named Earl, who insists that Hammond was acting normal as of late. He mentions Eleven, who he mistook for a boy. Hopper shows Earl a picture of Will and asks if the boy could have been him with a buzz cut, and Earl murmurs that it may have been. Over dinner, Nancy convinces Karen to let her go to Steve's party, pretending she is going to an assembly for Will. Dustin sees Eleven descending the stairs, and awkwardly distracts everyone by spazzing and banging the table. Searching the area around Benny's Burgers, Scott Clark finds a drainage pipe with a torn piece of cloth from a hospital gown nearby. The search party follows the pipe to see it leads to Hawkins' lab. The boys bring 11 leftovers for dinner, and Dustin and Lucas apologize for their rude behavior. Lucas still a little mistrustful. They explain the concept of a friend when she asks. Hopper wonders aloud to a woman he is sleeping with if he is cursed, as there has not been a suicide in Hawkins for 20 years and a missing person in 60. Sitting at Mike's Dungeons Dragons board, 11 picks up the cleric figure, identifying it as Will. She flips the board upside down and places the cleric on it, saying he is hiding. When Mike asks what from, she places the figure of the Demogorgon next to the cleric. Searching for Will, Jonathan snaps pictures of the places in Mirkwood where his bike was found. He hears a scream, but realizes it is just Steve's party when he hurries to it. Barb Holland, who Nancy has brought along and is clearly out of place, cuts her hand when trying to open a beer. Jonathan takes pictures of the party from afar. Joyce, having been waiting by the phone for hours, receives another call. Will's voice says "Mom?" and the lights flicker, before the phone shocks her and fries itself again. The flickering lights lead her to Jonathan's room, where Should I Stay or Should I Go is playing. The lights and music abruptly cut, and the wallpaper begins to distort in the shape of a humanoid, causing Joyce to flee the house. The power comes back on, and Joyce goes back into the house. As Nancy goes upstairs with Steve, Barb tries to stop her and tells her that this isn't you. Nancy ignores her and tells her to go home. Nancy and Steve end up having sex, which Jonathan takes a few pictures of before focusing on Barb, sitting dejected over Steve's pool. Blood from her cut splashes into the water and the lights flicker, before a monstrous figure appears behind her and they both vanish. Chapter 3. While Nancy Wheeler loses her virginity to Steve Harrington, Barb Holland awakens in a waterless, dark version of Steve's pool, every surface covered in fleshy black vines. The figure that took her there pursues her as she tries to climb out, calling Nancy's name, which Nancy believes she hears momentarily, before being pulled back into the pool and going silent. Nancy leaves Steve asleep and goes home, where an anxious Karen Wheeler confronts her. Nancy tries to play it off, despite Karen noticing her wearing Steve's sweatshirt. Jonathan Byers awakens to find Joyce talking to Will in his room. but realizes she is talking to an assortment of lights, making Jonathan watch as she asks Will to flicker one for her, which it does. Jonathan insists it is the erratic electricity and begs her to get some sleep before leaving. Mike Wheeler, Dustin Henderson, and Lucas Sinclair discuss Operation Mirkwood, a plan to find Will and save him from the Demogorgon. Lucas has brought his father's army supplies from Vietnam and a wrist rocket slingshot, and Dustin has brought food. Dustin and Lucas argue over the validity of a nearby Eleven's powers, and Dustin tries to get her to make Mike's Millennium Falcon toy float with no success. Before leaving for school, Mike tells Eleven to meet the boys by a set of nearby power lines at 3:15. Not understanding the concept of telling time, Eleven is given Mike's watch to help. At Hawkins High, Nancy notices people are staring at her in the hall, but Steve insists he did not tell anyone about the previous night. She also notices Barb is missing from class. Home alone, Eleven levitates the Falcon before wandering around Mike's house, ending up in front of the TV. As she flips through the channels, she comes across a Coca-Cola commercial and has a flashback to Martin Brenner ordering her to crush a Ken with her mind, which she does to his approval. Joy spies several strings of Christmas lights from Donald Melvold and rigs her house up with them, hoping will communicate with her through them. Jim Hopper is granted permission to examine Hawkins National Laboratory, checking out the other end of the drainage pipe found in the woods. The security footage of the night Will disappeared shows nothing out of the ordinary, but Hopper remembers it rained that night and there was no rain present on the footage, concluding that he is being lied to. In the lower levels of the lab, Brenner watches as his men install a pull system in front of the fissure. Eleven explores Nancy's room and stares at her mirror, adorned with pictures of herself and Barb. At lunch, Nancy asks Steve if he saw Barb leave, which he did not. She and Jonathan lock eyes briefly. As the boys collect rocks for their wrist rocket, Lucas teases Mike about his apparent crush on Eleven until they are interrupted by Troy Walsh and James Dante. They taunt Will and make insulting assumptions about his sexuality, and trip Mike when they leave, making him hit his chin on a rock. Developing the photos he took, Jonathan's photo of Nancy in her bra is noticed by a classmate in the photo lab. Hopper and Calvin Powell comb the library's archives for articles on Hawkins' lab, finding several about alleged human experimentation, Project MKUltra, and Brenner's connection with a woman named Terry Ives, claiming Brenner took her daughter. Karen visits Joyce with her toddler daughter Holly to check in on her. The Christmas lights flicker and Holly follows them to Will's room. Just as the wall starts to contort again, Joyce pulls her out of the room, and frantically asks Holly what happened when she references having seen something. Karen and Holly leave, the former off-put by Joyce's behavior. Nancy calls Barb's mother and finds that Barb is not home. Steve, Nicole, Tommy Hagen, and Carol Perkins confront Jonathan over the pictures. As Nancy arrives, Carol shows her the pictures before Steve tears them up and breaks Jonathan's camera. Nancy notices a picture of Barb on the ground and hastily grabs the torn-up pieces before leaving. As Eleven waits by the power lines, she notices a cat. She flashes back to Brenner ordering her to kill a cat with her powers. She refuses, and Brenner orders her locked in her cell again. She kills the two guards carrying her before they can shut her in and collapses, and Brenner praises her before carrying her away. The boys arrive, and she rides double on Mike's bike away. In the woods, she notices Mike's chin, and tells him that friends don't lie when he tries to pass it off. He explains Troy and James, not wanting Eleven to think he is a loser, but she insists that she understands. Nancy searches around Steve's backyard for any clues that may lead to Barb, and is stalked by a shadowy figure that causes her to flee in terror. She confesses to Karen that she is worried about Barb, and that she thinks she is in danger. The Christmas lights begin to blink and leads Joyce to a large string of them. When she asks if they are Will and he is present, they light up. Will confirms through the lights that he is alive, but not safe. Realizing she cannot communicate with him beyond yes or no questions, she paints the alphabet on the wall and sets up the lights so Will can spell out words. Hopper and Powell debate the validity of the articles, and Hopper theorizes that Will may have seen something related to the lab that he should not have. He gets a call on his radio that causes the two to drive off quickly. Eleven leads the boys to the buyer's house, explaining that Will is hiding in the area. Enraged, Lucas and Mike argue until Dustin notices several police cars speeding by. Will tells Joyce through the lights that he is right here before suddenly telling her to run as the lights start to blink. The wall distorts again and the Demogorgon bursts out of it, a giant humanoid creature with no face and gray skin. The boys and Eleven follow the police to Sattler Quarry, where they watch in horror as Will's body is pulled out of the water. Enraged that Eleven claimed he was alive, Mike shouts at her before biking off. Mike returns home in tears and hugs his mother, unable to say what is wrong. Fleeing the house, Joyce comes across a returning Jonathan, and she embraces him as police sirens speed towards them. Chapter 4. Jim Hopper explains to Joyce Byers that her son fell into Sattler Quarry by accident and drowned after finding his body, but Joyce is adamant that he is alive. Joyce tries to explain Will communicating with her through her lights and the Demogorgon emerging from the wall, but there is no evidence to support this. Trying to calm her, Hopper tells her that after the death of his daughter Sarah, he often saw her and heard her voice. He encourages her to look at Will's body at the morgue the next day. After he leaves, Joyce grabs an axe from the shed and sits on her couch, staring at the wall and waiting for the Demogorgon to return. Mike Wheeler sits despondent in his basement while Eleven fiddles with his supercom. He again lambasts her for convincing him that Will was alive until Will's voice, singing "Should I Stay or Should I Go" comes through the radio and Eleven's nose bleeds. Mike convinces his mother to let him stay home and contacts Lucas Sinclair, ordering him to come over and bring Dustin Henderson. Jonathan Byers wakes his sleeping mother, who she initially sees as Will, to take her to the morgue. Hopper is told the usual morgue worker was stopped from doing Will's autopsy, and that a state worker did it for him. Jonathan and Hopper discuss Joyce's mental state, both believing she will tough her way through it as Joyce storms out, insisting that the body on the table is not her son. Jonathan argues with her in public, where she insists that he is still alive. Nancy Wheeler tells Steve Harrington about her findings in his backyard, but he is more concerned about getting in trouble with his parents. To her disgust, using her powers again, Eleven broadcasts Will's frightened crying in front of the boys. Mike and Dustin believe her, but Lucas is adamant that Will is dead. Mike and Dustin realize they may be able to talk to Will if they use Hawkins Middle's AV Club radio, and they put Eleven in a wig and one of Nancy's old dresses, which a stunned Mike blurts out that she looks pretty in. A soldier named Shepard is led into Hawkins National Laboratory's lower levels, where Martin Brenner watches as he steps through the fissure on the wall. Nancy is called to sit with Karen and talk to Phil Callahan and Calvin Powell about Barb Holland's disappearance. She recounts the events of the evening minus the part where she and Steve had sex. Hopper interrogates local coroner Gary, who explains that several state workers forced him out while they brought in Will's body. As the kids converge on the AV room, Scott Clark stops them, confused as to why they are not attending Will's memorial service in the gym and curious about Eleven. The boys pass her off as Eleanor, a relative of Mike's, and Clark takes the four to the gym. Nancy and Karen argue over her lying to the police, and she storms up to her room. Taking out Jonathan's picture of Barb, she reassembles it and notices a dark figure standing behind her. Inside the fissure, Shepard describes his surroundings as eroded and covered in blood before realizing there is something stalking him. As he screams to be pulled out, his line suddenly goes slack, and the scientists reel in his empty, bloody connector. Mike notices Troy Walsh and James Dante mocking Will during the service and publicly confronts them. When Troy makes another comment about Will's sexuality, Mike shoves him to the ground. Eleven stops Troy from attacking Mike by freezing him in place and making him wet his pants in front of the crowd. Nancy approaches Jonathan while he examines coffins for Will. She shows him the reassembled picture and he recounts seeing Barb vanish, as well as his mother's account of the Demogorgon in the wall. Hopper follows David O'Bannon, the state trooper that found Will's body, to a bar. When O'Bannon becomes annoyed with Hopper's questioning and leaves, Hopper beats him behind the bar and gets him to confess that finding the body was staged. Hopper notices a car watching them and O'Bannon warns him that he will get them both killed. The car and O'Bannon both flee. Joyce attempts to get Will to communicate with her by playing "Should I Stay or Should I Go" on repeat. As Eleven sits down at the AV radio, she has a flashback to Brenner running a test in which she has to locate a nearby man with her powers and repeat the phrases he is reading, but she as Ted broadcasts his speech through a nearby loudspeaker, leaving Brenner impressed. As Joyce hears Will calling out for her, the boys hear it on the radio as well. Joyce tears open her wallpaper to see Will behind a fleshy membrane, warning her that it's coming, and that where he is like home, but so dark and empty. The membrane turns back into stone wall and closes up, and Joyce axes through it to find there is nothing inside it. To her confusion, The radio catches fire and the boys carry a drained Eleven out of the school. Jonathan and Nancy brighten and enlarge the photo in Hawkins High's photo lab. While they wait, Nancy notes that Jonathan likes to observe people rather than talk to them, and he states that people often don't say what they mean and taking a picture at the right moment can capture what they try to communicate. Nancy asks what she was saying in the picture of her about to have sex. Before he can answer, the photo develops and they very clearly see the Demogorgon. Hopper breaks into the morgue and cuts into Will's body, finding that it is filled with stuffing. Lonnie Byers arrives to find Joyce distraught, and she embraces him. Hopper drives to the edge of Hawkins' lab and prepares to open the fence with bolt cutters. Chapter 5. Jim Hopper sneaks into Hawkins National Laboratory and is caught by two guards when trying to enter the quarantined lower level. He incapacitates them both and descends. Lonnie and Joyce Byers have a drink together, and he tries to convince her to get counseling following the death of their son. Hopper finds a child's bedroom with a drawing of a child being forced by their father to do something to a cat hanging on the wall. Mike Wheeler, Dustin Henderson, and Lucas Sinclair discuss what they heard Will say about where he was, and Eleven murmurs upside down. Mike recalls Eleven flipping their Dungeons & Dragons board over to explain Will's location to them and claiming Will was inside his own house, and theorizes that Will may be in the upside down. Dustin equates it to the concept of the Veil of Shadows from Dungeons & Dragons, as he describes it as a dark reflection of our world, a place of decay and death, right next to you and you don't even see it. Hopper comes across the fissure. Before he can step into it, the guards knock him out. Jonathan Byers returns home, mortified to see his father. He demands Lonnie leave, but Lonnie insists he is here to help them. As the Byers dog lies down in Castle Byers and whimpers, the residents of Hawkins attend Will's funeral. Joyce recalls watching Will draw his Dungeons & Dragons character, Will the Wise. Hopper wakes up in his trailer, his table covered in pills and alcohol. He tears his trailer apart and finds a bug in his overhead light. Martin Brenner listens to a recording of the boys listening to Will and realizes Eleven was with them. Nancy Wheeler and Jonathan decide to hunt down and kill the Demogorgon that took Will and Barb Holland. The lab-employed repairman checks the destroyed radio at the school and reports his findings back to his superiors. The boys approach their teacher, Scott Clark, at Will's wake and ask him how to travel to another dimension. He illustrates on a paper plate the theoretical concept of a tightrope that separates two dimensions, an acrobat being able to inhabit one but a flea being able to duck under the tightrope and inhabit either. He concludes that to get under the tightrope, they would need an inhuman amount of energy. When Mike mentions the possibility of a gate already existing, Clark explains it would change the magnetic field surrounding it. Phil Callahan and Calvin Powell visit Hopper and report two people going missing in the woods. They also note that they found Barb's car, state troopers having found it at a bus station. Lonnie muses to Joyce that they should make the Sattler Company pay somehow for Will's death. She later finds an advertisement for a lawyer specializing in accidental deaths in his bag. Mike explains the plate analogy to Eleven. Dustin realizes all their compasses are not pointing north and remembers Clark saying the gate would disrupt magnetic fields. He concludes that if they follow the compass needles, they will find the gate, which quietly distresses Eleven. Steve Harrington approaches Nancy and apologizes for his dismissal of Barb, asking to take on her a date to take her mind off things, but she rebuffs him. Joyce confronts Lonnie over the flyer and only coming back to get money out of his son's death, insisting that she will never give up looking for Will as long as she believes he is still alive. She orders Lonnie to get out of their house instantly. Jonathan practices shooting with moderate success, telling Nancy a story of his father making him hunt and kill a rabbit as she arrives. Nancy perfectly hits a practice target with a shot as she rambles about her parents' loveless marriage. Hopper calls his ex-wife Diane, initially hesitant and believing he has been drinking. She soon becomes concerned just as he hangs up. The phone rings again and Hopper ignores it. Following their compasses, Lucas notes to Dustin that Eleven is quieter than usual. In a flashback, Martin Brenner has Eleven placed in the bath, a giant sensory deprivation tank that amplifies her abilities. In the present, she tries to get Mike to turn back, but to no avail. Nancy asks Jonathan what he thought she was saying in her picture, and he tells her he saw this girl trying to be someone else and that she believed she was alone in that moment. Annoyed by this, Nancy starts to argue with Jonathan over Steve breaking his camera and Jonathan taking her picture in the first place. Hopper sweeps the Byers' place for bugs and finds nothing, explaining Will's fake body to Joyce. Lucas realizes by the blood from her nose on her sleeve that Eleven has been tampering with their compasses and leading them in a circle. Eleven insists that the gate is not safe. Enraged, Lucas suggests that she is the real monster, and Mike attacks him. Eleven uses her powers to break up the fight, throwing Lucas into a junked car. As Mike and Dustin run to him and Mike shouts at her, she flashes back to using the bathtub and awakening in a dark void. She finds the Russian man Brenner instructed her to find and broadcasts his voice through the speakers. Something growls, forcing Eleven to wake up and scream to be pulled out of the tank. In the present, Lucas awakens and leaves, and Eleven vanishes. Nancy and Jonathan find a heavily injured deer in the woods. Jonathan takes the gun to put it down, but it is dragged away before he can. They split up while following its tracks, and Nancy finds a gate in the base of a tree. She crawls through it into the Upside Down, where she sees the Demogorgon feeding on the deer. She accidentally alerts it to her presence, and it turns around and roars at her, making its face open to reveal rows of teeth. She screams, and as Jonathan hears it across dimensions and starts to frantically look for her, the gate begins to seal itself up. Chapter 6. Trapped in the Upside Down with the Demogorgon, Nancy Wheeler barely escapes by following Jonathan Byers' voice to a nearby gate and being pulled through it by him, the two watching in horror as the gate seals itself up. Concerned about Nancy's strange behavior from earlier, Steve Harrington takes Tommy Hagen and Carol Perkins with him to check on her, which they mock him for. He sees Jonathan holding Nancy in her bedroom. Jim Hopper recounts to Joyce Byers seeing a child's room in Hawkins National Laboratory. Joyce realizes it was not Will's room when comparing his more detailed drawings to the childlike one Hopper saw on the wall. Hopper recalls accounts of a child being seen with Benny Hammond the night he died and theorizes that it could be Terry Ives' abducted daughter, Jane. A traumatized Nancy asks Jonathan to sleep in her bed with her, not wanting to be alone. Jonathan tries to comfort her by remarking the monster cannot get them in her house, but Nancy responds that we don't know that. Mike Wheeler tears apart Eleven's blanket fort in rage. The next morning, Nancy tells Jonathan they need to save Will and Barb Holland from the Demogorgon. They conclude that it is a predator drawn to blood, and that they can lure it to an advantageous spot and kill it. As Karen Wheeler informs Nancy that breakfast is ready, Jonathan realizes he and Nancy are holding hands before they leave out her window. Connie Frazier visits Scott Clark under the guise of recruiting children for the Indiana AV Club, getting Mike's, Dustin Henderson's, and Lucas Sinclair's names. Dustin visits Mike in his basement, who is angry at himself for shouting at Eleven and blames Lucas for their predicament. Dustin states that they both broke their group's code and need to reconcile. Lucas will only accept Mike's apology if Eleven is banished from the group, which Mike does not concede to. Lucas decides to find Will on his own. He gears up and leaves as the repairman watches him. Eleven wanders into a nearby supermarket and has a flashback to Martin Brenner placing her into the bathtub to find the Demogorgon. She steals several boxes of Eggos from the store and uses her powers to stop the manager from pursuing her. Joyce and Hop track down Ives and are shown by her sister Becky that she is catatonic. She explains that Ives was part of the MKUltra project when she was pregnant with Jane, but Ives miscarried her. When Ives was lucid, she insisted that Jane had been born and had abilities. While buying hunting supplies, Nancy and Jonathan notice the local theater has been defaced with graffiti insulting her, and find Steve, Tommy, Carol and Nicole spraying more nearby. Steve dismisses her when she confronts him and provokes Jonathan into a fight. Jonathan defeats Steve, brutally knocking him down and repeatedly punching him in rage. Jonathan is later arrested when he accidentally injures an arriving Phil Callahan. Unable to get into the lab because of its fenced-off perimeter, Lucas climbs tree and stakes it out with binoculars. Mike and Dustin comes across Troy Walsh and James Dante in the woods while looking for Eleven, who chase them to Sattler Quarry and corner them at the edge of a cliff. Troy orders Mike to jump off it or else he will cut out Dustin's teeth. Mike jumps, but is caught in midair by Eleven's powers, who had heard them looking for her and followed their voices. She lifts Mike back to safety and breaks Troy's arm with her mind, forcing the bullies to flee. Eleven has a flashback to encountering the Demogorgon in the void, their combined powers accidentally opening the lab's gate and freeing it into the lab. Eleven tearfully admits that she opened the gate, but Mike and Dustin insist that she is their friend and the three embrace. As they return home, the repairman calls in their location and Lucas watches soldiers leave the lab. Chapter 7. Mike Wheeler and Eleven share an intimate moment in which they almost kiss. before being interrupted by a panicked Dustin Henderson, having received a frantic call from Lucas Sinclair, warning them that the bad men are coming. Seeing the repairmen outside, Mike asks his mother if she scheduled any repairs, which she did not. The kids flee on their bikes as Martin Brenner watches them from the front lawn. Lucas joins them as vans pursues them, another van turning in front of them and blocking them in. Eleven uses her powers to make it flip over them, blocking the other vans from pursuing. After they escape, Lucas earnestly apologizes to her for his behavior, and Eleven apologizes for misleading the group. Mike and Lucas reconcile over their fight. Joyce Byers and Jim Hopper find her son in custody, and find his and Nancy Wheeler's hunting equipment in his trunk. The teens explain to the adults what happened in the woods, leaving Joyce upset that Jonathan risked his and Nancy's lives. Hopper leaves the group briefly to deal with Troy Walsh's mother, shouting at Phil Callahan and Calvin Powell for ridiculing her son's story of how his arm was broken. Hopper believes Troy when he mentions Eleven's powers and asks who she hangs around with when Troy mentions those losers. Karen finds a strand of hair from Eleven's wig just as Brenner, Connie Frazier, and a group of Hawkins National Laboratory soldiers come to the door and search the place. Brenner finds the Benny's Burger shirt Eleven wore when the boys found her and claims to Karen and Ted Wheeler that Mike is in danger. Dustin notices a helicopter searching for the kids, and they hide their bikes under an abandoned bus before hiding in it themselves. Steve Harrington nurses his injured face and argues with Tommy Hagen and Carol Perkins. He almost fights Tommy before leaving abruptly and cleans the graffiti he left off the movie theater out of guilt. The teens and adults watch the soldiers take suspect items out of the Wheeler house. Worried about Mike, Nancy wonders how to find him, and Jonathan gets the idea to grab Will Byers' supercom and contact the kids on it. Mike hears the call from Nancy but initially does not answer, worried that the men from the lab may be tricking them. He picks up when Hopper calls them. Several armed lab men arrive at the bus and find the bikes. Before they can get on the bus and find the kids, Hopper arrives and incapacitates them. They all meet at the Byers house, and the boys explain the gate is inside Hawkins' lab, and Hopper recalls seeing it when he broke in. Joyce and Nancy ask Eleven to find Will and Barb Holland, but she is not powerful enough to locate them. Washing herself up in the Byers bathroom, she notices their bathtub and gets the idea to build a makeshift sensory deprivation tank. Dustin calls Scott Clark and learns how to make one, learning he needs a large quantity of salt, and the group drives to Hawkins Middle. As Nancy and Mike grab the hose for the Byers kiddie pool, Nancy has Mike promise her to stop keeping secrets from each other. When they ask each other, they both deny their respective attractions to Eleven and Jonathan. Joyce sets up a makeshift blindfold for Eleven and thanks her profusely for helping them, promising her she will be there if Eleven gets scared. The group fills the pool with salt from the school's kitchen and Eleven gets in it. Entering the void, she finds Barb's dead body and Will and a decaying version of Castle Byers. She relays a message from Joyce, and Will tells them to hurry. As Joyce and Hopper leave to enter the lab's gate, Nancy and Jonathan agree to lure the Demogorgon away to keep them safe in the Upside Down. Joyce and Hopper are almost immediately caught in the lab. As Will sings "Should I Stay or Should I Go" to himself, the Demogorgon rips the fort apart and attacks him. Chapter 8, Season Finale. In Hawkins National Laboratory, Martin Brenner sits down with an enraged Joyce Byers, who wants retribution for the faking of her son's death. Jim Hopper is repeatedly tasered and interrogated by Connie Frazier, who threatens to kill him and make it look like a drug overdose. Hopper tries to deal for their freedom to venture into the Upside Down and find Will in exchange for forgetting the lab's illegal activities. Jonathan Byers and Nancy Wheeler set up several traps for the Demogorgon in the Byers house, and Jonathan creates a weapon by hammering several nails through a baseball bat. Brenner agrees to Hopper's deal on the condition that he gives up Eleven, and Hopper agrees so long as Mike Wheeler, Dustin Henderson, and Lucas Sinclair are not harmed. As the soldiers and scientists leave for Hawkins Middle, Frazier wonders what will happen if they find Will, which Brenner assures will not happen. Hopper and Joyce suit up and go through the lab's gate. As Joyce begins to panic once in the Upside Down, Hopper tries to calm her and remembers doing the same thing for his daughter Sorrel when she had trouble breathing, the first sign of her cancer. Nancy and Jonathan slit their palms and end up holding hands. Before they can say anything, Steve Harrington knocks on Jonathan's door, wanting to apologize for fighting him. Noticing Nancy's slit palm in the house's state, Steve becomes confused and Nancy points her gun at him to get him to leave just as the lights flicker. The Demogorgon bursts out of the ceiling and they run to Will's room, where they have set up a signal to alert them to it getting caught in a set bear trap. The lights go back to normal and they realize it has vanished. Hopper and Joyce find a broken egg and the ruins of Castle Byers. As Hopper looks at a stuffed animal among the planks of wood, he remembers Sarah having the same toy in the hospital. Steve flees the house, but notices the lights flickering from outside and decides to go back in to help. The Demogorgon leaps on Jonathan, but is attacked by Steve with the nail bat. He beats it into the bear trap and Jonathan lights it on fire, causing it to flee, badly wounded, to the Upside Down. Inside the Upside Down version of her house, Joyce hears Jonathan's voice and Jonathan hears hers, her presence signified by the lights. Mike invites Eleven to live with his family when Will is found. When she asks if he will be like her brother, Mike disagrees. He invites her to a school dance known as the Snowball and tries to explain the concept of a crush to her, failing and instead kissing her, leaving her stunned as he goes to investigate a car pulling up outside. He sees the lab's agents emerge and runs back inside. Fraser and several agents corner the kids, but Eleven kills them by telekinetically collapsing their brains. The effort makes her pass out. Eleven awakens to Brenner standing over her and her friends being restrained, and asks to go with him instead of him. Drawn by the blood from the dead agents, the Demogorgon bursts out of the wall and kills the agents, attacking Brenner as the kids flee. Hopper and Joyce follow a trail of blood to the library where the bodies of several people and Will with a tentacle down his throat are. They pull it out and Hopper shoots the moving tentacle dead. Will is not breathing, so Hopper instructs Joyce on CPR, having her breathe into his mouth while he performs chest compressions. As he does, he remembers doctors unsuccessfully trying to resuscitate Sarah, pushing him to try harder until Will breathes again. Mike promises a weekend 11 that they will go to the Snowball together as the Demogorgon kills the rest of the soldiers. The Demogorgon enters the classroom and attacks the boys, but 11 pins it to a wall with her powers and tears it apart, tearfully saying goodbye to Mike before the force of her power vaporizes them both. As Karen Wheeler arrives on the scene just as the police do, a distraught Mike hugs her. Will awakens in the hospital to his mother and brother at his side, the latter having brought him a new mixtape. Hopper, Karen, Steve and Nancy all wait outside, along with an asleep dead Wheeler, Lucas, and Dustin, the boys sleeping on each other. Mike sits awake, deep in thought, until the boys are approved to see Will. They excitedly tell him of the events of the past several days while Nancy leaves the room, quietly distraught over Barb Holland. Outside the hospital, a car pulls up and Hopper gets inside. On Christmas Eve, the boys have another Dungeons & Dragons campaign in which they fight a Thesslydra and win thanks to Will's fireball spell. As Jonathan picks Will up, Mike looks over at Eleven's untouched blanket fort sadly. On the way out, Nancy gives Jonathan a Christmas present, a new camera, actually from Steve, who she is back together with. Hopper drives out to Mirkwood and places an egg in a lockbox. At dinner with his family, Will goes to the bathroom and vomits up a slug that slides down the drain before seeing a brief flash of the Upside Down. He goes back out and continues the dinner, seemingly unfazed. The end. Or is it? Chapter 1. In Pittsburgh, October 28, 1984, a group of masked individuals flee an apartment building in a van as the police pursue them. As the police pursue them towards a tunnel, the lead squad car's driver sees the tunnel collapse in front of them and swerves to stop, blocking the rest off. When he gets out of the car, he realizes he imagined it. As the van drives away, a girl identified as Collie wipes blood streaming from her nose on her sleeve, revealing the number 008 tattooed on her forearm. Mike Wheeler, Dustin Henderson, and Lucas Sinclair all pull their change, Mike's haul stolen from his sister Nancy, and meet Will Byers at the Palace Arcade, where his mother Joyce is shown expressing overprotection of him. The boys watch Dustin play Dragon's Lair and be killed by the titular dragon before he can grab the magic sword needed to slay it, Lucas smugly professing his superiority at the game and love of the game's princess, Daphne. Arcade employee Keith informs Dustin that his Centipede and Dig Dug high scores have been beaten, and Dustin confirms this when he sees someone named Mad Max now holds the highest Dig Dug score by 100,000 points. Keith offers to inform on their identity if Mike can set him up on a date with Nancy, which Mike is vehemently opposed, but Dustin and Lucas are all for. As they argue, Will notices what appears to be snow falling outside and finds everyone in the arcade gone. The setting flashes into the Upside Down, and Will steps outside to see storm clouds approaching, flashing red lightning. He is snapped out of it by Mike, who has not noticed anything. Jim Hopper is approached by ex-journalist conspiracy theorist Murray Bauman, who has questions about Eleven, hearing reports of her being a Russian experiment with Nick abilities, referencing a story of her shattering a glass door with her mind and a report of her living in the Wheelers' basement. Wanting to find out what happened to Barb Holland, he tells Hopper his theory that Barb came across Eleven but was taken by her Russian handlers. Hopper dismisses him and goes to work on another case. Nancy revises Steve Harrington's college essay and they discuss the future of their relationship post-graduation as two new students, a high school boy and a middle school skateboarder girl, arrive in the same car, the former being ogled by girls as he walks by. Will finds a defaced clipping of the article about his mysterious reappearance on top of his locker with Zombie Boy written on it. In class, Scott Clark discusses the complexity of the human brain before the skateboarder enters his class, introduced as Maxine Max Mayfield. As she sits down in the back of the class, the boys stare at her, making the connection between her nickname and Mad Max. Joyce is visited at work by her new boyfriend, kindly Radio Shack worker and high school acquaintance Bob Newby, becoming intimate in the back room and confirming their plans for a movie night. Hopper arrives at Merrill Wright's pumpkin patch, who believes his crop's sudden rot to be the work of his neighbor. Despite having no evidence, Hopper hears something in a nearby cornfield, but it turns out to be a crow. Nancy receives 2 invitations to a Halloween party and gives one to Jonathan Byers, wanting him to come out of his shell. He refuses, and they are interrupted by Steve, who shares a public moment of affection with Nancy, during which Jonathan walks off quietly. Watching Max on the blacktop, Lucas and Dustin believe she is Mad Max, while Will and Mike do not. As she heads inside, she writes a note and drops it in a trash can. The boys fish it out, only to find that it reads "Stop spying on me, creeps." Will is called away for a regularly scheduled appointment and his friends watch him go, Mike noting that he is quieter than usual. Will, Joyce, and Hopper, posing as Will's father, meet with Dr. Sam Owens, the affable new head of Hawkins National Laboratory, for some routine medical tests. After getting weighted, measured, blood work and blood pressure done, he is hooked up to a machine that measures his brain waves while he describes his episode from the day before, and is unknowingly monitored by lab staff. The more he describes of it, the more intense his neural activity becomes. He describes feeling an evil presence that wanted to kill everyone but him. Owens talks to Joyce and Hopper privately about the anniversary effect, in which victims of trauma often undergo temporary personality changes around the anniversary of their incident. Owens recommends to continue treating him normally. Joyce later tells Hopper that she dislikes Owens, but he insists that she trust him. He states that he is happy she is comfortable in her relationship with Bob, but reminds her to call him immediately if things go south. Owens watches Hopper leave before overseeing a lab worker attempt to incinerate the gate in the still quarantined lower level of the lab. Outside the arcade, Dustin and Lucas watch Max be dropped off by the high schooler, the two loudly arguing before he drives off. Watching her skillful playing of Dig Dug, they confirm she is Mad Max. As punishment for stealing from Nancy, Mike is being forced to give up 2 full boxes of toys in a yard sale. Karen Wheeler notes his recent behavioral problems. Mike boxes up his toys in the basement, keeping the ones he attaches memories of Eleven to. He sits in her still-preserved blanket fort and tries to contact her on his supercom for the 352nd consecutive day since her disappearance, to no avail. He hears her voice say his name over the speaker, only to be cut off by Dustin revealing their discovery, which he is not interested in. Nancy and Steve have their weekly dinner with Mr. and Mrs. Holland, who are selling the house to pay Bauman for his investigation of their daughter. Quietly distraught, Nancy excuses herself to the bathroom and weeps as she thinks about her and Barb's last words. Dustin returns home and hears banging and animal noises on his front porch. Dismissing it as his cat, his trash can rattles as he leaves. Jonathan finds Will in his room, drawing a zombie boy version of himself. Will expresses anger at his friends and mother treating him like he is too fragile to do anything and that it makes him feel like a freak. Jonathan professes that he would rather be friends with Zombie Boy than someone boring. While Bob and Joyce watch a movie together, the phone rings, and Joyce gets impulsive anxiety from it until Bob calms her. Later that night, the lab's machinery goes haywire. Will gets up to use the bathroom and hears a noise outside, opening the front door to see the Upside Down. The storm clouds from before are in full effect, the lighting illuminating a large, spider-like creature looming overhead, causing the skin on the back of Will's neck to flare up. Hopper avoids a tripwire set in the woods to reach a cabin, the door unlocking itself when he knocks on it with a specific pattern. He sees an Eggo on the dinner table and reminds an unseen party to eat dinner first, as per their rules. As the party reprimands him for being late, they sit down and reveals themselves to be 11. The two eat dinner together. Chapter 2, Awakening in the Upside Down. After destroying the Demogorgon, a disoriented Eleven screams for Mike Wheeler until she finds a gate created by the Demogorgon. After the soldiers she sees patrolling the other side of it leave, she uses her powers to widen the gate and slip through into Hawkins' middle. She hurries to the Wheeler house, only to find it swarming with agents from Hawkins' National Laboratory, telling the Wheelers that 11 is dangerous. 11 watches through a window as Mike remains adamant that he would never give her up. When he spots her through the window, the agents give chase and she hides in the woods, distraught. In the present day, she asks Jim Hopper if she can go out on Halloween as a ghost, as she would not be recognized with a sheet over her. Hopper refuses, but offers to take the evening off and spend it eating candy and watching horror movies together. He explains the concept of a compromise to her, and she accepts. Joyce Byers expresses a brief moment of panic when she wakes up and finds Will not in his bed, but realizes he is just using the bathroom. She notices a drawing of the creature from his visions on his desk. Will denies having another episode. Will, Dustin Henderson, and Lucas Sinclair all suit up in their Ghostbusters Halloween costumes. Will as Egon Spengler, Dustin as Ray Stantz, and Lucas as Peter Venkman. Their mothers enthusiastically take pictures of the ecstatic boys, Lucas' sister Erica mocking him the whole time. Mike, also Venkman, is less enthusiastic. The boys arrive at school and Lucas and Mike argue over their assigned roles, Lucas believing Mike is trying to make him be Winston Zedmore because of his race. They soon realize they are the only ones who have dressed up for Halloween. To their embarrassment, Dustin and Lucas debate asking Max Mayfield to join the group, but cannot work up the courage to. In the present day, she asks Jim Hopper if she can go out on Halloween as a ghost, as she would not be recognized with a sheet over her. Hopper refuses, but offers to take the evening off and spend it eating candy and watching horror movies together. He explains the concept of a compromise to her, and she accepts. Joyce Byers expresses a brief moment of panic when she wakes up and finds Will not in his bed, but realizes he is just using the bathroom. She notices a drawing of the creature from his visions on his desk. Will denies having another episode. Will, Dustin Henderson, and Lucas Sinclair all suit up in their Ghostbusters Halloween costumes. Will as Egon Spengler, Dustin as Ray Stantz, and Lucas as Peter Venkman. Their mothers enthusiastically take pictures of the ecstatic boys, Lucas' sister Erica mocking him the whole time. Mike, also Venkman, is less enthusiastic. The boys arrive at school and Lucas and Mike argue over their assigned roles, Lucas believing Mike is trying to make him be Winston Zedmore because of his race. They soon realize they are the only ones who have dressed up for Halloween. To their embarrassment, Dustin and Lucas debate asking Max Mayfield to join the group, but cannot work up the courage to. In the present day, she asks Jim Hopper if she can go out on Halloween as a ghost, as she would not be recognized with a sheet over her. Hopper refuses, but offers to take the evening off and spend it eating candy and watching horror movies together. He explains the concept of a compromise to her, and she accepts. Joyce Byers expresses a brief moment of panic when she wakes up and finds Will not in his bed, but realizes he is just using the bathroom. She notices a drawing of the creature from his visions on his desk. Will denies having another episode. Will, Dustin Henderson, and Lucas Sinclair all suit up in their Ghostbusters Halloween costumes. Will as Egon Spengler, Dustin as Ray Stantz, and Lucas as Peter Venkman. Their mothers enthusiastically take pictures of the ecstatic boys, Lucas' sister Erica mocking him the whole time. Mike, also Venkman, is less enthusiastic. The boys arrive at school and Lucas and Mike argue over their assigned roles, Lucas believing Mike is trying to make him be Winston Zedmore because of his race. They soon realize they are the only ones who have dressed up for Halloween. To their embarrassment, Dustin and Lucas debate asking Max Mayfield to join the group, but cannot work up the courage to. Joyce shows Hopper that the setting of Will's drawing perfectly matches their front yard, concluding that he lied about not having an episode. Hopper agrees with Sam Owen's theory about the anniversary effect, and regretfully tells her that their situation will not go back to the way it was, but it can get better. They reminisce about their time in high school together before Joyce expresses that she wants it all to be over. In the bowels of the lab, a soldier steps through the gate following the power surge and is guided by Owens to a generator built in the Upside Down. repairing it and putting their connection systems back online. Owens listens to the recording of Will's most recent session, contemplating. Nancy Wheeler sees a girl in Hawkins High's library that resembles Barb Holland, spacing out until Steve Harrington notices and pulls her aside. She tells him that she is tired of pretending that she does not know what happened to Barb, but Steve reminds her that they will be arrested should they leak any information. He encourages her to go to the Halloween party so they can pretend like we're stupid teenagers. Dustin and Lucas approach Max, who seems to rebuff their invitation to go trick-or-treating with them. Eleven watches a romance movie in the cabin and repeats several lines before noticing a squirrel outside. She remembers killing one with her powers and cooking it while hiding out in the woods, and hurling the flaming squirrel at a hunter who approaches her, stealing his coat and hat. Pumpkin farmer Eugene McCorkle shows up at the Hawkins police station with his crop severely rotted, believing it to be the work of the accusatory Merrill Wright. He reports all his neighbor farmers experiencing similar problems. Max is berated by her aggressive stepbrother Billy Hargrove for her lateness as he drives her home. As he disparages Hawkins as a whole, he reminds her that he blames her for having to move there. Wanting her to admit her apparent culpability, he speeds up when he notices Mike, Dustin and Lucas biking in the road, narrowly stopped from hitting them by Max grabbing the wheel. The boys recognize her as the car shoots by. Hopper arrives at the McCorkle farm and tracks the rot, finding it spreading to trees in the form of a gray, mucousy substance. He orders Phil Callahan and Calvin Powell to start marking the rot, worried it could be poisonous. As Jonathan drives Will to meet up with his friends, he feels bad for him when Will bemoans having Jonathan chaperone. He lets Will go with his friends alone on the condition that he stays in the neighborhood and be back in by 9, giving him Bob Newby's lone video camera to document the evening. At the Halloween party, Billy breaks Steve's keg stand record as Nancy begins drinking excessively to forget her problems. Joyce and Bob dance together and she mentions her anxiety about Will being away from her. He reassures her that he cares for her and her sons, and posits the idea of moving out of Hawkins to help leave the family's traumatic experiences behind. Max, dressed as Michael Myers, joins the boys uninvited. Hopper tracks the rot through the woods, hearing strange noises, until McCorkle's grandson interrupts him and he remembers his promise to Eleven. He pays the boy for some of his candy and speeds home. He signals to her on their Morse code radio that he will be late, and she remembers coming across Hopper's wooden box in the woods. As Dustin and Lucas try to impress Max, Mike expresses annoyance at them inviting her into the group without consulting him and Will. Will is approached by older boys who taunt him, calling him Zombie Boy and making him fall to the ground, seemingly sending him into the Upside Down. Confused, Will calls for Mike until the spider creature, floating, unfurls in front of him and begins to pursue him. Mike finds Will hiding behind a house and snaps him out of it, taking him home and telling the rest of the group to continue without them. Arriving at the party, Jonathan awkwardly flirts with a classmate before being distracted by an altercation between Nancy and Steve, in which she is accidentally splashed with alcohol. While being cleaned up in the bathroom, she tells Steve that he and their love is bullshit, and he leaves. Jonathan notices Steve leaving the party and drives Nancy home, tucking her in before leaving as she murmurs his name. Will explains his episode to Mike as being stuck between their world and the Upside Down, as well as describing the massive creature. He is unsure if the episode was a hallucination or real, and begs him not to tell the others. Mike remarks that Eleven would have understood and admits that he sometimes hears and sees her. Feeling as though he is losing their mind, he promises Will that if they both go crazy, they will go crazy together. Hopper returns to find Eleven irate and locked in her room with the television inside. Despite his apologies, she stays inside. She switches the TV to static to block out her hearing and blindfolds herself, slipping into the void and revealing she has been listening in on Mike's calls to her. Mike asks her to give him a sign if she is still alive and seems to sense her presence when she kneels before him and says his name. He closes the supercom before she can touch him, leaving her distraught. Dustin arrives home to hear something rattling around in his garbage can. He draws his costume's photon blaster and creeps towards it, and utters holy shit when he sees what is inside. Chapter 3. Dustin Henderson stashes the thing he found in his garbage can in the trap of his Ghostbusters costume, sneaking it past his mother into his room. He drops the thing into his turtle tank, revealing a small, round, bipedal amphibious creature with no facial features save for a mouth, which he names D'Artagnan, or Dart for short. He feeds it 3 musketeers and finds that it avoids the tank's heat lamp. Dustin falls asleep reading about reptiles, and Dart shudders in his tank before letting out an unearthly hiss. 11 is found by Jim Hopper when she searches his lockbox for food. In the present day, she forgives him for his absence on Halloween when he makes her a breakfast from Eggos and candy. 11 wants to see Mike Wheeler, having concluded from his most recent call that he needs her. Hopper swears she will see him soon, but 11 reminds him that he has often promised her that with no results. She smashes a plate across his chest with her powers and storms off to her room. Dustin stops at the library and checks out several books on reptiles. Bob Newby drives Will Byers to school and mentions him staying up late. He tells Will a childhood story of being terrified of a clown at a local carnival and having it appear in his dreams for months, but it went away when he stood up to it. At school, Lucas Sinclair tells Max Mayfield a fictionalized version of what happened to Will in 1983. Scott Clark tells his students the story of Phineas Gage, a man who had a tamping rod shot through his brain and survived, but his personality changed severely. Dustin comes in late and orders the boys and Max to meet him in the AV room at lunch, and Dart is shown rattling around in his Ghostbusters trap. Phil Callahan and Calvin Powell show Hopper their marked locations of the rot spreading throughout the town's rural areas, and Hopper identifies the specific area it comes from. Restless, 11 considers trying to contact Mike again but decides against it. She remembers Hopper first bringing her into the cabin, which belonged to his grandfather and is mainly used for storage. Over a period of time, the two fix up the cabin to be livable, set up the Morse code radio, and rig it with tripwire. In the present, 11 violates all three of Hopper's set rules about her safety and leaves the cabin. Billy Hargrove taunts Steve Harrington as they play basketball before Nancy Wheeler pulls Steve aside. He recounts the things she said to him on Halloween, and when she is unable to tell him she loves him, he tells her that "I think that you're bullshit," and leaves. Dustin shows the group Dart, unsure if he is even a reptile. Will recognizes it by its noises as a creature from the Upside Down. Over lunch, Bob mentions to Joyce that his video camera had slight dings on it, and noticed Will being harassed on Halloween when he watched the tape. He admires Joyce's willingness to defend her son when she reacts with anger. Hopper shows Sam Owens the patterns he charted stemming from Hawkins National Laboratory. Owens reluctantly agrees to look into it. Jonathan Byers claims to Nancy that Steve asked him to take her home, actually covering for him. Nancy expresses worry that she may have meant what she said to him and is tired of pretending everything is normal, and Jonathan empathizes with her. He expresses his idle worry over Will not being the same, musing that things can never truly go back to the way they were. Nancy notices a nearby student playing a tape and gets an idea to take down the lab, asking Jonathan to skip the rest of class with her. 11 wanders into a backyard, coming across a mother and her toddler daughter, and remembers Hopper claiming her mother is dead. She uses her powers to distract them when noticed. Joyce watches the tape from Halloween and notices the camera starts to fizzle when Will experiences his episode. She notices a dark shape highlighted by the TV static when she pauses it, and finds that when she traces it and compares it to Will's drawing of a creature in their yard that they bear a striking resemblance. As Billy leaves the school with a female classmate, she refers to Max as Billy's sister, which he firmly tells her to not do. Dustin, Lucas and Max are stopped short from showing Dart to Clark when Will tells Mike his realization about the creature, and they stop the trio. The boys reconvene in the AV room, with Max excluded, and Mike theorizes that Will's episodes may be real glimpses into the Upside Down. Lucas and Mike want to take the creature to Hopper, but Dustin knows Dart will be killed. They let Dart out of the trap to test his behavior and he sprouts 2 more legs from his side. Mike attacks it and is stopped by Dustin, and Dart escapes into the school when Max, annoyed at being left out, picks the lock on the door and opens it just as he flees. Nancy and Jonathan set a meeting with Mrs. Holland over the phone to talk about Barb while Hawkins lab staff listen in. Hopper and Owens watch as his men take samples of the infected soil and pumpkins, the latter telling the former to think of a cover story to tell the town and keep the area clear. Hopper gets a call from Powell, who is at the scene where 11 used her powers in front of the mother. He leaves quickly. 11 arrives at Hawkins Middle, smiling as she sees Mike Spike. The boys split up and search the school, Mike encountering Max also searching for Dart in the gym. She asks why he clearly does not want her around, and he tells her the group does not need a new member, accidentally referencing 11 and inadvertently revealing he does not want a new girl replacing her. As she skates circles around Mike on her board and he briefly warms to her, 11 follows his voice to the door of the gym and sees the situation with no context. Enraged, She trips Max using her powers and becomes heartbroken when Mike helps her up. Realizing Eleven might be nearby, Mike hurries out of the gym to where she just was, but does not see anyone. Joyce calls to talk to Clark, and drives to the school when she hears he is not in. Will finds Dart in the toilets, whose noises force another episode. A wave of shadow pursues him and he flees outside. Dustin finds Dart and hides him under his hat when he hears Mike and Lucas approaching. Remembering Bob's advice, Will turns around to face the shadow, a tendril of the monster, and screams at it to go away as it reaches for him. Undeterred, the monster's tendril touches him, inserting bits of itself into his eyes, nose, and mouth. Chapter 4. While the shadow monster's tendrils take root inside of him, Will Byers is found motionless by Mike Wheeler, Dustin Henderson, Max Mayfield, and Lucas Sinclair outside Hawkins Middle while his mother tries to wake him up, only doing so when the monster finishes injecting its material into him. As Joyce leads him away, the boys observe that his episodes are getting more frequent and refuse to disclose their true nature to Max. At home, Will cannot remember what happened to him during his episode. When she shows him his picture of the shadow monster, he becomes tearful and describes it as more like a feeling, and that he does not know what it wants. Joyce promises that she will protect him from it. 11 returns to the cabin to find an enraged Jim Hopper waiting out front. He lambasts her for being spotted and jeopardizing their safety. Hopper grounds her for a week and attempts to take the TV, but she holds it in place with her powers. He ends up pulling out the TV cables altogether. She angrily compares him to Martin Brenner, and locks herself in her room, tearing the cabin apart mentally while Hopper shouts at her to grow up. Jonathan Byers returns home to find his mother and brother asleep in Will's bed. As he leaves them be, Will's eyelids flutter in his sleep. Nancy Wheeler makes up a bogus excuse to be unsupervised for the day and meets up with Jonathan. Joyce calls the Hawkins police, but cannot get in touch with Hopper. She takes Will's temperature and finds he is a few degrees under average. Dustin continues to shelter and feed a growing D'Artagnan as he goes to school, finding his friend still looking for the creature. As Scott Clark teaches a lesson on all species' biological state of fear, Will becomes visibly nervous at the hot bath Joyce has drawn for him, and the skin on the back of his neck flares up while visions of upside-down tunnels flash through his mind. When a perplexed Joyce insists that they need to raise his body temperature, Will states that he likes it cold. Hopper considers apologizing to 11, but instead orders her to clean the cabin up and leaves. Billy Hargrove again taunts Steve Harrington while they square off in basketball, telling him his problem is that he is not planting his feet after knocking him down. In the showers, Billy and Tommy H. smugly taunt him over Nancy skipping school with Jonathan the day before. While at the park and waiting to meet with Mrs. Holland, Nancy notices a man murmuring to himself. As they notice several more people watching them, they leave the park, but are stopped at their car by a man telling them to come with him. Hopper arrives at the house to find it freezing and Will clad only in his briefs. Will confirms that he spoke of is the shadow monster, and describes the visions he is having as distant memories that aren't his, dubbing them now memories. Will describes something in his now memories as growing and spreading, but is unable to say what he means. Joyce tells him to draw what he means instead, and he begins to draw dozens of thick blue lines shaded by a black background. Mike calls the Byers house but gets no answer, and tells Lucas and Dustin about Will's episode on Halloween. They trade theories on what is happening with him and the shadow monster, and agree to split up. Mike going to Will's house to check on him and Lucas and Dustin continuing to look for Dart. As 11 cleans up the cabin, she finds several boxes hidden under the floorboards, and pulls out the one labeled Hawkins Lab. At the lab itself, Sam Owens shows Nancy and Jonathan around, insisting those responsible for the lab's mistakes are gone. He takes them to the basement and shows them the gate being burned, explaining they are unable to destroy it, but are able to stop it from spreading its tendrils. He affirms that no one else can know about it, as the gate could easily be used by enemies of the United States as a weapon. Will produces dozens of the blue lines, Hopper and Joyce initially thinking they are meaningless scribbles until Joyce realizes two of the drawings connect. They begin mapping out the connecting drawings, taping them all over the walls and floor to form an interconnected series of blue lines. Hopper realizes he is drawing vines and leaves hurriedly, annoyed that Mike clearly does not like her and the boys are keeping secrets from her. Max confronts Lucas about it and leaves in a huff when he does not reveal any information. Watching her talk to Lucas, Billy warns her not to hang around that certain type of people. 11 sees an article about Terry Ives, as well as photograph of Ives and Martin Brenner. Eleven enters the void and finds Ives in her rocking chair. Still catatonic but now murmuring the same phrases repeatedly. She suddenly stops and identifies Eleven as Jane, her daughter, and Eleven recognizes her as her mother. Ives vanishes when she tries to touch her, leaving her distraught. Nancy and Jonathan are let go, and she reveals in the car that she had recorded Owen's monologue. She affirms she still wants to destroy the lab when Jonathan asks her. Mike arrives at the Byers' house and tells Joyce he knows about the shadow monster. Dustin returns home to find his mother looking for their cat. He finds the glass of Dart's tank shattered with what appears to be shed skin left inside. He follows a trail of blood to a bigger Dart feasting on his dead cat. It turns around and screeches at him, its head opening up like that of a demogorgon. Hopper digs down in an infected pumpkin patch until he hits gray, organic matter. He chips at it until it retracts and reveals a hole. When he drops down into it, he finds himself in a long, dark tunnel. Chapter 5. As Joyce Byers finishes putting together her son's maze of drawings, Will explains to Mike Wheeler that he can see everything the shadow monster is doing, both in the Upside Down and Hawkins. He expresses fear over this, but Mike states that it may be a good thing, as now Will can be their spy against the monster. Will asks what happens if it spies back, but Mike assures that they will not let him. In the tunnels, Jim Hopper hears screeching before being sprayed by a growth in the wall with spores that make him cough severely. As he collapses, the way out above him begins closing itself up with vines. Jonathan Byers and Nancy Wheeler get a motel room together. Jonathan asks Nancy if she wants the light off or on, and she starts laughing. She explains the question gives her a sense of copyright Yahoo. They open their hands to compare their scars from last year, and she states that hers is bigger than his. After a moment, Nancy asks why he became distant after that, and he mentions Will and his family. She insists that she waited for him before deciding to get back with Steve Harrington, but he points out she only waited a month. Upset, she turns away from him and tells him she wants the light off. Will awakens in a panic and tells Joyce he saw Hopper in mortal danger. Hopper awakens in the tunnels and vomits, realizing the air is making him sick. He fashions a makeshift face mask out of the sleeve of his uniform and begins walking, leaving broken cigarettes to mark his trail. A tendril slithers after him. Lucas Sinclair asks his father for advice on what to do when one upsets a girl. He tells him to apologize, then do what she wants. He leaves and bikes past Claudia Henderson, looking for her deceased cat. Dustin lures her away from the house by claiming the cat was spotted somewhere outside of town. When she leaves, Dustin armors himself in hockey gear and leaves a trail of bologna slices that lead to his storm cellar. He opens the door to his room, where he has locked D'Artagnan inside and hides in the shed in his yard. Dustin hits Art into the cellar with a hockey stick when he takes the bait and locks him inside. Meanwhile, Eleven hitchhikes to the Ives house, and Becky Ives recognizes her as Jane when she opens the front door with her mind. She finds Derry still in her chair, murmuring the phrases rainbow, 3 to the right, 4 to the left, breathe, sunflower, and 450 repeatedly. Nancy and Jonathan drive to Murray Bauman's bunker in Illinois. He shows them his conspiracy board regarding the events of 1983, which Nancy immediately begins to poke holes in. Lucas bribes Keith to label the Palace Arcade's Dig Dug machine as out of order so he can get Max Mayfield alone in the back office. He promises to tell her the truth about what happened the previous year, but only if she accepts the risks of the knowledge that comes with it, which she sarcastically does. Will draws the place where he saw Hopper in his vision, but it is just another blue line. As Joyce and Mike find its place in the drawn maze, Bob Newby arrives to check on Will. Realizing his love of puzzle solving can help them, Joyce invites him in on the grounds that he asks no questions. Bob pulls her aside, concerned for both her and Will, but trails off when he recognizes a heart shape in the drawings that outlines a distinct lake in Hawkins. He realizes the lines are pathways that do not go over water, and that Will has charted out the entirety of the town. Hopper stumbles across an open area full of bones and dead animals. When he pulls out his lighter, he realizes the vines around him retract from the heat. He fashions a torch out of a bone in his jacket and begins to cut at the vines, trying to find a way out. Dustin buries his cat and calls on his supercum for his friends to come help him, only coming across Lucas' sarcastic sister Erica, who hangs up on him. Bob charts Hopper's area by marking a map of Hawkins and comparing it to the distance between landmarks on Will's map. Dustin visits the Wheeler house to find Mike but is only met by his unhelpful father. As he leaves, Steve arrives, Looking to make amends with Nancy, Dustin stops Steve and asks if he still has the nail bat, telling Steve to drive him back to his house. The tendrils take advantage of Hopper's exhaustion to trap his legs, pulling him down to the ground and constricting him. Max completely doubts Lucas' explanation until she sees that he is genuinely fearful of the consequences of telling her, asking him to prove it. Billy Hargrove arrives to pick her up, and Max warns Lucas, while grabbing his hand, not to follow her out. Billy notices him regardless, and again warns her not to talk to him. Nancy and Jonathan finish explaining the definitive story to Bauman with the recording of Sam Owens talking about lying to the public. Nancy and Bauman discuss what to do with the information, and together conclude the true story is too outlandish and exposing for the general populace to hear, but a more acceptable yet still damning story of a chemical leak would work. At Hawkins National Laboratory, a scientist shows Owens something strange about the infected soil samples they took. It floats away from the source when exposed to heat, as do all the other samples in the vicinity. Eleven enters the void using a blindfold cut from a tablecloth. When she approaches Ives and tells her that she is home, Ives grabs her hand and simply says number. She sees a younger Ives having a painful labor. Before learning her story, Ives had a C-section while giving birth to 11 and had her baby taken from her by Martin Brenner. Everyone but her and the people involved being told that she miscarried. She brings a gun to the lab and finds 11 and a young girl with dark skin playing in a room but is dragged away by security before she can grab her daughter. Brenner puts her in her catatonic state by having his men give her electroshock therapy on maximum intensity, and her memories start to repeat out of sequence and on the loop. The phrases she utters revealed to be components of the memories themselves. 11 awakens from the void stunned. Joyce, Bob, Mike and will drive out to the spot Bob marked, and will receives more visions of Hopper as they get closer. His directions lead them to Hopper's car and dig site. Joyce gets the vines to move by hitting them with a shovel, and she and Bob descend into the tunnels. They follow Hopper's cigarette trail and find him being choked by the tendrils. Joyce cuts him free just as lab soldiers in hazmat suits arrive to guide them out. As they torch the vines, Will suddenly screams and begins convulsing. Chapter 6. A convulsing Will Byers is brought to Hawkins National Laboratory with his mother, Bob Newby, and Mike Wheeler following, where the doctors conclude that he believes he is burning and sedate him. Jim Hopper is power washed with a hose and scrub brushes following his sojourn in the tunnels. Dustin Henderson explains the situation with D'Artagnan to a disbelieving Steve Harrington. Steve arms himself with his nail bat and descends into the storm cellar where Dart is locked, only to find that he has shed his skin again and tunneled out through a wall. Lab agents enter the Byers household, photographing the drawing-covered walls and Will's drawing of the shadow monster. Joyce explains Will's episode at the school and his now memories to Dr. Owens and a group of scientists, but none of them are able to offer a solution as to what is wrong with him. Jonathan Byers, Nancy Wheeler and Murray Bauman make copies of Owens' confession tape and package them to be sent to several big newspapers. As they celebrate with alcohol, Bauman insists they stay the night in his guest room, and Jonathan asks if he can sleep on the couch to avoid sharing a bed with Nancy. Bauman points out that Nancy and Jonathan have clear romantic chemistry and psychoanalyzes them both easily before going off to bed, satisfied. Later that night, Nancy and Jonathan lay awake in their separate beds, unable to sleep as they contemplate Bauman's words. They meet up and initially dismiss him as drunk and out of line, but quickly kiss and end up having sex. Erica Sinclair tells Lucas about Dustin's repeated emergency calls. When he calls him back, Dustin tells him to gear up and meet him at the junkyard. Owens clears Hopper to be released from quarantine and shows him the extent to which the gate has grown, having burrowed dozens of feet underground to the point where the lab crew excavated a pit to view it. Owens explains that the gate is responsible for the tunnels and rot spreading. Joyce explains the events of 1983 to Bob, and he again suggests moving away, which she seems more open to. Over breakfast, Bauman teases Nancy and Jonathan with repeated innuendos, and the two leave for Hawkins. Lucas goes to Max Mayfield's house to prove that his story was real and almost encounters Billy Hargrove, but narrowly avoids him and leaves with her. Will awakens but is unable to remember Bob, Owens, and Hopper, and needs a moment to remember Mike's name. He recalls the soldiers burning the tendrils hurt him, and that they upset him by doing so. Him identified as his drawing of the shadow monster. Owens brings in a severed tendril from the tunnels and burns it, which causes Will to have an intense, pain reaction. Owens compares Will's condition to a virus that can possibly be cured and is unable to answer when Joyce asks what happens to Will when he loses all of himself. Steve gives Dustin advice on wooing Max while they throw meat around in hopes of luring Dart. He explains that Dustin should act aloof in her presence and reluctantly explains how he styles his perfect hair. They walk by one of Hopper's infected trees. Hopper calls 11 on his Morse code radio and apologizes for their fight. The scientists become impatient with Owens. Unable to stop the gate's spread by burning because it will kill Will, he contemplates what to do as Joyce tries to meet with him, to no avail. Will stares at a soldier's gun and thinks about being burned, before abruptly telling Mike he knows how to beat the monster. Jonathan and Nancy return to the Byers' house to find it empty and covered in drawings, and they find a Polaroid cartridge from the agents. Using his map, reassembled through the pictures taken of it, Will identifies a large, open space that the monster does not want him to see. As the soldiers prep to go underground and are guided by a technician looking at the map, Steve and the kids barricade the abandoned bus in the junkyard and pour a trail of gasoline on the bait meat. As Dustin adopts Steve's approach to women around Max, she joins Lucas on the roof. She tells him about her parents' divorce, and how Billy has become more aggressive since moving from California. She worries that her sarcastic nature is her becoming more like him, but Lucas assures her that she is very different from him. Before the moment can progress further, something roars in the fog and Dart emerges. Not taking the bait, Steve realizes he prefers living food and grabs the nail bat, giving Dustin his lighter as he goes to confront it. As he and Dart approach each other, Lucas sees 3 more juvenile Demogorgons appear to Steve's right. He fights off all 4 of them at once long enough to get inside the bus, before one can get in through the sunroof. Something calls it away, and Lucas and Max realize they have been holding hands. Watching on the cameras, Hopper realizes the soldiers have been sent to the place in the tunnels littered with human and animal remains. The soldiers hear low growling as fog starts to roll in. A distressed Will apologizes to no one and says that he made me do it because they upset him. Mike has a moment of realization and murmurs the spy before running out of the room, desperately trying to get into the control room to warn the soldiers they are walking into a trap. Dozens of signatures start to appear on the radar, all moving towards the soldiers. They are revealed to be juvenile Demogorgons, who kill off the soldiers quickly. Hopper checks the radar and realizes that all of the Demodogs are moving down one tunnel. Will tells his mother, "You should go now, they're almost here." As Hopper looks over the edge of the pit, a juvenile Demogorgon climbs to the edge and roars in challenge. Chapter 7. 11 explains to Becky Ives what she saw in her mother's visions, specifically the dark-skinned girl that she was shown repeatedly. Flipping through Ives' files on other experimental children, 11 identifies the girl through a photograph as Kali Prasad, a young girl abducted from England. However, she is unable to find her when she tries looking for her in the void. Becky shows 11 the room that tells 11 that she has a home now and will stay with them. 11 agrees that it is her home. 11 sees a vision of an older Kali standing over a fire in the void and finds Becky trying to get in touch with Jim Hopper and Joyce Byers over the phone when she goes to tell her. 11 takes money from Becky's wallet and leaves, now knowing Kali's location. As Ives sits in front of the TV, the channel changes to Action News 8. On the bus, 11 has more intense visions of where Kali is hiding. She arrives in Chicago and finds the place she saw in her visions, an abandoned warehouse. She finds 4 people sitting around the same fire from her vision, Kali not among them. A suspicious man confronts her and threatens her with a knife, until he sees spiders crawling on his hand and drops it in a panic. Kali appears and 11 gives her the picture from the newspaper, as well as demonstrates her powers by taking the man's knife with her mind. 11 introduces herself as Jane, and Kali takes their wrists to show their numbers tattooed there. They recognize each other as sisters and embrace. 11 explains her situation to Kali, who says that Hopper is being naive if he thinks he can bargain with the men from Hawkins National Laboratory, as 11 will always be a monster to them. She refers to their powers as gifts, and explains that hers is the ability to manipulate minds and make them see illusions of her choice. Kali confesses that she feels more complete with 11 there, and that her new home could be with her, which 11 seems open to. Kali explains to her group that 11 was able to find her with just a picture, which will be able to help them in their endeavors that seems to involve murder. 11 has a vision of Hopper apologizing to her through the radio. Kali wakes her up before she can react. She introduces 11 to her group. The man who threatened her was Axel, as well as the young Dottie, the defensive strategist Mick, and the sensitive fighter Funshine. Kali shows her their collection of identities, all of people who worked at the lab, who they hunt down and kill in retribution. She explains that Eleven needs to confront the pain instilled on her by the lab so she can heal from it and become stronger. She has Eleven pull a train car to them with her powers, encouraging her by telling her to think of things that anger her. She thinks of Max Mayfield interacting with Mike Wheeler, Hopper claiming her mother is dead in her fight with him, and the various injustices done to her by the lab. She manages to pull the train with intense effort. Eleven identifies Ray Carroll, one of the men who put her mother in her catatonic state. She locates him and the group gears up, as well as giving Eleven a more punk look that Dottie refers to as bitchin', a phrase Eleven adopts. A police officer stares at their van as it drives by. Eleven uses her powers to help them rob a convenience store as they drive to Carroll. They break into Carroll's apartment wearing masks and restrain him. Kali and Eleven take their masks off, and Carroll recognizes them when Kali makes him see them as children. Carroll begs for his life and claims that Martin Brenner is still alive, and that he can take them to him. Knowing that Eleven can find him anyway now that they know he is alive, Kali tells Eleven to kill him. She starts to strangle him just as Axel and Dottie find his daughters in their room, on the phone with the police. Unable to kill him knowing he has children and that they're there, Eleven lets Carroll live and stops Kali from shooting him. They drive off, but Kali warns Eleven to never take away her revenge. Back at the warehouse, Kali tells a troubled Eleven that she was once opposed to killing as well and had a family like her and Hopper, but they were unable to help Kali, so she left. She insists that Eleven needs to face Brenner, and when Eleven firmly states that he is dead, she makes Brenner appear to her. He tells her that she has a wound born from her pain that will eventually kill her if she does not confront it. She leaves Eleven with the choice to return to her friends or stay with her and avenge her mother. She remembers Mike nicknaming her, defending him and Dustin Henderson from bullies, and helping Hopper set up the cabin. She enters the void and sees Hopper nervously watching the lab's control panel as well as Mike trying to get into the control room to warn them of the trap. Realizing they are in danger, Eleven decides to go back just as the police raid the warehouse. As Kali's group gets in a shootout with the police and Kali stalls them using her powers and showing them a metal wall that grows high into the sky. Eleven says goodbye to her and flees as Kali calls after her. Kali's concentration wanes due to her distress, and her false wall falls away allowing the police to see them and begin firing on them again. She wipes away a tear as they drive away. On a bus, an old woman notices Eleven's distress and sits with her, asking where she is headed. As the bus enters Indiana, Eleven tells the woman she is going to her friends. Then Eleven clarifies by stating she's going home. Chapter 8. Jim Hopper is confronted by a juvenile Demogorgon, the two separated by glass that Sam Owens claims it will not be able to break. Several more join it and the glass begins to crack, causing everyone in the room to flee. Owens puts Hawkins National Laboratory on lockdown and takes the stairs with Hopper, while the rest of the scientists take the elevator and are slaughtered by the Demogorgons, who use the elevator to break into the lab's upper floors. Mike Wheeler insists that Will Byers be sedated, as the shadow monster can figure out where they are using him. Will violently protests, but Joyce Byers sedates him when he hesitates when acknowledging who she is. Hopper and Owens arrive just as the Demogorgons break in, and the group flees to a security room. The power goes out in the lab, sealing everyone inside. Susan Hargrove returns home to find her daughter, Max, missing. She and her husband Neil ask her stepson Billy where she went, and Neil becomes violent when he dismisses them and decries Max as his sister. Despite Susan's protests, he orders Billy to find her and leaves. Steve Harrington accidentally reveals to Max and Lucas Sinclair that Dustin Henderson kept D'Artagnan, leaving Lucas furious. As they argue over whether or not Lucas also broke the law of their group by telling Max the truth, Steve hears the screech of Demogorgons and they all head towards the sound, identifying it as coming from the lab. Owens explains that someone needs to reboot the computer system to unlock the doors, and Bob Newby, the only one who knows BASIC, volunteers to go. Bob and Hopper take the ID and radio off a dead guard and Hopper gives him his gun, ordering him to come back to them if anything goes wrong. Bob tells him not to wait for him if he gets the doors open. Jim Hopper is confronted by a juvenile Demogorgon, the two separated by glass that Sam Owens claims it will not be able to break. Several more join it and the glass begins to crack, causing everyone in the room to flee. Owens puts Hawkins National Laboratory on lockdown and takes the stairs with Hopper, while the rest of the scientists take the elevator and are slaughtered by the Demogorgons. who use the elevator to break into the lab's upper floors. Mike Wheeler insists that Will Byers be sedated, as the shadow monster can figure out where they are using him. Will violently protests, but Joyce Byers sedates him when he hesitates when acknowledging who she is. Hopper and Owens arrive just as the Demogorgons break in, and the group flees to a security room. The power goes out in the lab, sealing everyone inside. Susan Hargrove returns home to find her daughter, Max, missing. She and her husband Neil ask her stepson Billy where she went, and Neil becomes violent when he dismisses them and decries Max as his sister. Despite Susan's protests, he orders Billy to find her and leaves. Steve Harrington accidentally reveals to Max and Lucas Sinclair that Dustin Henderson kept D'Artagnan, leaving Lucas furious. As they argue over whether or not Lucas also broke the law of their group by telling Max the truth, Steve hears the screech of Demogorgons and they all head towards the sound, identifying it as coming from the lab. Owens explains that someone needs to reboot the computer system to unlock the doors, and Bob Newby, the only one who knows BASIC, volunteers to go. Bob and Hopper take the ID and radio off a dead guard and Hopper gives him his gun, ordering him to come back to them if anything goes wrong. Bob tells him not to wait for him if he gets the doors open. Jim Hopper is confronted by a juvenile Demogorgon, the two separated by glass that Sam Owens claims it will not be able to break. Several more join it and the glass begins to crack, causing everyone in the room to flee. Owens puts Hawkins National Laboratory on lockdown and takes the stairs with Hopper, while the rest of the scientists take the elevator and are slaughtered by the Demogorgons, who use the elevator to break into the lab's upper floors. Mike Wheeler insists that Will Byers be sedated, as the shadow monster can figure out where they are using him. Will violently protests, but Joyce Byers sedates him when he hesitates when acknowledging who she is. Hopper and Owens arrive just as the Demogorgons break in, and the group flees to a security room. The power goes out in the lab, sealing everyone inside. Susan Hargrove returns home to find her daughter, Max, missing. She and her husband Neil ask her stepson Billy where she went, and Neil becomes violent when he dismisses them and decries Max as his sister. Despite Susan's protests, he orders Billy to find her and leaves. Steve Harrington accidentally reveals to Max and Lucas Sinclair that Dustin Henderson kept D'Artagnan, leaving Lucas furious. As they argue over whether or not Lucas also broke the law of their group by telling Max the truth, Steve hears the screech of Demogorgons and they all head towards the sound, identifying it as coming from the lab. Owens explains that someone needs to reboot the computer system to unlock the doors, and Bob Newby, the only one who knows BASIC, volunteers to go. Bob and Hopper take the ID and radio off a dead guard and Hopper gives him his gun, ordering him to come back to them if anything goes wrong. Bob tells him not to wait for him if he gets the doors open. Nancy Wheeler and Jonathan Byers arrive at the lab to find the gate locked, and they meet up with Steve and the kids. Bob successfully reboots the system, allowing the group outside to get in. A Demogorgon starts descending the stairs near where Bob is, but Bob, guided by Owens, lures it away by turning on a nearby sprinkler system and leaves without Hopper's gun. Feeling responsible, Owens stays behind to guide everyone to safety, and the rest of the group hurries for the exit. Bob has a near miss with a Demogorgon and hides in a closet to escape it, but alerts it when he knocks a mop over. He makes it to the exit just in time to find the rest of the group, and stops to smile at Joyce. The Demogorgon bursts through the door and attacks him, and Hopper, respecting his last wish, drags a horrified Joyce out of the building and escapes, taking the group outside with. Bob's body is feasted on by several Demogorgons. Back at the Byers' house, Hopper uselessly tries to call for backup before sitting with a miserable Joyce in silence. Mike notices one of the puzzle games Bob brought over and shows it to the kids, telling them that Bob was the founder of the Hawkins Middle AV Club and that they need to avenge him. When an exasperated Dustin states that they cannot because of the army of Demogorgons, which he has dubbed as Demodogs in their juvenile state, the shadow monster has, Mike realizes that they are all intrinsically linked to him, and that defeating the monster will defeat the Demodogs. Dustin compares the shadow monster's hive mind consciousness to a Dungeons & Dragons creature known as the Mind Flayer, a being from another dimension that enslaves species with its psychic powers because of its own perceived superiority. Joyce emerges from the bedroom and agrees that they have to kill it to save Will and avenge Bob. Mike realizes Will can tell them how to stop it, and that they can safely get answers if they obscure his location. The group clears out the Byers' shed and covers the walls. Nancy thanks Steve for protecting the kids, While Dustin apologizes to Lucas for keeping Dart, and Mike insists Max knowing the truth does not mean she is part of the group, they tie Will to a chair in the shed and shine bright lights in his face to obscure his vision, and Hopper wakes him up while Joyce, Jonathan and Mike watch. Max asks what happens if the Mind Flayer finds out where they are, and Lucas says it will be Judgment Day. Will reacts violently when he wakes up and makes the lights flicker until Hopper restrains him into exhaustion. Now somewhat calm, Will listens as Joyce tells him the story of her hanging up a drawing he made on his 8th birthday at her workplace, Jonathan telling him about the day their father left when they built Castle Byers together in the rain, and Mike telling him about when they first met in kindergarten. Will still insists on being let go, but Hopper notices he is tapping Morse code into the chair with his finger. They continue to regale Will with stories that are personal to them involving him, and the Morse code is translated into Closegate. The house phone rings and Will realizes where they are. They sedate him again and the group harms themselves as they hear demodogs approaching, but suddenly hear the dogs being killed off. One is thrown through the window, and the front door opens by itself, revealing Eleven. She and Mike look at each other, both of them becoming emotional. Chapter 9. Eleven and Mike Wheeler embrace. Reunited after almost a year, he tells her that he called every night, and she admits that she knew. Jim Hopper explaining that he had been hiding her the whole time. She and Hopper hug until Mike, enraged, confronts him over hiding her. Mike shouts at him in a back bedroom, venting his rage until he calms. Understanding why Hopper hid her, Eleven hugs Dustin Henderson and Lucas Sinclair, but coldly brushes off Max Mayfield when she tries to greet her. She also hugs Joyce Byers and looks at the unconscious Will and confirms that she is capable of closing the gate. Billy Hargrove goes to the Wheeler house looking for Max and casually flirts with Karen Wheeler, who informs him that the kids are likely at the Byers. The group lays out their plan. Eleven and Hopper will go to the gate to close it, but only after Joyce, Jonathan Byers, and Nancy Wheeler extract the Mind Flayer from Will, as closing the gate could kill him while the Mind Flayer is connected to him. Joyce remembers Will saying the Mind Flayer likes it cold, and concludes that they need to overheat him to get it out. Hopper tells them to use his cabin so Will cannot draw the demodogs to them by recognizing where he is. Steve Harrington accepts that he and Nancy are no longer together and stays behind to guard the kids, while Eleven promises Mike that she will come back, but is interrupted by Hopper before they can kiss. Eleven explains to Hopper that she saw Terry Ives, and Hopper apologizes to her for lying about her mother. He expresses that he feels like a black hole that destroys everything it gets close to, and that is what he feels happened to his daughter. Eleven is surprised to find out Hopper has a daughter, but Hopper clarifies that Sarah died by saying she left us. Eleven takes his hand, and they both acknowledge they have acted irresponsibly. He compliments her new look, which Eleven refers to as bitchin', and he agrees. Wanting to preserve the demodog's body for science, Dustin has Steve clear out the Byers fridge and place its body inside. A restless Mike demands that they distract the demodogs, worried that they will swarm Eleven and Hopper. Mike suggests they go to the Tunnel Systems graveyard and start a fire to lure them away, which Steve vehemently objects to. Billy arrives outside looking for Max and shoves Steve aside when he notices her in the window, taunting him by reminding him to plant his feet. He bursts inside and attacks Lucas, but is stopped from hurting him by Steve. In the ensuing fight, Billy breaks a plate over Steve's head, pins him to the ground, and repeatedly beats him, but is stopped from doing serious damage by Max, who injects him with the rest of Will's sedative. She threatens him with the nail bat to leave her and her friends alone, and she leaves him on the floor and takes his keys. Joyce, Jonathan and Nancy arrive at the cabin and tie Will to a bed, rigging the cabin with a lit fire and several heaters, while Hopper and a troubled Eleven arrive at Hawkins National Laboratory. As Will wakes up and begins shrieking to let him go insane it hurts over and over, Nancy, Jonathan and Joyce all watch with fear. Nancy and Jonathan grab each other's hand as Joyce looks at Will, struggling for causing Will this kind of distress. However, her resolve strengthens when she remembers Bob Newby and their time together. Joyce goes around and turns the heaters on full blast. Max drives Billy's car to Hopper's dig site as a protesting Steve comes to, and Dustin convinces him to come into the tunnels with them. Hopper finds Sam Owens injured in the lab and dresses his wound, explaining that he has been hiding Eleven for the past year and asks if he can help her live a normal life if they survive, which Owens agrees to. The kids arrive at the graveyard and begin dousing it in gasoline. Will's veins blacken and he rips free of his bindings, strangling Joyce until Nancy burns him with a fire poker while Steve ignites the graveyard. The Mind Flayer exits his body as a cloud of black smoke and flies off into the night. Will awakens, cured. Jonathan calls Hopper and clears him to close the gate, and he and Eleven descend into the pit. The Demodogs distracted by the graveyard burning. Eleven lets go of Hopper's hand as they face the gate and begins to use her powers while the Mind Flayer's physical form appears to her behind it. Mike trips and is almost taken by a tendril while the group flees the tunnels but is rescued by his friends. They are confronted by D'Artagnan, but Dustin removes his face mask and gives him some Three Musketeers, invoking their bond to let them pass. Eleven remembers Kali Prasad telling her to use her anger to boost her powers and thinks about her mistreatment at the hands of Martin Brenner. The gate starts to close and the Demodogs converge on it as the kids arrive at their escape rope. Steve and Dustin prepare to sacrifice themselves for the rest of the group only for the Demodogs to run past them. More concerned about stopping Eleven, Hopper shoots away the dogs that try to attack them while Eleven remembers opening the gate and Kali's illusion of Brenner. The Mind Flayer reaches a tendril out for her, and her powers become so intense that she starts to levitate. The lights across Hawkins begin to glow and Eleven pushes the Mind Flayer back through the gate before closing it completely, killing the Demodogs. Hopper cradles an exhausted Eleven, telling her she did well. 1 month later, the lab is shut down as a smug Murray Bauman watches, while Barb Holland is given a proper funeral. Hopper meets a recovering Owens in a restaurant, giving him a birth certificate that legally makes Eleven his daughter. He tells Hopper to wait a year for things to cool down, and Hopper agrees on the condition that she is allowed to go out on one specific night. The boys are photographed by their mothers as they prepare to go to the snowball. Will's drawing of Bob as a superhero is hanging on the buyer's fridge. Lucas practices asking Max to dance while Erica Sinclair teases him. Dustin's mother has gotten a new kitten, while Susan Hargrove does Max's hair. Max glares at a passing Billy, and he leaves without comment. Dustin has done his hair using Steve's routine, who is driving him to the dance and hypes him up. As Dustin enters, Steve stares at a chaperoning Nancy before driving away. Content: Nancy shares a smile with Jonathan, who is photographing the dance. As time after time starts playing, Lucas awkwardly fails to ask Max to dance, but she accepts regardless. Will is invited to dance with a female classmate. Dustin fails to get to dance, and Nancy, feeling bad for him, tells him he was always her favorite of Mike's friends and dances with him. Joyce and Hopper share a smoke outside. He promises her that dealing with Bob's death will get easier every day and puts his arm around her. As Every Breath You Take plays, Eleven enters the dance wearing Hopper's bracelet made from Sarah's hairband around her wrist. Mike invites her to dance, and agrees when she says she does not know how. She accepts when he asks if she wants to figure it out with him. As the boys dance with their respective partners, the camera flips into the Upside Down, where red lightning illuminates the Mind Flayer, looming above Hawkins' middle. Chapter 1. In 1984, two scientists power up a large cannon-like machine as a group of government officials watch. The machine shoots a beam of electricity into a wall, starting to open up a gate until it malfunctions and explodes, melting the scientists near it. The general in attendance has the lead scientist killed by a large man for his failure, and orders the second scientist, in Russian, to complete the machine within a year. The general and large man leave by helicopter, revealing their location to be Russia. On June 28, 1985, Eleven and Mike Wheeler make out on her bed, interrupted by an annoyed Jim Hopper, Eleven having violated his 3-inch minimum rule of keeping her door open. Mike promises to see her tomorrow and bikes late to the newly opened Starcourt Mall, meeting up with Lucas Sinclair, Max Mayfield, and Will Byers. They go to Steve Harrington's new place of employment at an ice cream shop and he sneaks them into the movie theater through a back door so they can watch Day of the Dead for free. The power in the mall and surrounding areas cuts out, and across town at an abandoned steel mill, the dust particles start to swirl as a cloud of black smoke forms and begins chasing the rats nearby. The power comes back on and the skin on the back of Will's neck flares up, which he recognizes as a sign of the Mind Flayer's presence. He assures Mike that nothing is wrong when he asks. Nancy Wheeler and Jonathan Byers wake up in his bed together to find his clock reset during the power outage, and they hurry to their jobs at the Hawkins post. Joyce Byers notices the magnets on her fridge have fallen, and looks at Will's drawing of Bob Newby before hanging it back up. Dustin Henderson returns from a month-long science camp to seemingly no reception. 11 manipulates his toys into leading him to his living room where his friends wait to surprise him, but they scare him into spraying Lucas in the eyes with his hairspray. At the Hawkins community pool, Karen Wheeler and her fellow mothers ogle Billy Hargrove, now working a lifeguard job, and he compliments Karen as he passes. Hopper visits Joyce at work to complain about 11 and Mike's interactions with him and decides to break them up, but Joyce instead encourages him to talk to them like adults, and tells him that for it to work, he must stay calm when talking to them no matter what. Nancy delivers food to the Hawkins Post workers and suggests to the all-male writers that they run a story on them all out-competing local businesses, but is laughed off. Dustin shows his most complicated camp invention to his friends, a powerful radio tower dubbed Cerebro. He claims its primary purpose is to talk to his long-distance girlfriend Susie, this revelation shocking his friends, and they leave to go set it up and talk to her. Steve, forced to work at the ice cream shop by his father after not getting into college, fails to secure a date with a female customer, and this is tallied by his sarcastic co-worker Robin Buckley on a board that tracks his repeated, failed attempts at flirtation. He removes the company outfit's hat and tries again to flirt, failing again. Hopper writes a speech for Mike and 11 with Joyce's help, and he asks her out on a date, which she politely declines. The kids hike up a hill to establish the strongest signal possible, and Mike and 11 leave together so he can get her home in time, which the boys observe is a lie while Max finds it cute. Will's neck flares again and dozens of rats run by him, hundreds converging on the mill. They scamper down to the basement where they convulse and explode into blobs of fleshy goo. Billy stares at Karen while she swims and stops her when she gets out, inviting her to take swimming lessons with him at a nearby motel that night, and she accepts despite being flustered. Joyce eats at home alone while watching Cheers and remembers watching it with Bob. The magnets on her fridge fall again. Cleaning the office after hours, Nancy gets a call from a woman named Doris Driscoll about a story involving disease and rats. Mike and 11 again make out on her bed and Hopper calmly asks to enter, giving them time to pretend like they were not kissing before coming in. He tries to read to them his prepared speech but is interrupted by Mike's sarcastic remarks. Irate, he abruptly claims he got a call from Karen telling Mike to come home as his grandmother is sick and takes Mike to his police cruiser. Inside, he prepares to give Mike an angrier, less considerate version of his speech and that he will possibly continue to allow you to date my daughter by the end, and drives off. Susie does not answer Dustin's calls, leading Lucas and Max to conclude she does not exist. The kids leave Dustin alone and a voice speaking Russian sounds through the radio, repeatedly reading the message the silver cat feeds when blue meets yellow in the west. A trip to China sounds nice if you tread lightly. The week is long. The scientist from the opening walks through the base where the message is being broadcast from and watches something being built, which one of his co-workers refers to as beautiful. Karen prepares for her encounter with Billy by dressing up and removing her wedding ring. She looks at a snoring Ted Wheeler curled up with their daughter Holly and reconsiders. As Billy drives while he practices lines to use on Karen, something smashes the windshield of his car and sends him careening into the side of the mill. As he finds a strange liquid on the windshield, a fleshy tendril drags him by his ankle into the basement. Chapter 2. Billy Hargrove flees from the basement of Brimburn Steel Works after being attacked and drives to the nearest phone booth. He calls the police but remembers the fleshy tendril that took him attaching itself to his mouth. The light begins to flicker, and he suddenly flashes into the Upside Down. A shadowy group of people approach, and he shouts at them, asking them what they want. One figure walks up to him, and he sees it is a cleaner, uninjured version of himself. 11 calls Mike Wheeler to tell him that he's 15 minutes late in coming to get her, and he repeats Chief Jim Hopper's lie about his sick grandmother. However, Hopper told her that it was a false alarm and Mike's grandmother was fine. Mike tells her that the situation has changed and that his grandmother's sickness wasn't a false alarm like they thought it was. In fact, she might die. 11 asks Mike if he's lying and Mike vehemently denies it, saying friends don't lie. Hopper observes this call and is gleeful because he knows his message got through to Mike. After 11 hangs up the phone, walks into her room and slams the door behind her, Hopper leaves and drives into town overjoyed. He turns up at Joyce Byers' work Melville's General Store claiming he successfully talked to Mike and 11 and convinces her to have dinner with him. He gets a call from Officer Calvin Powell, needing him to deal with the people outside City Hall protesting Starcourt Mall's overtaking of local businesses. As he leaves, a set of fridge magnets fall to the floor and do not stick when put back up, perplexing Joyce. At the Hawkins Post, Nancy Wheeler is taunted by her obnoxious superior Bruce Lowe before serving coffee to boss Tom Holloway. She asks for lunch off for lady medical reasons but is actually taking Jonathan Byers to investigate the story given to her by Mrs. Doris Driscoll. Jonathan warns her that they will be fired if things do not work out, but she insists the quality of the story will make up for it. Steve Harrington and Dustin Henderson ecstatically reunite at the ice cream parlor Scoops Ahoy, where Dustin fills him in on his new girlfriend. He tells Steve about the Russian message he recorded, and how they could be considered heroes if they decode it. He asks Steve to help him translate it. Eleven approaches Max Mayfield with worries that Mike is lying to her, which Max confirms. She tells Eleven to freeze Mike out until he apologizes, and to dump him otherwise. At the same time, Mike vents his worries to Lucas Sinclair, telling him that Hopper threatened him. Lucas takes Mike to Starcourt to help make things up to Eleven, while Max takes her there to have fun. At the Hawkins community pool, the mothers express annoyance over the pretty lifeguard Heather Holloway, while Karen Wheeler notices an exceptionally sweaty Billy coming in and privately apologizes to him for standing him up. Unable to go through with it because of her family, Billy has an intense vision of attacking her, but instead keeps his back to her and remains silent. He tells her to stay away from him and leaves, the heat and light disorienting him when he walks outside to get in the lifeguard chair. As Erica Sinclair annoys Robin Buckley by taking an inordinate amount of free samples, Steve and Dustin attempt to make headway on a code. Having only written out the Russian alphabet translated to English, Steve recognizes the music at the end of the recording from somewhere, but not much else. Robin comes in, ordering Steve to work, and offers to translate the Russian herself, as she is fluent in 4 languages. Having heard everything because of how loud they were talking, Nancy and Jonathan meet Driscoll, an elderly woman who lives on her own. She shows them bags of fertilizer in her basement torn open and eaten, blaming it on rabid rats. Nancy is skeptical until Driscoll shows them one of the rats she caught. Hopper waits outside Mayor Larry Klein's office to talk with him as a large man dressed in motorcycle gear exits. Klein explains to Hopper that the protesters have not obtained a permit to protest, and as such, he tells Hopper to clear them out. Hopper warns him that suppressing the protest would hurt his chances for re-election, but Klein insists the 4th of July fun fair he has planned will sway them back. Eleven and Max arrive at Starcourt. Eleven expresses anxiety at breaking Hopper's rules by being around so many people, but Max encourages her to let go of her fears and enjoy herself. As they go shopping, Mike, Lucas, and a reluctant Will Byers shop for an apology gift for Eleven. Jonathan attempts to photograph the frantically running rat while Nancy calls local farms for information about rabid rats. Finding nothing, the rat stops running and starts convulsing, but Nancy drags Jonathan away before he can investigate. As he leaves, the lights flicker and it explodes into flesh, which oozes through the bars of its cage and scampers away. As Billy watches over the pool, he remembers the vision of himself telling him to build what you see. The heat gets to him, and he stumbles into the showers, the veins on his left arm blackening under the water. A vision of the mind flayer causes him increased distress, and when Heather approaches to check on him, he hallucinates her instructing him to take me to him and attacks her. As Max helps Eleven get a new look, Mike and Lucas find no luck and reject Will's request to give up and play Dungeons & Dragons. Robin and Dustin translate the first sentence of the Russian code. The week is long. Steve serves ice cream to Eleven and Max, who flee laughing when Steve asks if Eleven is allowed to be out. They encounter the boys outside the mall, and Eleven confronts Mike over lying to her and dumps him, shocking all of the boys and delighting Max. Hopper gets a new shirt for his dinner with Joyce, but she stands him up. She is busy with Mr. Scott Clark, having gone to him to figure out the problem with the town's magnets. He explains there must be an electromagnetic field in Hawkins, but it would take an immeasurable amount of energy to sustain. Dustin, Steve and Robin have so far translated The Week is Long. The silver cat feeds when blue meets yellow in the West. As Dustin and Robin take a liking to each other's discovery-minded personalities, Steve passes by a mechanical horse after closing up shop and realizes the music coming from it is the music he heard on the tape, confirming that the message came from the mall itself. Annoyed at being stood up, Hopper gets drunk on the restaurant's wine and bumps into the same man from Klein's office on the way out, revealed to be the man who had killed the Russian scientist the previous year. Billy drives to the mill and removes a tied-up and unconscious Heather from his trunk. He takes her to the basement and ungags her, telling her to stay very still. Something growls and approaches her, and she screams while Billy watches. Chapter 3. Eleven and Max Mayfield hang out in Eleven's bedroom, where she expresses mild regret about breaking up with Mike Wheeler. Max assures her that Mike will come to her begging for forgiveness soon enough, and they decide to use Eleven's powers to spy on him. Eleven enters the void to see him and Lucas Sinclair discussing the situation with the boardwalk buyers nearby. Lucas insists that he did nothing wrong, claiming women act on emotion and not logic, and the two again reject Will's request to ignore the girls and play Dungeons Dragons. Jim Hopper returns drunk, happy to learn that Mike is not there, and he no longer has to worry about keeping the door open. They decide from a list of names to spy on Billy Hargrove next, and she sees him taking Heather Holloway to the basement of the Brimburn Steel Works. Billy senses her presence and she snaps back to reality, terrified. Mike and Lucas awaken to Will and his Will the Wise Dungeons Dragons character declaring a day of free of girls for them to play a campaign. Hopper sobers up and finds a note from Eleven saying she and Max left early, and Joyce Byers turns up to tell him about her findings. He is more annoyed with being stood up and that she spent the night with Scott Clark instead of him. He only stops when Joyce asks if it could be Hawkins National Laboratory starting up again, and he agrees to go, if only to prove her wrong. As he gets dressed, Hopper claims she invented the magnet connection to get out of the date. Max and Eleven walk to a house where she awkwardly tries to explain why a girl would be screaming for a good reason, in reference to sex, before they arrive. Finding Billy not there, they check his room and find his bath full of melted ice and a bloody lifeguard pouch and whistle in the bathroom trash. Nancy Wheeler presents Jonathan Byers pictures of the crazed rat to the journalists at the Hawkins Post, explaining that people all over Hawkins have reported rats eating their chemical products. They laugh her off. As Robin Buckley continues to translate the Russian code at work, Erica Sinclair interrupts her to get more free samples. Steve Harrington and Dustin Henderson stake out the mall for suspicious characters, and Dustin suggests Steve ask out Robin, which he is opposed to. Mike and Lucas unenthusiastically participate in the campaign until the phone rings, thinking it may be the girls. Fed up, Mike and Lucas kill themselves in the game, to Will's chagrin. Mike stops him in his garage, and Will claims he is ruining their group because of his obsession with Eleven. Mike tells him it's not my fault you don't like girls and asks him if he really thought they were never going to mature. Will bikes off in the rain. Eleven and Max visit the pool and has a pool worker identify the items they found as Heather's, who is off duty. Eleven steals a picture of Heather off the employee board and she and Max sneak into the showers, where she enters the void in an attempt to find her. She enters a house with a red door and finds Heather submerged in an ice bath. She rises up and begs Eleven to help her before falling through the floor, seemingly floating down through a body of water. Hopper and Joyce break into the long-abandoned lab. As Hopper looks around, Joyce stares forlornly at the spot where Bob Newby died. As they walk past a dead security camera, their presence seems to activate it. Steve and Dustin follow a suspicious man, but he turns out to just be a jazzercise instructor. Robin completes the code with a trip to China sounds nice if you tread lightly. Unable to figure out what it means, a Starcourt Mall worker arrives to give her a shipment of ice cream, and she notices he works for Lynx Transportation, the logo of which features the silver lynx. She realizes a trip to China references a Chinese food restaurant in the mall. If you tread lightly refers to a shoe store, and blue and yellow are the blue and yellow hands of a massive clock in the mall, the hands meeting in the west at 9:45. She triumphantly tells Steve and Dustin that she cracked the code. As Bruce Lowe continues to taunt Nancy, she tells Jonathan they should catch the secret caught by Doris Driscoll for proof that the story is legitimate. Jonathan expresses concern over their jobs, but she convinces him to go regardless. Joyce and Hopper check the side of the gate, finding it sealed up. Joyce and Hopper both express continued feelings of paranoia from the events of the past 2 years, and Hopper promises that he is keeping a close eye on things, wanting her to feel safe in Hawkins, knowing she is trying to sell her house. Hopper empathizes, remembering how he moved away when his daughter died, but he assures her that she has people who understand and care for her. The moment is interrupted by a noise from somewhere in the lab, and Hopper goes to investigate. Mike and Lucas look for Will at his house, who is out at Castle Byers. He looks through old photographs of the boys playing Dungeons Dragons and dressing up as Ghostbusters for Halloween, tearfully declaring it's stupid and tearing the fort apart. Jonathan and Nancy find Driscoll eating fertilizer in her basement. Dustin, Steve and Robin observe Lynx Transportation's loading dock at 9:45 from the rooftop and observe the Chinese restaurant and shoe store boxes are being loaded into a guarded room. A Russian-speaking guard hears them and sweeps the roof armed as they hurry away. Hopper is attacked and easily defeated by the man from Larry Klein's office. Joyce finds him dazed and watches the man drive away on a motorcycle. Eleven and Max visit Heather's house, noticing it has a red door, only to find her parents, and Billy having a civilized dinner. Billy casually and politely introduces Max as his sister. When Max asks why Heather did not come to work, Billy explains she was feeling unwell. They leave as Billy watches, somehow recognizing Eleven as the one who closed the gate. The skin on the back of Will's neck flares up again as Mike and Lucas find him, and he tells them he's back. Heather's mother passes out and her father collapses, Billy having drugged them. Heather promises her father it will all be over soon and subdues him with chloroform. Chapter 4. As Eleven brushes her teeth at Max Mayfield's house, she mulls over her ominous visions of and encounters with Billy Hargrove and Heather Holloway. Max assures her that everything is alright, despite Eleven's confusion over their behavior. As Max shows her a Wonder Woman comic, a hysterical Doris Driscoll is restrained by paramedics while Nancy Wheeler and Jonathan Byers watch. She continues to insist that she has to go back and desperately reaches for the Brimburn Steel Works as the ambulance drives by it. Tom and Janet Holloway awaken tied up in the basement of the mill. Heather and Billy ungag them. Heather tells her father that there's no stopping it, and Billy tells them not to move. They leave as the Mind Flayer, now in physical form, attaches tendrils to the Holloways' faces. Jim Hopper awakens in his cabin being tended to by Joyce Byers, recuperating from the injuries inflicted upon him by the Russian. The two theorize about his origins and motive, and Joyce reveals she wrote down the man's license plate, but only half of it is accurate. Joyce mentions he was driving a motorcycle, and Hopper remembers a man in motorcycle gear emerging from Larry Klein's office. Max ignores Lucas Sinclair's frantic radio calls until Mike Wheeler calls her house phone and tells her to meet them at his place. Lucas tries to contact Dustin Henderson, who is busy staking out Lynx Transportation's covert operations. He formulates a plan with Steve Harrington and Robin Buckley to get inside their shipping room. Steve offers to fight the armed guard, but Dustin reminds him of his poor track record of losing fights. Robin gets an idea and grabs cash from the tip jar, running off. At the Hawkins post, an exceptionally angry and sweaty Tom berates Nancy and Jonathan for disobeying his orders and encouraging Driscoll, who turns out to be a paranoid schizophrenic. Under threat of a lawsuit from her family, he fires them both. The kids converge and Will Byers explains his recent premonitions of the Mind Flayer's return. Eleven insists she closed the gate, but Will remembers the piece of the creature that exited him and theorizes that Eleven locked it in their world with them. He realizes it would want a new host, and the group agrees to find out who. Hopper tries to get answers out of Klein about the man who attacked him and threatens to expose his corruptions, but Klein reminds him that he knows of Hopper's previous illegal pill usage. Hopper beats Klein and threatens to cut off his finger until he explains he is working with the man who works for the owners of Starcourt Mall. Klein raised property taxes to allow Starcourt to outcompete local businesses. Klein tells him the records of these dealings are at his mansion, but warns him the Starcourt people are extremely dangerous. Hopper drags Klein out with Joyce in tow. Driving home, Nancy rants about the strange nature of their firing, but Jonathan insists she is convincing herself she is in the right. He berates her for devaluing the importance of his job, as she lives in a wealthy family while he does not. She fires back that he does not understand how humiliating her job was, and they both conclude that they do not understand each other anymore. Nancy returns home in tears. Robin returns with Starcourt blueprints, which shows air ducts that lead from the ice cream parlor to the shipping room. The three are initially excited, but realize none of them can fit in the vents. Erica Sinclair arrives demanding more free samples, and Robin looks at her and gets an idea. The kids observe Billy at the pool, who has covered the unshaded parts of his body. Mike remembers the Mind Flayer's avoidance of heat, and Will explains that the Mind Flayer is keeping Billy dormant until it needs him. Deciding they cannot risk him activating and attacking more people, the boys head into the locker room and formulate a plan to trap Billy in the pool sauna after hours. Erica checks the vents, confirming she is able to fit but demanding compensation. The group bribes her with free ice cream for life at her request, and she agrees to cooperate. Klein shows Joyce and Hopper the financial records and again warns them that the Starcourt men are dangerous. Joyce notices a correlation with the bought properties, They are all close to the power plant. Hopper finds Klein trying to escape through his window and handcuffs him to his bed. When his wife later comes home, he shouts at her to bring him a phone. Karen Wheeler listens to Nancy explain what happened, and tells Nancy she understands why she did not want to be wrong, because then she will be perceived as what most people already see her as. Nancy insists she gets her determination from her mother, and Karen tells her she is proud of her and that she should finish the story. The kids prepare to trap Billy. Lucas tries to talk to Will about the previous day, but Will brushes him off, while Mike explains Hopper's interference in their relationship to Eleven in hopes of making up with her. Eleven muses that Hopper may be right that they are spending too much time together and quotes something Mike said while she spied on him in the void, shocking him. Max keeps watch over Billy, hoping he is not the host. Erica crawls through the vents of Starcourt and opens the Lynx transportation door, and her group comes down from the roof to join her. Mike lures Billy to the sauna using his voice and a CPR dummy, and Eleven stuns him by throwing him against the wall. The kids lock the door with a pipe and chain. Billy and Max lock eyes for a moment and he silently pleads with her, and Max orders the group to turn the sauna on, which they do. Nancy sneaks into Driscoll's hospital room and looks at her medical chart, finding something that catches her attention. Driscoll's heart rate suddenly spikes and she begins breathing heavily, implied to be a result of Billy's predicament. The Starcourt group extracts a green liquid in a canister from the marked boxes. Before they can examine it, the room shudders, and when they attempt to operate the control panel to open the door, it plunges downwards, revealing it to be an elevator. Billy aggressively demands to be let out as the sauna reaches maximum temperature. He begins to weep, apologizing to Max for the things he has done and insisting that the giant shadow made him do them. As Max tries to comfort Billy through the door, he subtly grabs a piece of broken tile and the skin on the back of Will's neck flares up. Mike screams for her to get away from the door just as Billy shatters the glass on it, trying to stab her. He removes the pipe blocking the door and Lucas shoots him in the head with his wrist rocket. The lights start to flicker and Billy's veins blacken, and the lights in the hospital and Driscoll do the same. Billy breaks open the door and Eleven pins him to the wall with a barbell. He overpowers her and begins to strangle her until Mike attacks him with the pipe, breaking his concentration long enough for Eleven to throw him through the wall. Mike briefly holds her, and the kids watch in astonishment as Billy runs away. In the basement of the mill, Billy confirms to Heather that the girl was the one who attacked and nearly killed him, and his identity as the Mind Flayer's host is now compromised. Heather calmly tells him that Eleven cannot kill all of them, revealing a dozen people standing before the Mind Flayer. Chapter 5, The Elevator carrying Steve Harrington, Robin Buckley, Dustin Henderson and Erica Sinclair below Starcourt Mall lands and will not go back up or open. As Robin concludes that they need a key card to operate it, Erica warns them she needs to be home for a family event the next day or her mother will come looking for her. Steve and Dustin try to climb out, but find the elevator is deep underground. Jim Hopper and Joy Spires arrive at the abandoned Hess farm to look for strange activity, and they find the lights glowing and a hidden bunker under the bed. They find two Russians working on a machine and Hopper holds them at gunpoint until Joyce hears footsteps from upstairs. Grigory enters the bunker with an assault rifle to find the Russians tied up, and Hopper holds him at gunpoint. He taunts Hopper in English, claiming he will not shoot him because cops have rules, and the two fight each other until Hopper gets the upper hand, frees one of the scientists, the man in charge of the operation under Starcourt, and flees with Joyce as Grigory shoots after them. Jonathan Byers is awakened to a call from Nancy Wheeler, asking to talk to Will after the incident with Doris Driscoll. As Hopper tries to fix his car's damaged engine out in the woods, Joyce explains her magnet predicament to the handcuffed scientist, identifying himself as Alexei, who partially understands her explanation until Hopper tells them to quiet down. Annoyed with their talking, he tries to start the car despite Alexei's warnings, and it explodes. The trio walk through the woods as Joyce and Hopper argue over his plan to take Alexei to Murray Bauman. Eleven watches them from the void, relaying to her friends that they are going to Illinois. As Max Mayfield examines the bruise Billy Hargrove left on Eleven's throat, Mike Wheeler, Lucas Sinclair and Will agree that they have to focus on stopping the Mind Flayer instead of Billy. Mike notes that the girls have been in the bathroom for a long time, theorizing that they are conspiring against him, which they hear and laugh at. Nancy and Jonathan arrive at the basement to talk to the kids. Dustin radios for help to no avail as Steve joins him on top of the elevator to urinate. Dustin again suggests Robin as a possible girlfriend for him, which he rejects. Erica tries to open a canister of green liquid, and she and Robin argue over whether or not it is drinkable. Robin hears a cart approach and the group hides on top of the car, watching Russians unload the boxes. Steve uses the canister to prop open the door as it closes and they slip under it, the canister cracking under the door's pressure and melting the floor. They begin to walk down the long hallway ahead of them. The teens and kids swap their reports of the recent days, and they discover their time of the Sonnet test and Driscoll's episode match. They conclude that Billy and Driscoll, as well as Tom and Heather Holloway, are under the Mind Flayer's control, Mike dubbing them as Flayed. They all get in Nancy's car and drive off. Grigory finds Hopper's exploded car and begins following their tracks. Hopper and Joyce argue over her aborted date again as Alexei flees. Hopper pursues him, only to find he had noticed a nearby 7-Eleven and wanted to go inside. Alexei develops a liking for Slurpees as Joyce and Hopper stock up on food and drink. Hopper notices a car pull up outside and fabricates a story of him and Joyce being detectives and Alexei a serial killer, commandeering the car with his authority. The group in the Russian base debate over what its purpose is, and Dustin and Steve privately theorize it could have to do with the gate. Dustin's Supercom picks up the Russian code and they realize they are close to the broadcast point, hoping to send insos to the surface when they get there. The kids find Heather's house empty and Eleven opens the door with her powers. Inside, they find a dozen chemical cans sitting on the table. They realize the Flayed are using the chemicals to make a substance inside themselves, and Nancy finds signs of a struggle and deduces Tom was attacked, dragged to his garage, and driven somewhere. She concludes the Mind Flayer is operating from a specific location, remembering Driscoll's insistence on going back somewhere. Mike concludes that they should let Driscoll return to the source to find it. Grigory tracks the adults to the 7-Eleven, where he notices the man whose car was stolen complaining to the police. He interrogates the worker there and gets the car's plates and description. The adults meet up with Bauman, who keeps Alexei held at gunpoint while he searches him with a metal detector. When he refers to Joyce and Hopper's arguing as a lover's quarrel, she shouts at him until he concedes to help. The base group make it to the heart of the area, swarming with guards and scientists. Erica notices the comms room, and they sneak in only to be confronted by the man broadcasting the code. Robin awkwardly tries to calm him by conversing with him in limited Russian, and Steve attacks and defeats him when he tries to draw his gun. They notice blue light coming from another room and watch as the Russians use their machine to hold the gate open. At the hospital, Nancy and Jonathan go to see Driscoll together, and they reconcile over their argument on the way up. Eleven silently helps Mike unstick a vending machine, which Lucas notes as his opening and pushes him to talk to her. Mike compliments her new look. Jonathan and Nancy find Driscoll gone as the lights start to flicker and are confronted by Tom, who Jonathan hits with the vase. Bruce Lowe, also Flayed, waits for them outside, having also felt the hit. They flee past several dead bodies and lock themselves in an operating room. Bruce incapacitates Jonathan when he breaks in and is stabbed by Nancy, who runs as he chases her. Tom beats and prepares to kill Jonathan until Nancy hits Bruce with a fire extinguisher, affecting Tom with the same blow. Jonathan takes the opportunity to stab him in the throat, and Nancy crushes Bruce's skull. Their bodies dissolve into fleshy mounds that ooze towards each other, and the teens watch as they form a large, fleshy monster that roars at Nancy. Chapter 6. Under Starcourt Mall, Steve Harrington, Dustin Henderson, Robin Buckley and Erica Sinclair watch the Russians holding the gate open before moving to leave. They realize the guard Steve beat up is gone just as alarms start to blare and the guards find them. They are chased through the base and barricade themselves in a room, Dustin and Erica escaping into the ducts while Steve and Robin are captured. At the hospital, the skin on the back of Wilbyre's neck flares up as Nancy Wheeler flees from the monster made of Tom Holloway and Bruce Lowe's bodies. She barricades herself in a room, but it dissolves itself into ooze and slides under the door. Before it can kill her, Eleven arrives and throws it out a window. The group hurries outside to find its remains sliding down a sewer grate, where it rejoins the Mind Flayer. Watching Billy Hargrove tells Heather Holloway it's time. Larry Klein meets with the Russian at the assembling 4th of July fun fair and the Russian berates him for not taking care of Jim Hopper. Klein insults the Russian's abilities and is attacked, being reminded that Hopper is his problem, and that he will be killed the next day if he does not find Hopper. Hopper brings Alexei the meal he requested, but he turns it down when he finds Hopper got him the wrong flavor of Slurpee. Communicating through Murray Bauman, Alexei adamantly refuses to talk, and Hopper throws him outside with the keys to their car and his handcuffs. As Joyce Byers and Bauman stare at him in shock, he explains that Alexei understands the Russian will kill him for presumed betrayal and he therefore has no better options. Hopper turns out to be right despite Alexei unlocking himself and getting in the car, and Alexei agrees to talk. Dustin explains to Erica the events of the past 2 years and why the gate being reopened is so dangerous. Erica accepts everything, save for the idea that Lucas would be competent enough to save the world. As Erica does the math on how long it will take them to walk back to the elevator, Dustin smugly proclaims her a nerd, which she attempts to deny. Steve is violently interrogated by a Russian colonel, who does not believe his story of accidentally ending up in the base. After being brutally tortured, an unconscious Steve and Robin get dragged to an interrogation room where they are tied up together. At the cabin, Eleven searches for the Flayed in the void. Mike Wheeler expresses anxiety at her being under for so long and Max Mayfield argues with him about Eleven's limitations. Nancy calls the places that complained about rats to see if any more of their chemicals have gone missing, but finds nothing. Mike and Max's argument grows, she and Eleven spying on the boys coming up, to Lucas' horror, climaxing when Mike blurts out that he dislikes the plan because it puts Eleven in danger, and he loves her and cannot bear to lose her again. Eleven emerges a moment later, having missed the conversation and informing the group she has found Billy Hargrove. Alexei identifies the Russian machine as the key, and the properties bought up by the Russians are located near transformers used to steal electricity. The Russians are in Hawkins specifically to harness the power of the gate, which is slowly opening. Joyce hurries to the phone to call the kids, and Alexei notes that 2 people are needed to shut the machine down and that the base holding it is impenetrable. Dustin and Erica pop out in a room full of canisters of the green liquid and steal a Russian loading car. Erica notices a cage large enough to hold a Demigur gun and steals a cattle prod. Steve groggily awakens, and he and Robin try to shimmy over to a nearby table to cut their ropes. They fall over on their sides. Robin laughs at the absurdity of the situation, reminiscing about how she shared a history class and was obsessed with Steve, and he was not even aware that she existed. The Russians arrive with a doctor, Zarkov, who injects them with a truth serum. Eleven finds Billy sitting alone in his room, and they conclude it is a trap to lure them. Eleven remembers seeing her mother's memories and realizes she can do the same with Billy to find the Mind Flayer's source. Eleven assures Mike she will be safe and enters the void. Billy shows her the townsfolk's possessions and the Mind Flayer with a physical form before she falls into a memory of a young Billy on a beach in California with his mother. A storm flashing red lightning rolls in and Eleven walks towards it. Hopper calls the men from Hawkins National Laboratory warning them about the Russians and telling them to contact Sam Owens for backup, giving them Bauman's number at the end, which horrifies him. Annoyed at Hopper's lack of urgency, Joyce calls back and intimidates Hopper's contact into moving things along, before ordering the adults back to Hawkins. The truth serum is botched and only gets Steve and Robin high, but she confesses to finding the code when Zarkov almost removes Steve's fingernail. Steve taunts the colonel, revealing Dustin's name in the process, and Dustin himself distracts the guards by dropping the green fluid through the floor, damaging several layers of wiring. He and Erica burst in and electrocute Zarkov to death, freeing Steve and Robin. In the storm, Eleven sees memories of Neil Hargrove berating Billy for his weaknesses and abusing his wife, causing her to leave him and Billy. A now teenaged Billy beats up other children and is introduced to a young Max. Eleven hears Billy shouting in the storm and stumbles upon Brimburn Steel Works in the eye of the storm, which she relays to her friends. She leaves the void to find the cabin empty, and the lights flicker as the Mind Flayer appears to her in Billy's body, revealing she is still in the void. As he tells her that he can now see her, the Flayed, now made up of dozens of people, activate amid the 4th of July celebrations and converge on the mill. The Mind Flayer tells Eleven that she let it in, and now she must let it stay. He tells her that he has been building something for her, and that they are going to end it, which includes her and everyone she loves. She throws him away and exits the void for good, breaking down in Mike's arms. The Flayed descend to the mill's basement, where they melt into flesh and add themselves to the Mind Flayer's body. Now fully formed, it bursts out of the basement and roars. Chapter 7. On the 4th of July, Larry Klein gives an excited speech at the Hawkins Fun Fair while Ted, Karen and Holly Wheeler go up on the Ferris wheel to watch the fireworks. As the fireworks begin, Holly notices something moving in the trees out towards the woods. Eleven explains to her friends what the Mind Flayer told her and they hear a distant roar. Nancy Wheeler realizes the Mind Flayer remembers the cabin as Will Byers' neck flares up, and the group hurries outside to see it thundering towards them from a distance. Dustin Henderson and Erica Sinclair drive a drugged Steve Harrington and Robin Buckley through the Russian base as the latter two, still high on the truth serum, argue over the naming of the Indy 500. They take the elevator back up, which Steve and Robin find deeply engaging, and Steve realizes the Russians took his car keys, leaving them with no easy way out of Starcourt Mall. As they emerge from the elevator, the armed guards spot and chase them, causing them to flee into the mall. Nancy arms herself with a shotgun and Jonathan Byers with an axe, and the kids barricade the cabin before they group up inside and wait for the Mind Flayer to arrive. The cabin shakes and goes still for a moment before a tendril bursts through a window, targeting Eleven until Jonathan strikes it with the axe. It disarms and attacks him until Nancy unloads on it with the shotgun, stunning it long enough for Eleven to tear it apart. Two more tendrils follow it, and Eleven struggles to hold them both at bay. She tears them apart as well, and the Mind Flayer itself destroys the roof, a tendril coming straight from its mouth wrapping around Eleven's ankle. Mike Wheeler grabs her, followed by the rest of her friends as they try to keep her with them. Nancy shoots it while Lucas Sinclair severs the tendril with the axe. The piece of tendril left embeds itself in her leg and Mike rips it out, and it scuttles out the window to rejoin the body. Eleven tears its head in half and the group flees in Nancy's car. Dustin hides the group in a densely packed premiere of Back to the Future and orders Erica to keep watch over the still drugged teens before going to find a ride out of the mall. On their way back into Indiana, Alexei explains to Murray Bauman that the key can only be turned off by two keys in a safe, the code being a famous number known as Planck's constant, which Bauman relays to Jim Hopper and Joyce Byers. Annoyed with their arguing over whether or not the kids are safe, Bauman tells them to cut the constant shouting and admit their sexual attraction to each other. Bauman again psychoanalyzes the two easily and tells them to either quit arguing or finally have sex. When Alexei asks what he said, he tells him, "I told them they should have sex," leaving Alexei shocked that they had not already as they arrive back in Hawkins. The kids break into Bradley's Big Buy to find medical supplies for Eleven's leg wound. Max Mayfield takes over cleaning it and instructs everyone to split up and get her supplies. Nancy correctly guesses to Jonathan that the Mind Flayer's physical form is made of the dissolved bodies of the flayed, and Lucas finds fireworks that he hopes to use against the Mind Flayer. Mike apologizes to Eleven for his possessive behavior, happy that she and Max are friends. He tries to explain the term "love makes you crazy" while leaving the love out, but is interrupted by Dustin calling him on his supercom. Dustin tries to communicate his need for transportation, but the batteries on his radio die. As he asks Erica for some, he notices Steve and Robin have run off. Outside the theater, Robin tries to explain the logistics of Marty McFly being the same age as his mother to Steve, and they become distracted by the lights on the mall ceiling, their intense pattern causing the two to run to the restroom and vomit. Hopper and Joyce look for the kids at the fair and walk past Klein, who hurries to call the Russians. Mike, Lucas and Max argue over Lucas' love of new coke while Eleven locates Dustin using the void. As the group leaves to go get him, the blood removed from Eleven's leg begins to move. The drugs wearing off, Robin asks Steve if he has ever been in love, and he admits he was with Nancy. He states that he is no longer in love with her and has moved on, confessing to Robin that he has developed feelings for her, which she responds to with a distressed look and silence. Steve joins her in her stall and asks what her thoughts are, and she tells him the drugs are clouding his mind and she has things about her that Steve would be repulsed by. When he insists that he is thinking clearly, she reminds him of telling him about her obsession with him, not stemming from a crush, but from the fact that he was so emotionally unappealing and yet a student in their class named Tammy Thompson still was infatuated with him. Steve realizes Tammy is a girl and Robin is coming out to him as a lesbian, and immediately starts cracking jokes about her apparent poor taste in women, causing them both to laugh as Dustin and Erica find them. Billy Hargrove enters the supermarket and dips his fingers in the living blood, using it to track Eleven. Alexei warns Bauman to avoid the key when it explodes and asks for American citizenship if the plan works. Bauman decides to take him to the fair, where Alexei is enamored by the food and games. Hopper and Joyce see the Wheelers getting on a centrifuge ride and follow them in, unable to get the kids' location out of them. The ride starts without warning and Hopper and Joyce instinctively hold hands. The Starcourt group tries to blend into the crowd as the film ends, but realize the Russian guards are individually searching people at the exits and flee from them when noticed. Alexei wins a prize at a dart throwing game and goes to show Bauman, but the Russian emerges from the crowd in front of him and uses the fare's noise and silencer on his pistol to shoot Alexei in the chest, calling him a traitor in Russian as he passes. A horrified Bauman drags Alexei aside and gives him his shirt to put pressure on the wound with. As he locates and frantically shouts at Hopper and Joyce, the former notices the Russian and several goons moving in on them and gives Joyce his keys, telling her to find Bauman and pull the car around the back of the fare before fleeing into a funhouse. Joyce regroups with Bauman to find Alexei dead and she punches Klein as they leave. Hopper beats one goon and takes his gun and radio, and the Russian follows him into the mirror maze. Hopper gets the jump on him and shoots him several times before fleeing as the other goons arrive, the Russian saved by his bulletproof vest. Hopper exits the funhouse to find his car waiting for him, and the three drive off. Murray overhears a message on the Russians' radio that they have found the children in the mall. The guards almost find the Starcourt group, but are killed when the kids arrive and Eleven throws a model car at them. As the two groups reunite and start sharing the events of the past 2 days with each other, Eleven collapses, her leg wound pulsing and seemingly moving. Chapter 8. As Joyce Byers, Murray Bauman and Jim Hopper drive to Starcourt Mall to find the kids, Eleven screams in pain as the piece of the mind flayer in her leg starts to move. Jonathan Byers grabs a knife from a nearby restaurant to cut open her wound with. Unable to take the pain of him trying to pull it out of her leg, Eleven rips the piece out with her powers, and an arriving Hopper smashes it under his boot. The kids who fought the mind flayer update the adults in the Starcourt group on recent events, and they agree they need to close the gate again to kill it. Bauman shows the group Alexei's blueprints of the Russian base, but Erica Sinclair sarcastically warns him of the dozens of armed guards down below. Dustin Henderson recommends they use the ventilation ducts and offers to come with them to navigate, and instead offers to use Cerebro to help when Hopper refuses to take him back into the base. Dustin reconciles with Mike Wheeler, Will Byers and Lucas Sinclair over their recent distance from each other, and the Starcourt group takes Hopper's stolen car to Cerebro. Joyce says goodbye to Will and Hopper to Eleven, making her swear she will stay safe. He stops Mike as he leaves, telling him to be careful. As the adults descend into the base, Nancy finds that her car has been tampered with, and the group sees Billy Hargrove has tracked them down and is waiting for them across the parking lot in his car. They hurry back inside. Guards are waiting for the adults as the elevator arrives, and Bauman distracts them with his fluency in Russian, allowing Hopper to gun them down. The car stops on the way up the hill, forcing them to hike the rest of the way. Mike attempts to call them, relaying their emergency of being trapped inside the mall. Jonathan notices the car Model 11 killed the Russians with, and realizes it may have the part they need to get Nancy's car working. 11 attempts to flip it with her mind to no avail. The adults disguise themselves as Russians and Bauman slides into the ducts, guided by Dustin and Erica, who have reached Cerebro. The kids flip the car and Jonathan and Nancy search it while 11 tries and fails to crush a can of New Coke. Will's neck flares up and Max Mayfield sees the mind flayer walking on top of the mall's glass roof. It crashes into the mall just as Jonathan finds the car part. The Russian enters the base as Hopper expresses anxiety over the kids' safety. Joyce reminisces with him over their recent adventure, and expresses doubt when he mentions her plan to move. She invites him to dinner with her at the place he was stood up at should they survive. As Dustin and Erica continue to guide Bauman, Steve Harrington notices the lights at the mall going haywire. Dustin frantically calls the others, only for Mike's supercom to be tossed aside by the mind flayer as the group hides from it. Dustin gives Steve and Robin Buckley his supercom and the teens leave to go rescue the mall group. Max, Mike and 11 try to escape through a back entrance, but the mind flayer hears them and gives chase. Lucas saves them from being caught by distracting it with his wrist rocket, and Lucas, Nancy, Will and Jonathan lure it out of the mall and away from the trio. Bauman arrives at his destination and distracts the Russians by remotely disarming the key. Joyce and Hopper arrive at the safe that holds the shutdown keys, but finds Alexei's code does not work. As Dustin listens to them argue over Planck's constant, the number needed to unlock the safe, he suddenly begins changing stations on Cerebro's controls. As Jonathan tries to start the car and Billy drives towards them at a high speed, Nancy tries to shoot him. Steve saves them by ramming his car into Billy's. The mind flayer follows the group outside, and Steve and Robin flee with the rest. In Salt Lake City, Utah, Dustin's girlfriend Susie receives his call. He asks her about Planck's constant, but not understanding the direness of the situation, she is more concerned with him not calling her for a week. Needing to satisfy her, Dustin reluctantly duets the theme from the Neverending Story with her as his friends listen in, and she gives him the number, which unlocks the safe. Billy stumbles out of his burning car and notices Mike, Max and Eleven trying to leave the mall, chasing them back inside. Realizing Eleven is not with the others, the Mind Flayer turns around and heads back towards Starcourt. Billy corners the kids and Max tries to bring him back to himself with personal details, which fails. He swiftly knocks out the kids and carries Eleven back to the food court. He tells her to try and stay very still, the same thing he told other Flayed before they were turned. The Mind Flayer returns to the mall and prepares to turn Eleven, but is stopped by Lucas fireworks, thrown by the returning kids. The Russian attacks Hopper and Joyce before they can turn the keys, and Hopper fights back, their brawl going outside the safety of the control room and next to the key, where Hopper kills him by throwing him into the machinery. Meanwhile, Max and Mike come to and catch up with Billy and Eleven. To bring Billy back, Eleven reminds him of memories she saw of him with his mother. He sacrifices himself to keep her alive, letting the Mind Flayer impale him with its tendrils. The machine malfunctions because of the Russian's body, trapping Hopper with it as Joyce uses a scrap of cloth to rig the keys and pull them at the same time. She stares desperately at Hopper, and he nods for her to destroy the key. She reluctantly does, closing the gate while squeezing her eyes shut. When she opens them again, Hopper has vanished. The Mind Flayer collapses and dies. Billy apologizes to Max and dies from his injuries. Bauman and a distraught Joyce flee into the ducts as more Russians arrive, and Dustin and Erica watch in awe as military helicopters converge on Hawkins. Sam Owens leads dozens of soldiers into Starcourt, and they rescue Joyce and Bauman. Joyce and will reunite in front of the burning mall, and she weeps when she locks eyes with Eleven, who realizes Hopper is dead. 3 months later, the burning of Starcourt becomes a national sensation, and the deaths of the Flayed are blamed on it, as well as Hopper, who is decorated as a hero. Larry Klein is arrested for his various abuses of power. Steve and Robin gets jobs at a family video store under Keith. The Byers family and Eleven, now living with them, are finishing packing up their things with the help of their friends to move to California. Max and Lucas tease Dustin by incessantly singing the theme from the Neverending Story while Will donates his Dungeons Dragons board, insisting to Mike that he could never join another group's party. Dustin and Lucas give Erica her own board. Jonathan and Nancy tearfully prepare to end their relationship while Eleven again attempts to use her powers. She and Mike make plans to meet at Thanksgiving, and she reveals she heard him say he loves her at the cabin, telling him she loves him too before they kiss. Joyce folds up Hopper's police coat and finds his speech for Eleven and Mike inside, which she gives to Eleven. In the speech, he thanks her for helping him love again and reminisces about the days when it was just them, but acknowledges that she is older and more mature, and finishes by referring to himself as her father and asking her to keep the door open 3 inches. A sobbing Eleven tells Joyce she is ready to leave as she finishes the letter, and the group says goodbye to each other before the Byers family and Eleven drive away. Mike takes one last look at the house before biking off with his friends. In a mid-credit scene at a base in Kamchatka, Russia, a guard is stopped by his co-worker from taking the American out of his cell. They instead take another prisoner out and lock him in a cage, where he is fed to a fully grown Demogorgon. The end. Chapter 1. On September 8, 1979, Dr. Martin Brenner gets up and goes through a morning routine before preparing for work at Hawkins National Laboratory. At the lab, he entered the Rainbow Room, where a number of children were playing. He approached 10, who was playing with a Magic 8 ball, and asked if 10 was ready for more lessons. 10 shook the ball and showed Brenner all signs point to yes. In the hallway, they passed a woman named Dr. Ellis along with another test subject named 6. Brenner and 10 began their experiments. Brenner had 10 use his precognitive abilities to see what Brenner was drawing on his pad. Brenner then asked if they could do something more challenging by seeing what Dr. Ellis and 6 were doing in the other room. 10 sees Dr. Ellis and 6 doing an experiment, but he suddenly begins to hyperventilate, and says that something was wrong as all of a sudden, the lab's alarm goes off. Brenner uses the intercom to ask what was happening. 10 tells him that 6 and Dr. Ellis were dead. Brenner slowly heads to the door of 10's room as he hears screams and impacts outside the door. The door bursts off its hinges and hit Brenner, knocking him unconscious. When Brenner awakes, he's horrified and upset to find 10 dead. As Brenner limps outside, he sees test subjects, security guards and fellow doctors dead and bloodied. In the Rainbow Room, he finds many more dead children. One child is standing in front of the broken mirror, breathing heavily. Brenner angrily asked the test subject what they had done. The child turns around slowly to face Brenner. It's a young 11, whose eyes, nose, and ears are dripping with blood. By March 21, 1986, 5 months after the Byers' departure from Hawkins, the family and 11, who now goes by Jane Hopper publicly, reside in the small town of Lenora Hills, California. 11 writes to her boyfriend, Mike Wheeler, about how she and her newfound family are adjusting to life on the West Coast. Elle has been assigned a school project to make a diorama of a hero, choosing her late father, Jim Hopper, and recreating the cabin they used to live together. Joyce Byers now works from home as a telemarketer selling encyclopedias. Joyce claims to love the freedom, but she is secretly frustrated by how her customers constantly hang up on her. Will Byers has been painting a lot, particularly on a secret piece he won't show anyone. Elle hypothesizes that it's possibly for a girl that he likes, since he's been acting weird. Jonathan Byers has also been acting odd, beginning to smoke smelly plants alongside his new best friend, Argyle, since he's been stressed waiting for his college acceptance letter for Emerson College in Boston, Massachusetts, where Nancy Wheeler, his girlfriend, has been accepted to. Since Jonathan's car has broken down, the Byers trio carpools to school in Argyle's van Server Boy pizza delivery van. Elle continues to say she's doing great in school, making plenty of new friends and doing well in classes. This proves to be false, as she is a victim of bullying from Angela, a popular mean girl, and her boyfriend Jake. Elle concludes her letter by saying she cannot wait to see Mike for their spring break, ending her letter with love, Elle. Back in Hawkins, most of the crew has been preoccupied with events at Hawkins High School. Mike, Dustin Henderson, Lucas Sinclair, and Max Mayfield are now freshmen. Mike, Dustin, and Lucas have joined the school's DD club, the Hellfire Club, which is often under scrutiny due to the rising satanic panic across America. Though Mike and Dustin are endlessly devoted to the club, Lucas has become preoccupied with the school's basketball team. Dustin continues to date Susie Bingham, who uses her hacking skills to change his poor grade in Latin through her computer, despite it going against her religious beliefs. Steve Harrington carpools Robin Buckley to school for the basketball pep rally, discussing their lack of love lives. Steve complains of his struggles to find the right girl for him since most of them don't go past anything sexual. Robin, meanwhile, has become infatuated with a fellow bandmate of hers, Vicky, but is afraid that professing said feelings will result in her being ostracized. Steve tells her she should take her own advice on being confident since it's working great for him, while also telling her that Vicky definitely likes boobies. At school, Max is told by the new guidance counselor, Ms. Kelly, to see her after the pep rally. As Mike, Dustin, and Max sit together, they watch as Lucas trots in alongside the basketball team and their captain, popular jock Jason Carver. Jason gives a eulogy speech for the lives that were lost during the Starcourt Mall's fire, including Heather Holloway, Jim Hopper and Billy Hargrove. He uses it as momentum to inspire his players to win the championship basketball game, which will take place that night. Surprised to hear the game will take place that night, Mike and Dustin attempt to persuade Lucas to join Eddie's campaign, which takes place at the same time. However, Lucas insists that he can't miss the championship game and asks them to tell Eddie to move the campaign to the next night and come to his game instead. Although annoyed with their friend, Mike and Dustin reluctantly agree. In California, Joyce receives a package from Russia and opens it to discover that it contains a doll. Fearing that the KGB might be targeting her for closing the gate, Joyce contacts Murray Bauman and asks for help. Inspecting the doll closer, Joyce finds cracks that have been seemingly glued shut. Murray fears that it may contain a bomb and tells Joyce to smash the doll using rope and a heavy object as a safety precaution. Having successfully smashes the doll outside, Joyce becomes shocked and ecstatic to find a note stating that Hopper is alive. At Lenora Hills High School, 11 is called up to present her visual aid, with Will attempting to be her supporter. A girl next to Will attempts to play footsie with him, but he uncomfortably recoils. Elle's presentation is mocked by Jake and the class, while Angela raises her hand and purposely critiques that the project was about someone historical, and her father being in the local paper didn't count. 11, fighting back tears, said that her father died saving people in a mall fire and was a hero to her, causing the class to become uncomfortable, and Angela, to save face, apologize and say she just wanted clarification for the assignment's rules. After class, Elle leaves in tears as Will fails to comfort her. At woodshop class, Argyle attempts to cheer up a mopey Jonathan since Nancy is unavailable to visit him during their spring break due to her working for the school's newspaper. Meanwhile, Nancy is pestered by her confidant, Fred Benson, on why Jonathan isn't visiting since he has to take care of his family while also waiting for his acceptance letter. Argyle pokes holes in Jonathan's points since getting accepted would put him huge financial debt and is also not what he wants, while Fred pokes holes in Nancy's points since Jonathan isn't very communicative with her. Jonathan and Nancy defend each other, saying that their relationship is perfect and that they love each other. At the end of the day, Elle walks across campus but is tripped by Angela, making her drop her diorama. Will, walking outside, watches in shock as the bullies purposely taunt Elle as they step on her diorama. Elle, enraged, calls out to Angela and screams as she attempts to use her powers, but it fails. Angela and the bullies laugh at how ridiculous she looks as the crowd that circled around her join in. Miss Gracie, Elle's teacher, stops everything and asks Elle if someone ruined her project. Elle lies and says she tripped, but an annoyed Miss Gracie sees Angela and her cronies avoiding eye contact. Miss Gracie then takes Angela to the principal's office, causing Angela to lie and ask Elle to say she wasn't responsible, but Elle is too upset to speak. As the crowd dissolves, Will rushes in and tells Elle they can fix the project, but Elle only sits in tears as she picks up a figure of Hopper that has been broken in half. On her way to the Hawkins school counselor's office, Max notices Chrissy Cunningham leaving the room, seemingly distressed. In her office, Max has been revealed to be suffering from low grades, as a result of changes in her life both familial and mentally. Her stepdad has left her and Max's mother following Billy's death, leaving them with little money. As a result, Susan and Max have moved into the Forest Hills trailer park, where Susan has picked up 2 jobs and has begun to drink heavily. Max, meanwhile, has been suffering from headaches and nightmares featuring Billy's gruesome death. Max, however, refuses to open up to Ms. Kelly about her trauma, saying that she's getting better. Lucas catches Max in the hall afterwards and attempts to help her open up by inviting her to his basketball game. Max states that just because she broke up with him, doesn't mean anything's wrong. He comments on how she doesn't even seem to be present anymore, stating she acts like a ghost. Hurt, Max rejects his offer and coldly tells Lucas that people just change. She enters the girls' restroom and notices a seemingly sick Chrissy in one of the stalls. She offers to help, but Chrissy refuses aid. After Max leaves her alone in the restroom, Chrissy sees a horrific hallucination involving her mother screaming and trying to enter the toilet stall. As she watches, monstrous feet appear under the stall's door. Suddenly, the hallucination ends, and Chrissy runs out of the restroom. In the cafeteria, Mike and Dustin inform Eddie of Lucas' inability to play Dungeons & Dragons that night. They ask him to postpone the game, but Eddie insists the game will be played and tells Mike and Dustin to find a substitute. The pair scouts the high school for a substitute but fail to find one. Dustin realizes that they do not have to restrict their search to the high school, and instead go to Erica at Hawkins Middle School, who agrees to play. Meanwhile, Chrissy walks across the school football field and into the woods behind the school. While walking, Christy sees a grandfather clock seemingly appear within a tree trunk and is horrified when Black Widow spiders pour from the face of the clock. The vision vanishes. However, when Eddie arrives, Chrissy meets with a young drug dealer, and their conversation turns to their history in middle school. Eddie offers to sell Chrissy marijuana, but Chrissy asks for something stronger. At the championship game, Lucas takes notice of Max's absence and is disappointed by the outcome, with Hawkins Tigers gaining score steadily against their opponent. During the game, the team's opponent intentionally injures one of their players, which causes a benched Lucas to replace his position. Fearing they will lose the victory, Jason becomes determined to score them a point but misses the hoop. However, Lucas takes the ball and scores the winning shot during a buzzer beater, securing their team the win. At the same time, Mike, Dustin and Erica arrives for the campaign, with Eddie expressing skepticism regarding Erica's ability to play Dungeons & Dragons but is swayed over by her skills in charm and welcomes her to Hellfire. In the middle of the campaign, the group faces off against Vecna, who is thought to have died from Kaz's killing attempt. They are met with difficulties over the choice of either retreating or standing their ground and fighting. The group ultimately decides on the latter. At the climax of the campaign, Dustin and Erica are the only 2 players left alive, with the group considering retreating option once more, but the 2 players are determined to kill Vecna. Dustin attempts to attack and misses the shot, but Erica successfully vanquished the boss with a critical hit. Both teams relish the joy of winning their respective games. But Lucas takes notice of his sister Erica celebrating their victory with other members of the Hellfire Club and is saddened at this fact. Max is in her trailer with her mother, who is asleep and apparently drunk. Max hears the dog barking for food, gathers the leftovers and goes to his pen to feed him. She sees Eddie and Chrissy going into Eddie's trailer. In the Munson trailer, Eddie searches for a drug known as Special K to sell to Chrissy. While Chrissy is waiting, she hears the distorted chimes of the grandfather clock, and goes to look for Eddie. Chrissy opens a door and sees her mother's distorted image. Chrissy appears to be reliving her traumatic memories and to be in her own home, and not in Eddie's trailer. She sees her father with eyes and mouth sewn shut. Back at the trailer park, Eddie finds the drug, but is surprised to find Chrissy standing motionless and unresponsive, in a trance-like state. The lights start flickering as a panicked Eddie attempts to wake Chrissy up. In her trance, Chrissy is being chased by an unknown entity who beckons for her. She is cornered by the entity. Back in the trailer, Eddie is left to watch in horror as Chrissy's body begins to levitate before slamming up against the ceiling. As her joints bend in horrifying angles, her jaw cracks sideways, and her eyes gouge out, Eddie screams as the episode ends. Chapter 2. In a flashback to July 4, 1985, Jim Hopper survives the Keys explosion by jumping to a lower platform of Starcourt Base, but is captured by Soviet soldiers and sent to a prison camp in Kamchatka. Max Mayfield awakens and takes another Tylenol as the police arrive to investigate Wayne Munson's report of Chrissy Cunningham's mutilated corpse in his and his nephew's trailer. Max catches a glimpse of her body before being ordered away by the officers while government workers listen to Chief Calvin Powell's call reporting the body. In California, Mike Wheeler and Eleven joyfully reunite, while the former notices Will Byers' concealed painting, which Will refuses to show. Mike brings her flowers, which Eleven notices are signed from Mike instead of her signature of love, to her slight disappointment. As Eleven walks and plans out the day with Mike, she references Angela as her friend. Much to Will's confusion, they unknowingly pass by Murray Bauman, who has come to California to speak with Joyce Byers. As Robin Buckley excitedly recounts her interaction with Vicky to Steve Harrington at their job at Family Video, a report about Chrissy's death comes on the TV, her name redacted. Hungover after a night of partying in the now-abandoned Benny's Burgers, Lucas Sinclair vomits in a toilet while Jason Carver reassures him. He watches the report about Chrissy's death on the TV with his teammates, unaware that she is the one being reported on. As the police arrive outside, Nancy Wheeler and her peers at the school newspaper watch the report, and she invites Fred Benson to go along with her to investigate after Barbara Holland's name is mentioned. As Chrissy's body is taken away, the reporter muses that the once safe Hawkins has been plagued by one tragedy after another, and wonders if it can be saved. As Dustin Henderson watches the report with his mother, Max comes to his house to inform him that the body was Chrissy and that she saw her with Eddie, who has seemingly vanished. Dustin is adamant that Eddie would never hurt anyone, but Max is skeptical. She admits that she hasn't gone to the police with her account of seeing Eddie because the lights in her trailer went haywire when Chrissy was killed, and she saw Eddie flee the scene in terror. Dustin realizes they need to find Eddie to get his account. Bauman reads the note Joyce received, where it requests that she call a number to make reservation and not involve the government. It is signed by an Enzo, which Joyce has concluded is code, Enzo's being the name of the restaurant Hopper asked her to a date at. Bauman is adamant that Hopper is dead, and even if he was alive and in Russia, it is more likely that the Russians tortured information out of him and faked a ransom note in hopes of luring Joyce and Bauman to them. Refusing to write Hopper off as dead, Joyce convinces Bauman to let her call the number on an encrypted signal. In 1985, Hopper is met by Russian guards in the burning lab. They imprison and beat him to try and get Joyce's name, having a security picture of her, but he refuses to give her up even when they torture him by suffocation. Mike, 11 and Will go to a roller rink, where she continues to pretend she has a good social life. Will privately asks her why she keeps lying to Mike, which 11 tries to ignore. Mike and 11 skate together, while Will, visibly dejected, skates behind them. Angela, angry with 11 for inadvertently getting her in trouble, arrives and formulates a plan when she sees her and Mike. As the basketball team waits for the police to interview them individually, Lucas' teammate, Patrick McKinney, assures him that it is probably over nothing. Powell and Phil Callahan interview Jason over Chrissy's whereabouts the previous night and if she had ever interacted with Eddie. Jason realizes that the dead student being reported on the news is Chrissy and leaves Benny's, ignoring his teammates and briefly breaking down in the woods. Max and Dustin go to Family Video and get behind the counter, much to Steve and Robin's protests, so they can comb the store's records and find the contact information of Eddie's friends. While Dustin searches, Max explains what she saw to them. Nancy and Fred drive to Eddie's trailer park, where she pretends to be visiting Max to try and get past a police officer. The police officer suddenly becomes aggressive towards Fred, reminding him of an incident the previous year where he got into a car crash that killed a peer and did not call the police, causing the scars on Fred's face. As the officer's face begins to distort, he accuses Fred of being a murderer, and his scar reopens and starts to bleed. The real officer snaps him out of it, revealing it to be a hallucination, and Nancy convinces him to let them through. Jonathan Byers and Argyle discuss the former's woes over not being able to see Nancy. Jonathan reveals that he did not apply to Emerson like he and Nancy planned, unwilling to leave his family behind, but also unwilling to tell her, not wanting her to risk her own dreams to be with him. Angela approaches Eleven and plays into the idea that they are friends, taking her out on the rink. Will notices one of Angela's friends filming them and realizes something is happening, informing Mike of Eleven's lying. The rink's DJ changes the song, dedicating it to the local snitch, and Angela's friends circle Eleven, taunting her. As Mike tries to stop the DJ, the song climaxes, and Angela's friend throws a milkshake on Eleven, making her fall over. She flees the rink in tears. Bauman reroutes Joyce's call to another state, warning her to make the call quick and demand proof that Hopper is alive. The call goes to a Russian phone booth, where Enzo, who demands she brings $40,000 to Yuri's Fish and Fly in Nome, Alaska in 2 days if she wants to trade Hopper for the money. She demands to speak to Hopper, but Enzo states that Hopper is stuck while a woman outside yells at him in Russian. He hangs up, leaving Joyce and Bauman to wonder what just happened. Unable to get any information out of Hopper, the Russians send him to the Kamchatka prison camp, where he has been for 9 months. They shave his head and face and warn him that he will be killed if he tries to escape. Lieutenant Colonel Jack Sullivan arrives in Indiana to look at Chrissy's mangled body, while Jason rallies the basketball team against Eddie and the Hellfire Club. Lucas insists that Hellfire is just a Dungeons Dragons club, passing off his knowledge as his sister being part of it when asked, but Jason insists that Eddie is insane and that they need to avenge Chrissy and burns a Hellfire poster while Lucas looks on nervously. Robin, Dustin and Max call around for Eddie's whereabouts, Max discovering he buys his drugs from a man named Reefer Rick. Steve suggests going to the police to find Rick's identity while also telling them Max's story. As he and Dustin argue, Robin realizes they can put Rick's first name into the store's system and hopefully pick him out by his movie taste. They discover Rick Lipton has checked out several Cheech and Chong movies, and finds his address is out by a lake in the middle of nowhere. The group leaves to go investigate. Having no luck with Eddie's neighbors, Nancy goes directly to Wayne, asking that she speak to him directly and promising not to twist his words. He insists that Eddie could not have hurt anyone, but he remembers a series of murders when he was a child done by a man named Victor Creel, who killed his own family in a manner that left them identical to Chrissy. Creel has been institutionalized since, but Wayne hypothesizes that he may have broken out. As he talks, Fred is lured into the woods by the sound of a grandfather clock, finding it in a clearing just as Nancy realizes he is gone. Fred sees a family in funeral attire standing before him, whose faces and hands distort, accusing him again of being a murderer. He flees deeper into the woods. Listening to the recorded call, Joyce notices the woman shouting in the background and replays it over Jonathan's speaker system so Murray can hear it better. He realizes the woman is using Russian slang to call Enzo an angry word for cop, and they realize that Enzo is a prison guard. Joyce leaves to withdraw the money from Hopper's trust fund for Eleven. As Mike searches for Eleven, he accuses Will of being a bad friend by not telling him of her situation, only for Will to point out that Mike has forced him to third wheel all day, which he hates. Mike brushes him off, and Will points out that Mike seems mad at him, having not called him at all, and pointing out that they used to be best friends, which Mike again deflects. Eleven, hiding in an employee's only closet, overhears Angela laughing at her. She emerges and confronts her, only for Angela to taunt her about Hopper, prompting an enraged Eleven to strike her in the face with a skate. The hit cuts her face between her eyebrows, and the scene attracts the attention of the entire rink as Angela cries in distress and pain. A shocked Mike asks her, "What did you do?" prompting a repressed flashback of Martin Brenner and the corpses of the dead test subjects. Arriving at Rick's cabin, the group finds the house locked, but Max notices a light on in the boathouse. Waiting inside, Eddie attacks Steve, but Dustin convinces him to let him go and tell them about what he saw. After he starts to tell them, he expresses worry that they will not believe him about how Chrissy died, so Dustin reluctantly reveals to him the existence of the Upside Down. As Nancy informs the police of Fred's disappearance, he stumbles out onto the road where he got into the accident, seeing a vision of the flaming wreckage and the victim crawling towards him, begging for help. Fred stumbles backwards into a grave where the victim's corpse is waiting, covered in black widow spiders. As Eddie describes Chrissy's death, the figure that killed her stalks towards Fred and asks him to join me. In the real world, he starts to rise into the air. As Dustin describes Chrissy's trance as Vecna's curse, and the figure touches Fred, causing his bones to break and his eyes to explode in the same manner as Chrissy. Vecna awakens in a room in the Upside Down, suspended in the air by tendrils and lowering himself to the ground. He is revealed to be in a large house, where dozens of bat-like creatures swarm around outside. Chapter 3, Jack Sullivan visits Sam Owens, who has been fired from his job following the events of 1985, in his home in Ruth, Nevada. Sullivan shows Owens images of Chrissy Cunningham's corpse and explaining the circumstances. Sullivan states his belief that 11, who Owens insists is dead, has gone rogue and is testing her powers to remotely assassinate people in Hawkins. Owens refuses to surrender information, so Sullivan leaves, ordering his men to track down any of Owens' contacts in hopes of finding 11. Jonathan Byers and Argyle, both clearly high, drive 11, Mike Wheeler, and Will Byers back from the roller rink after 11 injured Angela. They return to find Murray Bauman making dinner for them, where Joyce Byers explains she needs to go on a business trip to Alaska the next day. Argyle mentions the incident at the rink, and 11 excuses herself to her room when Mike makes an offhanded comment about Angela, laying down on her bed and experiencing intense flashbacks of the mass murder at Hawkins National Laboratory. In the Upside Down, Vecna reconnects himself to his tendrils and rises into the air. Lucas Sinclair wakes up in Benny's Burgers, where he goes outside to find Jason Carver, Patrick McKinney and Andy preparing to hunt Eddie Munson. Jason grants him permission to leave if he does not feel up to it, but Lucas insists he is fine. Steve Harrington, Dustin Henderson, Robin Buckley, and Max Mayfield visit Eddie, still hiding out in Rick Lipton's boathouse, to inform him that the police are looking for him, but his name has not been released publicly. Dustin plans to kill Vecna to prove Eddie's innocence, which Eddie points out sounds like an impossible task. They notice the police speed by outside. The police have found Fred Benson's body and are interrogating Nancy Wheeler on when she last saw him. She brings up Wayne Munson's Victor Creel theory, which Calvin Powell ignores. Dustin's group arrives on the scene, and Nancy looks at them, realizing the Upside Down is involved in the murders. Mike sits with 11 in her room, incredulous that she did not tell him the truth as he has been bullied his whole life, but 11 insists that she does not belong, and people believe she is a monster. She points out that, after seeing Mike's reaction to her hitting Angela, that he thinks she is a monster as well. Noting that he does not say "I love you" to her anymore, he insists that she cannot let the opinions of other people ruin her relationship and that she is a superhero, but she sighs not anymore. The police come to detain 11 for hitting Angela, and Mike insists as she is taken away that he will find a way to help her. As her plane to Alaska prepares for takeoff, Joyce expresses regret over lying to her children, but Bauman, knowing their tendency to get involved, claims she did the right thing. She claims she is seeing an old friend when the flight attendant asks and expresses mild disgust when the attendant assumes Bauman is her husband. In Kamchatka, Jim Hopper provokes Senzo, actually a guard named Dmitry Antonov, into a fight so they can talk in private. Antonov informs Hopper that Joyce and Bauman are going to Alaska, and that he is sending them to Yuri Izmailov, a reputable smuggler. Antonov warns Hopper to escape in time to be on the plane the next day. Antonov punches Hopper in the face to keep up appearances. The Hawkins group updates Nancy on what they know, and they try to find a correlation between Fred and Chrissy's actions before their deaths. Max remembers seeing Chrissy leave Miss Kelly's office and realizes she may have been confiding in her about her visions, and so the group decides to find out if Fred was also seeing her. Nancy splits off from the group to check something out and Steve tries to go with her, but eventually has Robin go with Nancy when he realizes he is the only other person who can legally drive. Inside Eddie's trailer, a fissure forms on the ceiling where Chrissy hid it. In the Upside Down, Vecna descends into a mental plane where he can see and hear the innermost darkness of Hawkins' residence, eventually selecting Patrick after hearing his father berating him. Patrick, in the car with the basketball team, experiences a brief headache and his nose starts to bleed, which he ignores. The team arrives at the house where the band Corroded Coffin is practicing. The band members question Lucas as to why he is with the team, but Lucas again pretends they know who he is through his sister. Jason violently interrogates one of the members of the van until he says that Dustin may know where Eddie is, much to Lucas' discomfort. In California, Eleven is questioned by the police about the incident, but she does not explain why she hit Angela and again experiences flashbacks of the incident at the lab. As the Byers brothers and Mike talk to the police to figure out how to free her, she is taken away in a prison transport van while they watch. As Eleven continues to have flashbacks, the van is intercepted in a remote area by Owens and several federal agents. Hopper approaches a burly inmate and trades his meal in exchange for the inmate breaking his chain during the next work period. During work, Hopper waits for the guards to be distracted and gives the inmate the signal, biting down on his sleeve while the inmate hits his chain with a sledgehammer, breaking his foot in the process. That night, he barely disguises his damaged chain and sets his foot when alone in his cell. Max goes to Ms. Kelly's house under the guise of wanting to talk to her. Dustin and Steve wait outside, where the former points out how he seemed eager to go with Nancy until the latter tells him to be quiet. Ms. Kelly tries to get Max to talk about Billy Hargrove's death, but she instead tries to talk to her about Chrissy. Ms. Kelly refuses to violate Chrissy's privacy, and so Max asks to go to the bathroom, using it as an excuse to steal her keys to the school. As Jason, Patrick and Andy investigate the outside of Dustin's house, Lucas slips into his bedroom through a window and calls him on his radio. Not knowing who he is with, Dustin reveals Eddie's location and Max tells him to meet them at the school. But Lucas is interrupted by the team before he can warn them. To avoid suspicion, he gives them Eddie's location, but intentionally misleads them. They arm themselves and go to the provided area, only for Lucas to slip away from the group when he has the chance. Nancy and Robin go to the Hawkins Public Library to investigate Victor Creel. Their research takes them all day, and Nancy becomes increasingly annoyed with Robin, especially when she points out that she and Steve are not dating for seemingly no reason. They resort to checking archived tabloids, finding a headline that says Creel claimed a demon killed his family. It claims that Creel thought his house was haunted by a demon and hired a priest to exorcise it, which failed, and it killed his family and spared him as punishment. Owens takes Eleven to a diner and promises to take care of the rink incident, then explains why he tracked her down. Hawkins is in danger because of Vecna's influence, and they need her to stop him. She reminds him that her powers are gone, but he tells her there is a way to bring them back stronger than before if he comes with her. He warns her that a faction of the government believes she is a threat, but he believes she can save them all. He reassures her that this is her choice, but her friends and Hawkins are in danger and she may be the only one who can save them. She agrees to go with him, and agents are dispatched to the Byers' house to inform them of her disappearance. Robin radios Dustin with her findings, who is busy breaking into the school with Max and Steve. Max finds that Ms. Kelly was seeing both Fred and Chrissy, and that they were both suffering from headaches, nosebleeds and nightmares. Just as she realizes these line up with her recent behavior, she hears Vecna calling to her. She heads out into the hallway to see a grandfather clock embedded in the wall. Vecna calls her name again, and, in the Upside Down, his eyes open. Chapter 4, in Lenora Hills, Sam Owens' trio of agents, Agent Stinson, Agent Wallace, and Agent Harmon, explain to Mike Wheeler, Will Byers, and Jonathan Byers the recent killings plaguing Hawkins and how Eleven is training to regain her powers. The boys want to get to Hawkins to protect their friends and family, but Stinson tells them that factions within the U.S. government are hunting for Eleven, and them finding her will endanger both them and their loved ones, hence why Agents Harmon and Wallace were to make sure they stayed in hiding at the Byers' home. Stinson gives Mike a letter from Eleven, and when Mike reads it alone in Elle's bedroom, it reads, "Dear Mike, I have gone to become a superhero again." From Elle. In Hawkins, Nancy Wheeler and Robin Buckley arrive at Hawkins High. Max Mayfield explains to them, Dustin Henderson, and Steve Harrington the vision of the grandfather clock she saw from Vecna. In Miss Kelly's office, she explains to her friends that Vecna's previous victims, Chrissy Cunningham and Fred Benson, were also seeing Miss Kelly and were experiencing symptoms that Max has: nosebleeds, headaches, and traumatic visions from their pasts, before their untimely deaths. Realizing that they both died a week after their symptoms and within a day of their first hallucinations, Max concludes that she is Vecna's next target and her death will be within a day. Hearing noise outside, Steve instructs the group to stay as he uses a floor lamp as protection. As the group file out to the hallway, they find a frantic Lucas Sinclair speeding towards them, who informs Dustin that Jason Carver, Patrick McKinney, and Andy are looking for him since they believe he knows where Eddie Munson is. Dustin tells him that they have bigger things to worry about, and Lucas suddenly realizes that Max is in trouble. The next morning, an annoyed Erica Sinclair is questioned by Jason at the Sinclair doorstep on Lucas and Dustin's whereabouts, but Erica only insults him before slamming the door, leading Jason, Andy, and Patrick to continue their search for Lucas. In the Wheeler basement, Dustin, Lucas, and Steve struggle to piece together Vecna's origin and why he's suddenly appeared after murdering Victor Creel's family in 1959. They notice Max sitting at a desk writing letters, staying up all night. Nancy and Robin arrive and explain a plan to talk to Victor at Penhurst Mental Hospital through Nancy's friends at the Weekly Streak. Nancy, who uses the false alias Ruth, and Robin, who uses the false alias Rose, are pretending to be psychology students from the University of Notre Dame requesting to meet the warden, Anthony Hatch, to use Victor for their thesis on paranoid schizophrenics. Steve is apprehensive to babysit the kids once again, but Nancy is adamant that Max is in danger and needs someone to look after her. When Steve questions if Robin gives off an academic scholar vibe, Nancy puts together a formal outfit for Robin, much to Robin's reluctance. In Alaska, Joy Spires attempts to check on her kids at a local hotel, but Murray Bauman is adamant that they arrive to meet Yuri Ismailov on time. In Kamchatka, Dmitry Antonov instructs Jim Hopper to hide at the local church after escaping, while also referring to Joyce as Hopper's sexy woman, though he says that Hopper's chances of escaping are slim. Dmitry ends the conversation by hitting Hopper in front of guards in order to not be suspicious. In Lenora Hills, Jonathan grows annoyed over how lazy Harmon and Wallace are, watching TV instead of being the protectors Stinson said that they're supposed to be. While getting a Coke from the fridge, Jonathan looks at a picture of him and Nancy sadly, but hatches an idea when he sees a Surfer Boy pizza coupon next to it. In Jonathan's bedroom, Will rants about how flawed the agent's plans since they can't do anything without Eleven's help and how his mother is probably panicking over how she can't get in contact with them. He stops when he notices Mike sulking over Eleven's letter, and tells him it's not going to change if he keeps staring at it. Mike agrees and tosses it into the wastebasket, before explaining to Will about the fight that he and Elle had before she was arrested. Mike says that maybe if he had told her what he wanted to say to her, then maybe Elle would want him to be with her getting her powers back. Will comforts him and says that she'll be fine, and that they need to worry about Hawkins, since the agents haven't able to protect him and his family in the past, telling Mike that it was him and their friends that saved him. As they chuckle, Mike and Will say that it's up to them to save Hawkins, and Jonathan tells them that's why they can't stay here. Jonathan tells the boys that since they can't call their friends since it would put Hell in danger, they need to drive there instead by sneaking past the sluggish agents. Will questions how they'll do it since they don't have money or a car, and Jonathan, holding the pizza coupon, tells the boys that they'll hail a cheap ride from Argyle. Will and Mike tell the agents that they're hungry and give Harmon the coupon to call Surfer Boy Pizza, and Harmon is confused when he's greeted by an overly enthusiastic Argyle on the phone. In Hawkins, Max completes her letters, giving a personalized one to Dustin, Steve, and Lucas, while also writing ones to Elle, Mike, and Will. She tells them only to open them in the event of her death. Getting an idea, Max asks if the radio they have will reach East Hawkins, and threatens Steve to take her where she needs to go. After Steve reluctantly gives in, Max hears the chimes of a grandfather clock as she climbs into the car. At Penhurst, a dress tube Nancy and Robin arrive, though Robin complains about her itchy dress, her shoes hurting her feet, and her bra pinching her boobs. Nancy frustratingly tells Robin that she'll do all the talking in Hatch's office. There, after inspecting their transcripts, Hatch is shown to be rather unmoved and rude to Nancy since they were rejected from seeing Victor a previous time. Robin, using her improv skills, stands up for Nancy and improves a backstory about how she was inspired to be like Hatch when she first heard of the Creel family massacre back at summer camp. Hatch, flattered, grants the girls access, causing Nancy and Robin to secretly high-five each other. Joyce and Murray arrive at Yuri's Fish and Fly, with Murray mentioning to Joyce that if anything goes sideways that he's a black belt in karate. They soon meet the eccentric, high in energy, and greedy Yuri, who decides to personally count the $40,000 Joyce and Murray have and offering them coffee. In Kamchatka, Hopper breaks off the handle of his sledgehammer during a work period and asks a guard for a replacement, following him into a weapons shed and beating him with the handle. Hopper removes his chains and is confronted by another guard, who he fights, but they attract the attention of the rest of the guards when his firearm goes off. He blocks the door, rigs the shack to explode, and escapes through the roof, stealing a snowmobile and fleeing into the woods. The prisoners cheer as Dimitri is smug about Hopper succeeding. In Hawkins, Max is driven to Forest Hills Trailer Park, where she leaves letters for her grandmother, uncle, father, and mother inside her house. Noticing her mother hanging laundry outside, Max walks out and instructs her to deliver them. Susan grows concerned when Max attempts to explain that she wrote them out of fear that something will happen to her. As the mother and daughter hug, Susan gently tells Max that nothing will happen to her, before she distortedly says that nothing will happen that she doesn't deserve. Max, noticing dark clouds looming over her, is horrified as Susan transforms into Vecna, who tells her that her letters won't make things right since has broken everything and that her time is almost at an end. Max breaks away from his grip and falls to the ground, arriving back to reality and realizing that her mother wasn't even there. She walks back to Steve's car and tells the boys that they need to go. At Penhurst, Robin and Nancy are given a tour of Penhurst by Hatch, noting the lack of fencing since Hatch says that the patients like Penhurst and have no desire to escape. Hatch then shows them the music hall by saying that music can touch parts of the brain that word can't, but he says that patients like Victor are far from repair. As they prepare to enter Victor's wing, Robin and Nancy nervously yet successfully ask Hatch if they could speak to Victor alone. Hatch leaves, saying that he has something to check on, and allows the girls to continue onward. Inside the wing, after the security guard instructs Robin and Nancy not to touch or give Victor anything, he brings them to his cell, where Victor is turned away at a table. Nancy and Robin introduce themselves and tell an apprehensive Victor that whatever had killed his family is back to kill their friend, and that they need his help. The girls are horrified when Victor turns around and reveals that his eyes have been gouged out. In Lenora Hills, Argyle zooms through the neighborhood to deliver pizzas at the buyers. Will is almost done with packing when Mike arrives in his bedroom to thank him for knocking some sense into him regarding Elle's letter. Much to Will's surprise and happiness, Mike apologizes for the way he's been treating Will, saying that he's begun to notice how Hawkins doesn't feel the same without him, and that they should work together as a team, or best friends, in order to find Elle. Hearing a car pull into the driveway, Jonathan arrives into the bedroom as the trio prepare to climb out Will's window, with Will secretly putting the painting he made for Mike in his pack. As Wallace opens the door, a military officer shoots him in the chest and knocks him out. Hearing gunshots, Jonathan climbs up the stairs and sees Wallace shooting down agents. The boys run upstairs as officers break through the glass in Will's window, and duck for cover as the buyer's house becomes a shootout. Harmon instructs the boys to run as he shoots, but gets shot in the process. Argyle, pulling onto the street, initially thinks all the military cars are for a party Jonathan was having that he wasn't invited to, but is surprised when Jonathan runs up to the window and tells him to stop the car. The boys help a wounded Harmon climb into the van and scream at a confused Argyle to drive as an armed officer approached them. Argyle obeys and slams the gas pedal as the van drives off. In Kamchatka, Hopper escapes to Yuri's hideout, an empty church full of weapons and food, and tearfully enjoys a jar of Jif peanut butter and a bed. In Alaska, after Yuri finishes counting his money, he calls Antonov to confirm that Hopper is alive, but is actually calling him to inform him that he has sold both him and Hopper out, and plans to turn Joyce and Bauman over to the Russians for a reward. Guards arrive at the church and beat down Hopper. Dimitri is detained by his former comrades on the phone, and Joyce and Murray fall unconscious after it's revealed that the coffee they were consuming was drugged. At Penhurst, Victor slowly opens up to Robin and Nancy after they explain their encounters with Vecna the past few days. In 1959, Victor's wife, Virginia, inherited a fortune from her late uncle and used it to buy a nice house in Hawkins, which she, Victor, and their daughter, Alice, fell in love with. Only his son, Henry, felt that there was something wrong. After a month, mutilated animals started to appear on the property, and the family was tormented by nightmarish visions, including that of Black Widow spiders. One night, the demon Creel suspected was haunting the house killed his wife at the dinner table by breaking her bones and popping her eyes out, and when he tried to escape with his children, he was trapped in a vision of when he accidentally killed a family during the Second World War. He claims an angel pulled him out of the vision, only to find his daughter dead and his son in a coma, dying a week later. He tried to commit suicide multiple times in the asylum, destroying his eyes in the process, but Hatch stopped him from dying. As Victor becomes catatonic and humming Ella Fitzgerald's Dream a Little Dream of Me, the song playing during the massacre, Nancy asks him who the angel was, only to be interrupted. An enraged Hatch, who had checked their credentials and found them to be fake. As they're escorted out to wait for the police, Robin passes through the music ward and has a revelation. She tells Nancy how Victor made a specific mention of music the night of the attack and Ella Fitzgerald, the voice of an angel. She further reminds Nancy how Hatch said that music can reach the brain the way that words can't, so music could be a lifeline back to reality and save Max. The girls then make a run for it, ditching their heels as they drive off in Nancy's car. Max has Steve take her to the town cemetery. As Max steps out, Lucas catches up to her and begs him to listen to her. He tells Max that he knows something happened between her and her mother, and asks if it was Vecna's doing. Though Max lies and says that's fine, Lucas says that she knows that she can talk to him, and asks why she pushed him away. Pulling out her letter, Lucas says that he doesn't need or want it, begging her to just talk to him and her friends since they're right here for her. But Max, keeping composure, just tells Lucas to wait in the car with Steve and Dustin. At Billy Hargrove's grave, Max begins to read a letter to Billy and explain her predicament. His father, Neil, left Susan and Max, with Max believing that Neil could not stand to be in Hawkins without Billy. She says that everything has become a complete disaster since Billy's death, and laments how she can't tell anyone how Billy saved her and Elle's lives. Max says that she imagined what life could be like if they had a better relationship, but admits how guilty she feels for watching him get murdered and profusely apologizes, saying that a small part of her died that day. She expresses hope that Billy can hear her. Just then, Max is transported to Vecna's mindscape where Vecna appears to her in the guise of a bloodied Billy. Billy claims that Max really wanted him to die and reveals that she wishes she could follow him. Vecna sheds his Billy disguise and begins to pursue Max through a mindscape version of the cemetery. Lucas and Steve, having realized something is wrong, desperately try to awaken Max from her trance. Dustin calls Nancy and Robin, desperately seeking any information they might have learned from Victor Creel which could help Max. Nancy and Robin report their findings to him. In the mindscape, Max screams for Lucas and Dustin to help her, but soon finds herself in Vecna's lair, built on the remains of a destroyed house. A grandfather clock floats through the air, Black Widow eggs lie on the floor, and Chrissy and Fred's mangled bodies are embedded in fleshy pillars rising out of the ground. Vecna arrives and asks Max if she would like to join them, pinning Max against a pillar with his tendrils. At that moment, alerted by Robin and Nancy that music may be the means to fight Vecna, Lucas and Dustin put Max's Walkman on her and put on her favorite song. The song opens a portal in her mind where she can clearly see herself and her friends back in the cemetery. In the real world, Max starts to levitate as Vecna, in the mindscape, reaches for her. In Vecna's grasp, Max begins to envision her happiest moments with the party, most of them involving Lucas and Eleven, and gains the strength to pull out one of Vecna's tentacles from his neck, distracting him. Max breaks free and runs towards the portal, hearing her friends scream her name. As Vecna tries to stop her by sending debris flying towards her, Max escapes and arrives back in reality. Max falls back to the ground. Then Lucas wraps his arms around a hyperventilating Max as Steve and Dustin hug them, all while Max reaffirms that she's still here with them. Chapter 5. After escaping Jack Sullivan's men, Mike Wheeler and Will and Jonathan Byers attempt to save Harmon from his gunshot wound. He insists that they need to warn Sam Owens and that Eleven is in danger, uttering Nina before dying. Will notices a car following them and shouts for Argyle to get off the main road. Jack Sullivan and his men search the Byers household, and he finds Eleven's note for Mike, and he orders the wounded Wallace to give up her location. 12 hours earlier, Owens and Eleven are dropped off at a door in the middle of a desert, which turns out to lead to an underground missile silo made to house Nina, a large machine. To Eleven's horror, she is approached by a scarred Martin Brenner. Having survived the Demigorgon's attack, he promises to help get her powers back, but Eleven, overwhelmed by her memories of his abuse, tries to run, but is sedated. Brenner promises that everything's going to be alright as she passes out. Having been returned to Kamchatka, Jim Hopper is beaten by guards for escaping and dragged through an arena with a blood-soaked weapon on the ground. He is thrown in a cell with Dmitry Antonov and several other prisoners. Antonov explains that he was sold out by Yuri Izmailov and convinces Hopper not to kill him. Defeated, Hopper asks after Joyce Byers. A restless Eddie Munson calls Dustin Henderson's super come to ask for beer, and Nancy Wheeler picks up, ignoring him when she notices Max Mayfield has vanished from the basement. She and Dustin go upstairs to find her eating breakfast at the table, listening to Running Up That Hill and drawing what she saw in Vecna's lair. As she wonders how she got into his mind, Dustin muses that hiding from him for so long granted her access to his mind, and that the key to defeating him may lie in the drawings. Nancy realizes that Max is drawing the Creel house. Eleven awakens with a shaved head in Hawkins National Laboratory. Much to her horror, she traverses the halls and finds herself back in the Rainbow Room, with all of the children still alive and a younger version of herself in the mirror. Disoriented, she runs into a strange orderly who reminds her not to be late for lessons. She runs through another door, only to end up back in the Rainbow Room with the orderly again. 11 is revealed to be inside Nina, which is a powerful sensory deprivation tank. Owens expresses worry that she may die, but Brenner insists she will survive. The California group buries Harmon's body in a junkyard while Argyle expresses horror at the situation until Jonathan tells him to go smoke. Mike again expresses regret to Will about how he handled his and 11's fight, Will agreeing that it is tough to say how you really feel, because what if they don't like the truth? Argyle tries to make a headstone with Harmon's pen, only for Mike to realize it does not work because it is a container for something, finding a phone number inside. As Russian guards clean out human remains from the arena, Antonov tries to get Hopper to help him bribe a guard, only to find him unresponsive. Hopper recounts his experiences mixing vats of Agent Orange in the Vietnam War, musing that its effects on children of those affected marked Sarah Hopper for death. But he had her anyway. After meeting 11 and Joyce, he realized that he needed them, but by asking for Joyce to save him, he has marked her for death as well. He concludes that I wasn't cursed, I am the curse. Antonov listens as a Demogorgon snarls from a gate behind the arena. Owens' men search Wayne Munson's trailer, noting a strong signal of energy coming from the fissure in the ceiling. They order him to leave the area. At Chrissy Cunningham's funeral, Patrick McKinney hallucinates a grandfather clock. Jason Carver pulls photos of the Hellfire Club from the school yearbook, proving Lucas Sinclair's involvement with them and concluding that they are hiding Eddie. Jason gives the group a list of all the locations the members have been seen at, and a teammate notes that he should add Rick Clifton's house, as two fishermen spotted someone inside despite Rick supposedly being in jail. Joyce and Murray Bauman have been tied up in Yuri's plane, who explains he is selling them out to provide for his mother. During the flight, Bauman repeatedly requests to go to the bathroom, and Joyce realizes Yuri cannot hear them over the sound of the engine. She kicks a box of peanut butter jars until they shatter, and Bauman grabs a shard of broken jar with his foot to cut their binds with. 11 continually tries to escape, but always ends up back in the Rainbow Room with the orderly. Brenner contacts her over the intercom, explaining that the name of Nina is based on an opera of the same name, about a woman whose lover was killed, so traumatized by the incident that she buried it in her memories. 11 realizes she is in her own repressed memory and asks to be let out, but Brenner tells her she must find her own way. The orderly again approaches her, and this time, 11 succumbs to the memory instead of running, allowing it to progress. Her memory of Brenner enters the room, and she and the other children follow him out. In the real world, Owens warns Brenner that Sullivan is closing in on them. The California group calls the number, only to find that it leads to a dial-up tone. Mike realizes they are calling a computer, and they decide to seek help from Susie Bingham to figure out where they are calling. Jason, Patrick and Andy investigate Rick's house, forcing Eddie to hide out in the boathouse and frantically call Dustin for help. The Hawkins group breaks into the Creel house. Max finds the grandfather clock from her visions. As the group explores the house in duos, the lights on the ceiling flicker. Steve Harrington finds mummified Black Widow spiders under the floorboards, only to get spooked by a live one. He and Nancy share a moment together, as do Lucas and Max. The latter two notice the lights flickering in a pattern and begin following them throughout the house. In 11's memory, Brenner tests the psychic abilities of 2 with a machine that lights up when energy is put into it. 11 goes next but fails despite her best efforts, and realizes her hands are covered in blood. Everybody in the room vanishes, and she walks down the hallway. Now the day of the massacre. In the real world, Eleven has a seizure inside Nina. Yuri catches a freed Joyce trying to cut Bauman's rope, and Bauman frees his hands and fights him while Joyce gets his gun. Bauman knocks him out, leaving no one able to fly the plane, and it crashes in the woods. The Hawkins group regroups and conclude that Vecna's presence is signified by the lights, turning off their flashlights so they will turn on automatically when he is near and track his presence. They follow him up to the attic. Despite Dustin's protests, they find Vecna stationary under a light bulb, revealed to be the spot in the Upside Down where he connects to his tendrils and stalks the minds of people. As Jason notices the boathouse light, Eddie decides to go out on the water in hopes of escaping. Patrick hears the clock again, but is interrupted by Jason, and they catch Eddie trying to start a boat's motor. As they start to swim towards him, Eddie resorts to rowing away. Just before they can catch up to him, Patrick freezes and is pulled underwater by Vecna, before shooting back into the air and being killed. The flashlights and light bulb explode as he dies, and his body plunges into the water as Jason and Eddie watch. 11 is resuscitated and immediately tries to run, but is stopped again by the guards. She incapacitates them with her returned powers. Brenner praises her for her progress as the door behind her opens, but, wanting to regain her powers in full, she chooses to stay. Brenner addresses her as daughter and she nods, taking his hand and walking back towards Nina. Chapter 6. Hawkins police arrive on the scene of Patrick McKinney's death, his mangled body pulled out of the water by Jason Carver. Calvin Powell and Phil Callahan question him, pointing out the impossibility of Eddie Munson killing Patrick, but Jason insists he is secretly a vessel for Satan, which gives him evil powers. In the depths of Lover's Lake, a fish is grabbed by something unseen and pulled downwards. Wallace is tortured in a government facility by Jack Sullivan's men. Sullivan again asks him for 11's location, which Wallace claims not to know. Sullivan remains firm that 11 is responsible for Vecna's killings and Martin Brenner is helping her. Wallace again states he does not know where she is, and so Sullivan has him locked inside an overheated metal box. Brenner compares the loss of 11's powers to a stroke victim's brain, believing the parts of her memories she is repressing are what holds the key to getting her powers back. 11 tells him of her memory of the massacre, and Brenner warns her that she must stick to one memory at a time so she does not overstrain her mind. 11 is placed inside Nina, which has screens installed on the ceiling playing video clips from her repressed memories, and sinks into her mind. The Hawkins group goes to tell Eddie Munson about their findings about Vecna, only to find Rick Lipton's cabin swarming with police because of Patrick's death. Powell publicly releases Eddie's name as the primary suspect and sets an open forum at Town Hall. Eddie calls the group on a stolen walkie and tells them to meet him in the woods. Joyce Byers and Murray Bauman, stranded in the Russian woods, try to get Yuri Ismailov, tied to a tree, to help them. He initially refuses unless paid, but gives in when they threaten to leave him and points them towards his safe house. He leads Joyce them to it, where they arm themselves, remembering his plan to turn them over to Kamchatka's warden. Bauman disguises Yuri as himself and himself as Yuri so they can break inside. Jim Hopper, Dmitri Antonov and the other prisoners are led to a large feast. Only Hopper refuses to partake. One prisoner points out that the guards are letting them regain their strength so they can fight whatever lies next to the arena, as he had seen other prisoners be given the same feast, only for all of them to be killed by it. He insists that they must band together to fight it instead of scattering like the other group did, but Hopper interrupts, explaining the monster is there to hunt them and that the food is to fatten them up. In her memories, the orderly gives 11 advice and claims she reminds her of the mythical number 1, who Brenner tells the children does not exist. The orderly insists that 1 was real and he spent years working with him, and that he gave 1 advice to tap into his most traumatic memories. He reveals that Brenner had lied to her about her mother's death. Brenner leads the children away for another test. Outside Nina, Owen sighs that they should have told her the truth about something, to which Brenner responds and risk everything. As the Hawkins group walk to Eddie's location, Lucas Sinclair expresses guilt to Max Mayfield over witnessing signs of Patrick being abused but not doing anything about it. He realizes that all of Vecna's victims are linked by darkness in their life, and apologizes to Max for not trying harder to help her. Max insists that it was her fault for pulling away, and they resolve their distance. Nancy Wheeler admits the toll distance has taken on her relationship with Jonathan Byers to Robin Buckley, and the two become friends. Despite Dustin Henderson's compass being off, Steve Harrington finds Eddie's location, and the group meets up with him. As Powell fails to quell the crowd at Town Hall, Jason takes control of the situation, blaming all of the deaths caused by the Upside Down in the past years on the Hellfire Club and rallying the town against Eddie. As the police try to stop the townspeople, Karen Wheeler, Claudia Henderson, and Sue Sinclair all appear deeply discomforted. The families converge on the Wheeler house to find the kids gone, and Karen calls the police. Nancy checks Eddie's broken watch and realizes Patrick's death matches the lights exploding in the Creel house, meaning that Vecna needs to attack from the attic. As the group wonders how they can get to the Upside Down to kill him, Dustin realizes his compass is off, and he and Lucas realize from their past experiences that there must be a gate nearby. The group agrees to follow Dustin's compass. Brenner arranges a test game for the children where two of them will stand in opposite circles and try to knock each other over using their psychic abilities. Bully 2 easily dominates the competition, leaving 11 the last one standing. During the fight, 11 follows the orderly's advice and taps into the memory of her mother being taken away from her, using it to win to Brenner's approval. While being led through the arena, Hopper provokes Antonov into a staged fight, and Hopper tries and fails to get the upper hand on the guards. Antonov assumes Hopper's attempt was worthless, only for him to reveal that he fought them so he could steal a lighter in the hopes of killing the Demogorgon with fire. The California group arrives at Susie Bingham's house, overrun her many young, eccentric siblings. Argyle is instantly smitten with her older sister Eden, and they find Susie on the roof of her house, her computer taken away for changing Dustin's grade. After providing a fake cover story as to why they need to track the phone number, Susie has her siblings distract her father while she and the California group breaks into his office and uses the computer to trace its location to Nevada. She prints out a map of the coordinates and sends them on their way, only for them to find Eden getting high with Argyle in the van. As Powell and Phil Callahan argue about their current situation, they get a call from an officer having found the Hawkins group's car up by Eddie's hideout. Knowing that Lover's Lake is close by, the two head for it. Dustin's compass leads the group to Lover's Lake, and Nancy remembers that the Demogorgon would create smaller gates wherever it attacked. Wondering if Vecna does the same thing, the older teens take Dustin's compass and take a boat out on the lake, while spending her extra hour in the Rainbow Room, won by winning the competition. 11 overhears screaming and comes across Brenner having the orderly tortured. She watches in horror as they drag him away and returns to the Rainbow Room to find 2 and 3 of his accomplices waiting for her, having cut the power to the security cameras, and they attack her for winning. 2 promises to kill her if she reports on him to Brenner. When 11 looks in the mirror, she again sees her younger self, but the room and her clothes are in the same condition they were during the massacre. She uncovers a new memory of her blood-stained self exerting her powers during the massacre and screaming. Her memory of Brenner again asks, "What have you done?" And she wakes up outside Nina. A horrified 11 concludes that she killed the children in retribution for the attack. Dustin's compass goes haywire, and the teens realize they are right on top of the gate. Steve, having the most swimming experience, offers to look for it. As he takes his shirt off, Robin notices Nancy watching him and smirks. Steve dives to the bottom of the lake, finding several fish skeletons, and notices a red light in the distance. As the younger teens observe the situation, the police arrive, forcing them to hide. Steve finds the gate sealed up and touches it, causing a tendril to press up from the other side. As he surfaces and confirms to his friends that he found the gate, the younger teens lures the police away from them. The tendril floats up to the surface and wraps around Steve's leg, dragging him into the Upside Down. Nancy immediately goes after him, and, after a moment of deliberation, so do Robin and Eddie. As the police catch Dustin, Max and Lucas, Steve is attacked by bat creatures. One of them strangles him with its tail, holding him down, and the others start to bite into his flesh. Chapter 7, Trapped in the Upside Down. Steve Harrington is saved from being eaten by bat creatures by Nancy Wheeler, Robin Buckley and Eddie Munson. As they fight the bats off with oars, Steve brutally and fatally bashes the one that was choking him. More bats start to converge on the group, blocking off the water gate, as dubbed by Dustin Henderson, and the group flees into the nearby woods. Jack Sullivan releases Wallace from his heat torture, and this time Wallace agrees to give up 11's location, but begs Sullivan not to kill her. 11 tries to crumple a can of coke, but is again haunted by memories of the massacre and cannot do it. Watching her, Sam Owens berates Martin Brenner for pushing her too hard, Believing their efforts to be in vain, Brenner privately talks to Eleven, encouraging her to keep pushing through her memories despite her believing she killed the other psychic children. As Eleven prepares to go back inside Nina, Brenner pulls the security tape from 1979, the day of the massacre, and allows it to play on Nina's screens as Eleven slips back into her memories. Max Mayfield, Lucas Sinclair, and Dustin Henderson awkwardly try to lie to Chief Calvin Powell about why they were at Lover's Lake. They claim not to know where Eddie is, which Erica Sinclair points out is a lie. As the parents start to argue, Powell gets them all in line and decides to interview the kids individually, starting with Max. Nancy dresses Steve's wounds and Robin suggests finding weapons. Nancy reveals that she keeps 2 guns in her bedroom and the Upside Down hopefully has versions of them there, and so they make their way to her house. The Upside Down is briefly rocked by a tremor, as Jim Hopper and Dmitri Antonov mentally prep themselves to fight the Demogorgon. They reminisce about the legacies they will leave behind for their children. Hopper expresses hope that Eleven is growing up alright without him. He muses that he believed he was sent to Kamchatka to pay for his supposed crimes, but realizes that he may have instead put there to destroy the monster and help Eleven. Murray Bauman, disguised as Yuri Ismailov, infiltrates the base with Joyce Byers and Yuri, disguised as Bauman and gagged, as his captives. In Eleven's memories, Brenner does a medical examination after her attack by 2, remembering his threat of death. She pretends she does not remember what happened. Knowing she must have been attacked by one of the children, Brenner lines them all up and deduces that 2 is responsible and tortures him with an electric collar until he confesses while Eleven watches, horrified. As the group walks through the Upside Down, Steve is quietly delighted when Eddie tells him that Dustin thinks highly of him. He admits he is jealous of Steve's bravery and impressed by his character, tired of always being the one who runs away or stays behind, and that he only went in after Steve because Nancy and Robin went too. He points out that Nancy went after him without a moment of hesitation and suggests he try to get her back. Before Steve can think on this, another tremor occurs. Dustin frantically radios the older teens for help while pretending to use the bathroom, to no success. Erica blackmails Lucas into explaining the situation to her. Dustin realizes that Vecna is creating gates wherever he kills and hypothesizes that he is an underling of the Mind Flayer trying to weaken the barrier between dimensions. At the Wheelers' window, lights flash outside, revealed to be the older teens in the Upside Down, having made it to the house. Nancy leaves them to her bedroom, but finds that her bedroom is mysteriously stuck in 1983, the day the Hawkins National Laboratory gate opened, and her guns are not there. The group realizes that they can hear Dustin faintly across dimensions and realize they can see electrical energy while in the Upside Down, which illuminates in the real world when touched, using them to attract the attention of the kids. Eleven notices 2's friends watching her. The orderly pulls her aside and warns her that 2 is planning to kill her, and that Brenner will let it happen because Eleven's power scares him, having been the one responsible for her attack. He claims that he tried to interfere, leading to Brenner having him tortured. Eleven asks why he continues to help her, and he insists that "I believe in you." He slips her a key card under the table. The kids swipe Holly Wheeler's light bright toy and plug it in, allowing the teens to give them more detailed answers to their questions. They explain that they are stuck in the Upside Down. Dustin explains his theory that a gate has been created at every murder site, and the teens decide to go to Eddie's trailer where Chrissy Cunningham was killed, taking bikes out of Nancy's garage. At the same time, Max is released from her interview, and she escapes with her friends on their bikes, Erica cutting the police car's tires. A bat spots the teens biking through the Upside Down, alerting Vecna. On the day of the massacre, Eleven waits for Brenner and 10 to leave the room before faking sick to another orderly and slipping away from him. She uses the key card to get into the basement and meets the orderly, who shows her to a pipe to escape the lab in. She notices that he will not be able to fit, and he explains that he cannot escape, as Brenner has implanted a chip in his neck that tracks and weakens him. Feeling guilty after all the help he has given her, Eleven offers to remove it with her powers, and he allows her to. The guards find them before they can leave and trap them in a hallway, only for the orderly to kill them, revealing he has psychic abilities. He reveals to a stunned Eleven that he is actually one, and tells her to wait in a closet until he can find the way out. Bauman's ruse works, and the warden takes him and his captives to the balcony of the arena so they can watch the prisoners fight the Demogorgon. Joyce sees Hopper, relieved at the confirmation that he is alive. The prisoners arm themselves with the weapons provided by the guard, and Hopper attempts to create a flaming spear by wrapping a torn piece of his shirt around a normal one and lighting it, only to find that the lighter is low on fluid. The warden moves to stop him, forcing Bauman to secretly take out a gun and put it to his back. Blowing his cover, the gate opens, and the Demogorgon attacks the prisoners, killing most of them and disrupting their strategy. Hopper manages to light the spear, using it to keep the Demogorgon away from him and Antonov, forcing it to start picking off the rest who try to run. As the flame starts to die, Joyce and Bauman force their way into the control room, opening the arena door and allowing Hopper and Antonov to slip through. The Demogorgon almost gets through, but Hopper stabs it in the face, allowing the doors to shut. Joyce and Hopper reunite, and he smiles genuinely as he holds her. The teens arrive at Eddie's trailer just as the kids break open the gate with a broom handle from the other side. They tie bedsheets together to make a rope for the teens to climb. Robin and Eddie make it through, but when Nancy attempts to climb through, she ends up getting put into a trance by Vecna and confronts her with Barb Holland's rotting corpse. He accuses her of allowing Barb to die and forgetting about her, and blood starts spilling into the pool while Steve desperately tries to rouse her in the real world. 11 emerges from the closet when alarms start to blare to find much of the facility slaughtered and Brenner unconscious. She makes her way to the Rainbow Room and finds one killing two in a manner identical to Vecna. He asks her why she is upset when she had been mistreated constantly by the staff and children, but promises that he understands her. Nancy finds herself in Vecna's lair, who reveals that he knows she talked to Victor Creel. He shows Nancy what one is explaining to 11. One is actually Henry Creel, Victor's son. His parents moved to Hawkins in hopes of a new environment curing his odd behavior, but after developing a fascination with a family of Black Widows he found in the house, he began to see himself as the human equivalent of Onya, someone who exists to purge the weakness from humanity. After discovering his abilities, he first experimented by killing animals, then by tormenting his family with psychic visions for their perceived weaknesses. After his mother suspected him and tried to have him institutionalized, he killed her and his sister, but his attempts to kill his father overexerted him, putting him in a coma and leaving his father to be blamed for the murders. He awoke under the care of Brenner, who, when his attempts to control one failed, began to create other psychic children and numbered them. As he tells her that he holds on to his victims' souls, 11 realizes he has been manipulating her. He invites her to join forces with him, but she rejects him and the two duel. She tries to overpower him using his own advice about traumatic memories, but he gains the upper hand, so she instead uses her happiest, her mother telling her at birth that she loves her. 11 throws one through the mirror and pins him to the wall, and in the real world, the lights in the facility go haywire and blood streams out of both her nostrils. In her memory, she tears one apart, creating the first gate with her power, and throws him through it. One is sent careening through an interdimensional hellscape, where lightning strips the flesh from his body. In the present day, Vecna stands still in the upside-down Creel attic, and a close-up of his left forearm reveals his 001 tattoo. Chapter 8. In 1979, a young 11 uses the last of her powers to close the gate to the alternate dimension she banished one to. After Dr. Martin Brenner enters the Rainbow Room and sees the carnage inside, he asks 11 what she had done, but 11 faints from overexertion. Back in 1986, Nancy Wheeler, trapped in Vecna's curse, observes a younger Brenner tattoo one, and is shocked when he acknowledges her presence. Exiting, she finds herself in the halls of Hawkins' lab the day the massacre occurred, dead bodies and screaming littering the hallway as she attempts to flee. In reality, Steve Harrington yells for the crew to hurry and find some form of music to play for Nancy, but they can't find anything. Nancy finds a door covered in boards, and desperately breaks them off slowly as Vecna begins to approach her, saying he wants to show her where he is going. When Nancy finally breaks through, Dr. Brenner tells her to take a seat as the lights go out. When they come back on, Nancy finds herself strapped down to the tattoo chair as Vecna approaches her. Looming over Nancy, Vecna says he wants her to tell 11 everything she sees. Using his abilities, he forces Nancy to see a psychic vision of Hawkins being destroyed by the Upside Down's invasion. Much to Nancy's horror, Vecna finally releases her back to reality, causing Nancy to fall into Steve's arms, shaken and out of breath. In the Gulag in Kamchatka, the Russian Demogorgon becomes rogue and attacks the arena while the guards attempt to fight it. In the security room, Murray Bauman forces guards at gunpoint to tell the guards outside by radio that everything is under control, while Dmitry Antonov interrogates a doctor on how to escape, and Yuri Izmailov remains tied up. Meanwhile, Joyce Byers dresses a cut on Jim Hopper's arm as she tells him he is the hero of Hawkins, and that Eleven misses him dearly. Murray cuts off their conversation and alerts them that the Demogorgon has climbed out of the area and has begun killing more guards. The group hear noises from another room and slowly approach it, discovering a vivisected Demodog tied to a gurney, thrashing around and screeching in agony. Hopper puts it out of its misery with a gunshot to the head, but the group notices there is more to the room inside. Several Demodogs are preserved in tanks, and Joyce, Hopper, and Murray recognize a piece of the Mind Flayer trapped inside a large box. Dimitri alerts the group that he has found a vent that can lead them out of the prison, and the group slowly file in. In Nevada, Eleven is resuscitated after her experience of what happened in Hawkins National Laboratory, inside the Nina Project's sensory deprivation tank, having a brief vision of her mother Terry Ives before fully regaining consciousness. Ignoring Brenner and Dr. Sam Owens, she wordlessly lifts the Nina tank off its hinges before lowering it back down to the ground, finally regaining her powers and earning an approving look from Brenner. Right outside Las Vegas, Jonathan Byers, Argyle, Mike Wheeler, and Will Byers continue their search for Eleven in the Surfer Boy pizza van. Mike expresses concern that Eleven won't need him anymore once she regains her powers, and Will expresses sympathy. He hands Mike the painting he was intending to give him at the airport, a mural of Mike, Will, Dustin and Lucas in D.D. regalia fighting a large dragon. Impressed, Mike asked if he painted it, and Will said he did for Eleven since she commissioned it. This was a lie, since Will refused to show the painting to anyone. Jonathan, driving and noticing the lie, eavesdrops as Will points to Mike's character on the painting having a heart. He tells Mike that he is the heart of the party, and without it, they'd fall apart, especially Eleven. He begins to say that Elle has been so lost without Mike, and that it's hard for her to make friends since she's different and feels like a mistake. But he says Mike gives Elle hope, and if she was pushing him away, it was because she was scared of losing him. Will finishes his analogy and says that Elle will and always will need him, easing Mike and cheering him up. Will, however, turns away to window and sobs silently into his hand. Heartbroken he can't express his true feelings. Jonathan, disheartened, continues to drive silently. At Nina, Brenner explains to Elle that the overexertion of her powers caused Elle to fall in a coma. When she awoke, all of her memories prior to the event were erased and her powers were weakened. Brenner, who pieced together what happened when looking through security cameras, said he searched the Upside Down when Elle opened it because he believed one was still out there. Owens approaches and shows Elle autopsy reports of 3 victims Vecna has taken in Hawkins: Chrissy Cunningham, Fred Benson, and Patrick McKinney, while also saying that her friends are safe for now. But Brenner warns Elle that Vecna is through weakening the barrier between worlds through every kill he commits, and Hawkins will be destroyed once he fully breaks through. Eleven leaves to her room, overwhelmed, as Owens expresses distaste for Brenner's brutal honesty. In her room, Elle turns on her sink and uses her powers to enter the void to find her friends. Back in Hawkins, in Max Mayfield's trailer, Nancy tells her friends the vision Vecna showed her. In it, she saw downtown on fire, a large creature with a gaping mouth, which Dustin, Lucas, and Max pieced together as the Mind Flayer, dead soldiers, and an army of monsters invading her family and friends' homes, tearfully telling them she saw her mother Karen Wheeler, Mike, and her little sister Holly Wheeler dead. Steve attempts to comfort her and say that Vecna is just trying to scare her since it hasn't happened, but Nancy corrects him by saying it hasn't happened yet. Nancy then adds that the last thing she saw were 4 gates, with one of them being the gate that formed in Eddie Munson's trailer following Chrissy's death. Max realizes that Vecna has a motif of working in 4s, with his clock always chiming 4 times. She and Lucas Sinclair realize that Vecna has been telling him his plans the whole time. 4 murders will cause 4 gates and the destruction of the world, with Dustin Henderson realizing that he's only 1 kill away from succeeding. Max dials the Byers' phone number once more, but she receives nothing more than a busy signal. Nancy says that whatever is happening in Lenora Hills to their friends is connected to the Upside Down, and in order to protect them, they need to go back to the Upside Down, much to everyone's protest. Robin Buckley and Steve say that Vecna is too powerful and it wouldn't be a fair fight, but Dustin notes that since Vecna is a number like 11, he must share her weaknesses, one of them being that their physical bodies are open to attack when they travel through the void. Since Vecna always travels in people's minds through the upside-down version of the Creel house, they could attack him while he is in another person's mind. Robin says that even if that worked, They don't know who Vecna is going to attack next, but Max says that she still is Vecna's target even after escaping, and if she ditches her Walkman, she can draw back his attention. Lucas tells Max that Vecna will kill her, but Max said she can survive again as long as the group can find a way to permanently kill Vecna before he can land the final blow. 11. Witnessing this in the void, realizes that her friends are in danger and begins to panic. Eddie shows the group that there is a weapons store in Hawkins named the War Zone that has all the battle gear they need for Vecna, and the location is far enough to avoid cops and angry Hicks. Erica Sinclair is hesitant since she believes a place like the War Zone is the epicenter for angry Hicks, but Nancy says they need the weapons. When they realize biking to the War Zone would take too long, Eddie comes up with a suggestion. Using Max's Michael Myers mask to hide his face, Eddie leads the group into a couple's motorized RV, hot-wiring it and having Steve drive off with it. In Nevada, 11 angrily confronts Owens that her friends aren't safe, and they're planning on killing one. Owens calms her down and tells her he has agents who will go and protect Max and her friends, but 11 tells him to send her instead. Brenner interjects and tells 11 that neither she nor her friends are prepared for this fight. Brenner says that one's absence has resulted in him growing stronger, while Owens insists that it is 11's choice to leave. Owens reminds 11 that she has the choice to leave at any time, and she walks away from Brenner, deciding to return to Hawkins. The Kamchatka group crawl out of the vents outside the base, and drive through the gates in a stolen van. Antonov warns the group that the guards will do anything to track them down, and so they go to Yuri's warehouse in hopes of him having another plane. All he has is a helicopter that he is unsure can fly the distance between Russia and America, and so Joy suggests calling Owens in hopes of getting help. Antonov places the call, but warns them that the KGB will be monitoring them if anyone picks up. On the way to the War Zone, Nancy sits in the passenger seat as she listens to Steve reminisce of his dream of having a large family and doing a cross-country road trip in an RV to California. Nancy notes that the idea is nice, except for how many kids Steve desires to have, but Steve points out the practice he has with the younger kids. In the back, Lucas approaches Max with a plan to go back to Hawkins High to look through Miss Kelly's files and see if there is another patient experiencing Vecna's curse. But Max stops him and tells him that they would be putting a stranger at risk who would have no idea what they were up against, unlike her. Instead, her plan is to lure Vecna in her mind, and instead of wallowing in her traumatic memories, she instead will hide in a good memory while her friends kill him in reality. Lucas flirtatiously asks if the memory she had in mind featured him, and Max smugly tells him that he may have been there. The two promise that once Max levitates, Lucas will play Kate Bush on her Walkman. At the War Zone, Max, Nancy, Steve, Robin, and Erica stock up on weapons and battle outfits. Robin notices Vicky roaming the store and begins to approach her after encouragement from Steve, only to stop when Vicky's boyfriend, Dan, approaches and kisses her, causing Robin to run away in embarrassment. At the gun counter, Nancy runs into an increasingly unhinged Jason Carver, who's purchasing a revolver. She attempts to give Jason sympathy for Chrissy's death, but after Jason forcefully asks if Mike or his friends from the Hellfire Club are with her, Nancy sternly tells him to step away. The group leaves the store in a hurry, and Jason watches the RV drive away. The California group arrive at Susie Bingham's coordinates, but find nothing until Argyle notices military tire tracks in the dirt. As they start to follow them, Lieutenant Call, Jack Sullivan's men, farther up the path, converge on the bunker. Owens schedules 11's trip to Hawkins and asks his contact to check on Max, but is cut off at the last part and approached and detained by several guards. Brenner locks 11 in Nina's room and warns her that his men will kill Owens if she tries to save him, as Brenner orders that Elle will stay with him until he decides that she's ready to return to Hawkins. Elle begins to question if he really makes the right choices, bringing up how he forced her mother to become brain-dead through electric shock therapy. Brenner defends his actions by saying Tara killed a man with a gun at the hospital, but Elle angrily corrects him by calling Hawkins Lab a prison, and asks him if putting one alone with the other child experiments was a right choice. Brenner attempts to manipulate Elle and turn his actions on her, saying that Elle let one out of the Upside Down in 1983, but an enraged Elle tells him off for what he has done, opening the gate, releasing the Mind Flayer, traumatizing her friends, killing so many innocent people: Bob Newby, Barbara Holland, Billy Hargrove, Chrissy Cunningham, Fred Benson, Patrick McKinney, all because he was too selfish to let one go. causing Brenner to tear up in shame. Elle concludes that he originally agreed to come to Nina to see if she truly was a monster, but instead it was Brenner all along. She sternly tells him she's leaving with Dr. Owens, and will kill Brenner if he attempts to stop her. She forces open the door, but Brenner injects her with sedative. Enraged, she pins him against the tank and almost kills him, but passes out before she can. The party group preps their weapons in a field. Max helps Nancy cut off the barrel of her gun, despite both of them realizing it's a felony. Eddie and Dustin bond when making shields out of garbage cans, with Eddie making Dustin promise to never change after making a corny joke. Erica and Lucas bond when making spears, with Erica admitting that even if Lucas is a bench-riding loser, he is still her brother and wants to support him. As Steve and Robin prepare Molotov cocktails, Steve questions Vicky and Don's relationship, but Robin dismisses it, becoming worried that their battle might not work out like previous times. Steve and Robin talk about how though not everything has a happy ending and though their friend group is a lot of fools, they're the only ones willing to stop Vecna. The two clink their cocktails together and toast to killing Vecna/Henry/1. 11 awakens with an electric collar around her neck just as Sullivan's men arrive and break into the bunker. Sullivan's men easily shoot down Nina's guards as Brenner evacuates with 11. Sullivan finds a handcuffed Owens just as Brenner escapes onto the surface, only to realize Nina's staff have been shot down by a sniper in a helicopter, and soon joining them as he's fatally shot multiple times in the torso. The sniper asks for authorization to kill 11, and as Owens begs Sullivan not to, he orders him to do it. The sniper is distracted by Argyle's van arriving on the scene, giving 11 time to get up and use her powers to crash the helicopter right on the entrance to the bunker. The group arrives, and she, Mike and Will embrace. A dying Brenner deactivates the collar. 11 approaches him and lets him touch her face, and he tells her that she is his daughter. He is proud of her, and he only wanted to help her. 11 looks at her friends, back at Brenner, and then lets go of his hand and says goodbye, Papa, leaving with her friends. Sullivan emerges from the bunker, and both he and Brenner watch as the van drives away. 11 warns her friends that they need to find a way to Hawkins or their friends are all going to die. In Hawkins, the group drive silently as Max, Lucas and Erica are dropped off at the Creel house and enter. Chapter 9. Outside the church in Kamchatka, Yuri Ismailov fixes Katka and tells Murray Bauman and Dmitry Antonov that the helicopter might work if he gives it another try. The stalling of the engine leads Murray and Dmitry to think Yuri is purposely sabotaging Katka to get his reward money. Inside the church, Jim Hopper and Joyce Byers wait for a callback from the U.S. Waiting for the phone, Joyce notices Hopper's scarred wounds and expresses concern about his time being confined in the prison, with Hopper reassuring and telling her that it has given him some time to reflect. He tells Joyce that he never should have sent the message, but Joyce reaffirms that it was her choice to pursue the rescue mission and that she would do it again. The pair advances their relationship after discussing their date at Enzo's, kissing and almost going further until the phone rings with the call they've been waiting for. Back in Hawkins, Dustin Henderson, Nancy Wheeler, Steve Harrington, Robin Buckley, and Eddie Munson go over the plan again, with a Phase 1 being initiated when Nancy, Steve, and Robin get Erica Sinclair's signal at the playground outside the Creel house, and she'll signal Max Mayfield and Lucas Sinclair inside the house when the trio is ready. A Phase 2 begins with Max baiting Vecna by distracting him into putting her into a trance. A Phase 3 starts with Dustin and Eddie drawing the Demobats away from the house, clearing the trio and opening. A Phase 4 ends with Nancy, Steve, and Robin heading to Vecna's lair and killing Vecna while he is using his powers. Arriving back at the Forest Hills trailer park, the group travels through the gate and the Munson trailer. In the Upside Down, as the two groups split up, Steve tells Dustin and Eddie if anything goes wrong, they will have to abort. Eddie and Steve acknowledge this and bid the trio as Nancy, Steve, and Robin walk off to find the Creel house. At a gas station in Nevada, Jonathan Byers calls and begs for the earliest flight to Hawkins. 11 notices a billboard featuring a woman giving her daughter a piggyback and has an idea, recollecting the time she went into her mother and Billy Hargrove's minds using the void. With the boys realizing that they wouldn't make it to Hawkins until the next morning, 11 proposes a way to protect Max from their current location. She explains that since Vecna will be infiltrating Max's mind, she can protect Max from within her mind, using the same technique that she has used in the past with her mother and Billy. To do so, Eleven needs a sensory deprivation tank to help her gain access to Max's subconscious. Will Byers suggests going back to the motel that they had passed earlier, but Mike Wheeler points out that they won't have enough salt. After the group explains to Argyle how to make a sensory deprivation tank, he measures Elle's size and tells them he knows exactly where to go, a place that he is certain will have at least 600 pounds of salt. Having the group file in the van and drive off. In the Creel house, Lucas, Max, and Erica search for Vecna's presence using lanterns to locate him. They search each floor in silence with their shoes off and use notepads to communicate in order to not tip off Vecna. Erica finds him on the first floor and alerts Lucas and Max. Conducting Phase 1, Erica runs out to the playground. A man walking his dog sees the lights from the Creel home and notices Erica on the playground. He calls Andy, who in turn alerts Jason Carver. In Kamchatka, Hopper tells the others the caller on the end of the phone was a friend of Sam Owens and told her he had 11 and Joyce's children prepare to fight an evil force in Hawkins, but they all went off-grid. Murray suspects that it's the KGB again, but Joyce confirms the caller's claims, saying that the particles they saw in the prison were alive, meaning there's a gate opening in Hawkins. Murray says that even if Yuri was able to fix Katka, the earliest they'd get home would be late tomorrow, but Joyce says that since the threat is connected to the hive mind, they can instead psychically injure it by destroying the particles, thereby giving the kids an upper hand. Knowing that this means returning to the prison, Murray objects at first, but the trio relents into going back. Hopper tells Dmitri to do whatever it takes to get Yuri to fix Katka while he, Joyce, and Murray go back with the help of their weaponry, including a flamethrower. The California crew arrives at a local Surfer Boy pizza store. Argyle tries to convince the equally stoned yet friendly fellow Surfer Boy pizza cashier to give them the salt they need. Explaining their situation, the employee is somewhat hesitant until Jonathan offers Argyle's Purple Palm Tree Delight joint as payment, and the young man soon allows the crew to get to work. As he leaves, Will and Jonathan fill the freezer with salt and water while Mike crafts a pair of sunglasses from a pizza box. Meanwhile, Eddie and Dustin barricade the trailer with scrap metal, and Eddie is ecstatic to find an upside-down version of his guitar in his bedroom. In the decaying woods of the Upside Down, Nancy, Steve, and Robin travel to the Creel house. As they walk, Steve reminisces about his stupidity and confidence during his junior year, and thanks Nancy for metaphorically waking him up 2 years prior. He tells Nancy that she had changed his life for the better, but wonders if they could have lasted as a couple had he changed before he met Nancy. Steve reveals that in his dream of traveling across the country with his family, he pictured Nancy by his side, but he admits that now it is too late for his dream to become a reality. The two are interrupted when Robin announces that they've arrived at the Creel home and the group sees Erica's light at the playground. Arriving at the prison, Joyce, Hopper, and Murray notice the lack of guards in the prison. Dmitri keeps an eye on Yuri and berates him for treating the Americans so coldly when they've warned them about an evil that can harm their families and lives. Dmitri then tells him how he was told how great the peanut butter smuggler once was and suggests that he could be great again. Regretting his previous actions, Yuri removes the missing piece of the helicopter engine from his pocket. Back in Hawkins' Creel house, Max and Lucas sit as they wait for the next phase in the living room. Through their notepads, Max tells Lucas she's glad he's here with her. Lucas asks her if she wants to go to the movies with him on Friday, and she accepts his invitation by showing him a crude drawing of her and Lucas at the movies together. Erica then flashes her light at them from the playground, and once Lucas flashes back, she confirms to Robin through the Upside Down to move to Phase 2. They wait for Vecna to take the bait. Max puts on her sneakers and approaches the flickering lantern. She calls Vecna, attempting to communicate with him, but she is confused when she receives no response. The lantern's light fades, and Max and Lucas slowly walk upstairs, following it as it flutters according to Vecna's location. Back at Surfer Boy Pizza, Mike finishes his crafted sunglasses so Elle's vision can be blocked. As they laugh and flirt, Mike attempts to tell Elle of his feelings but is interrupted by Argyle. Will sadly observes them from afar. Jonathan, taking notice, asks Will if he remembers when he was little and asked Jonathan to get a Lego figure named Larry out of his nose. As they laugh, Jonathan says that he misses Will asking him for help and advice, feeling he doesn't do it anymore, but also apologizes for being stoned a lot of the times when Will needed him. As Will gets emotional, Jonathan emphasizes to him that he's here for him and that he'll love him no matter what. Will embraces his brother, and Jonathan reassures him that things will be okay. They soon finish preparing the freezer and inform the others. Elle places herself in the freezer and quickly finds Max and Lucas in the void. She tells the boys that Max's plan isn't working. Max and Lucas are now in the attic as they stand near a lantern. Max tells Vecna she knows she can hear him and sits down without her Walkman. She tells Vecna how what he said about Max wanting Billy to die was true, as there were nights she'd pray something bad happened to her stepbrother since he made her life miserable every chance he got. She admits that the day Billy died, she hesitated to run to him because she didn't know whether he truly deserved to be saved. She says she can't forgive herself, and at night, she now prays she could be taken instead, admitting to Vecna that she wants him to make her disappear. Lucas asks Max if that's the truth and if she ever thinks those thoughts about him. Max is confused as to why Lucas is talking, but he tells her that normal people don't fantasize about killing other people. Lucas begins to back Max in a corner, telling her he's glad she'll be the final sacrifice that will break the world. Lucas, in reality, attempts to wake up a cursed Max. Elle tells the boys in the void that Vecna has Max. In Max's hallucination, she hits Lucas, who turns into Vecna as she bolts downstairs. Holding Max's hand, Elle concentrates and retreats to one of Max's memories, a California skate park in the 1970s. Back in reality, Lucas signals Erica through the window, and she tells Robin to initiate Phase 3. Robin informs Dustin, and he sets up the speakers on top of the Munson trailer. Eddie begins to play Metallica's Master of Puppets to lure the Demobats away. Nancy, Steve, and Robin approach the Creel house as the bats are led away. In Max's hallucination, she attempts to escape the house but finds the doors boarded up. In reality, Jason and Andy speed towards the playground as Andy chases Erica away. When Max opens a door, she finds a hallucination of Billy in a sauna room who is attempting to escape. Andy catches up to Erica and tackles her. As Billy breaks through the door, Max thinks through her memories and transports herself back to the snowball dance she attended with her friends in 1984. As the swarm of Demobats approach, Dustin and Eddie count down before sprinting into the trailer and cheering over how metal his performance was. In Kamchatka, Joyce, Hopper, and Murray crawl through the hole back into the prison and find out that the containers have been broken empty. Armed with a flamethrower, the trio enters the security room, which is riddled with dead bodies and a barely breathing general. Murray asks the general what had happened, and he, with Murray's translation, explains to the trio that the Demogorgon got into the building and that the guards accidentally shattered the containers while trying to ward it off by gunfire, breaking out the Demodogs and the Particles, referred by the general as the Shadow, which went into them, but succumbs to his wounds before he could explain who they went into. Through the security cameras, the crew realizes that the Particles have possessed the creatures. In the Upside Down, Steve, Nancy, and Robin open the Creel house door and navigate carefully. Elle walks through the skate park and eventually finds Max as a younger child, but tells the boys that she can't interact with her. When Will asks if anything is off in the memory, Elle finds an out-of-place DJ station on top of a bridge. Max sits at a table in the snowball and waits for the next phase, only for the decorative balloons to begin to explode blood. The record on the DJ table warps to play Ella Fitzgerald's Dream a Little Dream of Me as it begins to affect the memory of the skate park as well. In the snowball memory, the banner and flowers begin to decay as flakes begin to fall. Thunder and lightning begin to surround both memories. In reality, Lucas notices Max beginning to hyperventilate and attempts to signal Erica again. Erica is being held in an arm hold by Andy, who threatens to break her arms. Lucas turns around to find Jason approaching Max, believing it to be the same ritualistic sacrifice that killed Chrissy Cunningham. Lucas tries to stop him, but Jason whips out a pistol and holds him at gunpoint. After forcing him to empty his pockets, Jason dictates him to wake Max up. Lucas refuses and tells him waking her up could kill them all, but Jason says he'll kill him if he doesn't comply. At the Russian prison, the trio arrives in the courtyard with a plan to bait the Upside Down's creatures into the arena and set it on fire to help out Elle and the kids. Murray is given the flamethrower while Joyce is told to monitor the security system. Hopper plans to lead a Demodog out from the prison laundry room, but Joyce is haunted by Bob Newby's encounter with the Demodogs that resulted in his death. Hopper reassures her that he'll die someday, but not today, departing with a kiss. In the Upside Down Munson trailer, Dustin and Eddie have weapons in hand as the bats crash against the windows, with Eddie realizing they're on the roof. Hearing noise from the vents on top, a bat pops through and causes the pair to stab at it vigorously. At the Creel house, The trio crawls up the stairs and is about to enter the attic when a random earthquake alerts Vecna of the trio's presence. The Vines take Robin and pin her against the wall, and soon take Nancy and Steve as they attempt to help, placing the trio in a chokehold. Hopper approaches the laundry room and baits the demon dog to follow him and flees through the halls. In the Munson trailer, Eddie places his garbage can lid over the hole, but it proves to be futile as the bats make their way through Eddie's bedroom vents. Closing the bedroom door, Dustin climbs up the rope back to Hawkins' version of the Munson trailer. Eddie is about to climb but quickly comes up with a plan to buy more time. He cuts off the rope and pulls away the mattress to protect a distressed Dustin, and leaves outside. Eddie bikes away and causes the bats to follow behind. At the snowball, Max barricades the doors using tables and chairs but turns around to find them all gone and the Creel house door in place of it. Vecna begins to taunt Max as she attempts to find more happy memories, but it's interrupted by visions of her friends, in Hawkins and Russia, failing to fight back against him. Vecna pops behind Max and throws her against the wall. In Hawkins' Creel house, Lucas attempts to explain to Jason who Vecna is, and Jason asks if the Hellfire Club had summoned him. Lucas explains that Hellfire isn't a cult, but Jason asks why Chrissy was at Eddie's trailer. Lucas tells him that Chrissy needed to buy drugs, which angers Jason. Lucas rephrases and tells him Chrissy was seeing visions that Vecna forced her to see and wanted help. Jason says he knows Lucas is lying since Chrissy would have told him what was going on. Lucas tells Jason he's wrong about Eddie, but Jason corrects him by saying he was wrong about Lucas, regretting ever letting him join the basketball team. Lucas retaliates that he should have never joined. He tells Jason that he was wrong thinking he was normal and popular, realizing now he's nothing more than a raging psychopath. Enraged, Jason tells Lucas he has 5 seconds to wake Max, or he shoots. As he counts, Lucas charges toward him and tackles Jason, causing a shot to ring out. Andy, distracted by the noise, is hit in the crotch and incapacitated with a flashlight by Erica, who soon bolts back to the Creel house. Jason and Lucas begin to brawl, and Jason initially has the upper hand. In the process, he steps on and crushes Max's Walkman. In the snowball, Vecna approaches Max and tells her while she's brave but like everyone else, including Billy, she'll eventually break. Before Vecna can kill Max, he is thrown back into the air by an unseen force, revealed to be Eleven. Vecna, who immediately recognizes her, is thrown into the bleachers. Eddie leads the swarm through the trailer park, taunting them. Dustin grabs a chair and hoists himself through the portal, inadvertently injuring his leg as he falls through. A bat hits Eddie and makes him crash, initially causing him to run. But Eddie halts when he thinks back to how he ran when Chrissy was murdered and decides to stand his ground. At the prison, Hopper runs through the halls as Joyce tensely watches from the cameras and notices tasers hung on the wall. Back at the Creel house, Erica runs to the attic while Jason and Lucas continue to fight. In Max's memories, Elle and Max reunite, although Max questions if Elle is really real. Their reunion is interrupted when Vecna rises from the bleachers. Elle threatens to kill Vecna again if he touches Max again. Vecna questions whether Elle truly killed him and tells her he's glad Elle is here with him. He wants Elle and him battling against one another. At Surfer Boy Pizza, they realize Elle is fighting against Vecna. Back in the Upside Down, Dustin limps outside the trailer and sees Eddie swarmed by the bats. Elle is thrown around by Vecna, with Max attempting to intervene but is knocked out by Vecna. Vecna captures Elle and informs her that he wants her to watch him kill her friends before he killed her last. He sends her to his mindscape and traps her, pinning her against the Creel house door with vines. Vecna brings in unconscious Max and hoists her up against a fragment of the Creel house. As a last-ditch effort, Elle informs Vecna of Martin Brenner's death as she understands why he was made into who he is. While he admits that Brenner did hurt him, he says Brenner was not a monster, but just an ordinary man. His need to control both Eleven and Vecna proved to be futile as it was Elle that shaped him into who he became. Vecna explains when he was sent to the Upside Down where he thought to be hell turned out to be a world untouched by humanity, and was fascinated by the Dimension's biggest creature, the Mind Flayer. He needed an open gate to unleash chaos in Hawkins, which was what Eleven inadvertently created for him back in 1983. When Eleven resisted by destroying the Demogorgon that year and closing the gate in 1984, Vecna then sought her powers by using the Mind Flayer's proxy form to attack Elle in 1985. Elle attempts to persuade Vecna to stop but is told that her friends have lost. Lucas continues to be beaten by Jason while Erica is locked out unable to assist. Hopper is tackled by a Demodog. Eddie is pinned down by Demobats and is slowly mauled, and Nancy, Steve, and Robin are being choked out by vines. Vecna tells Elle that Hawkins will burn and fall as he plans to build something new out of it. As Vecna begins his killing of Max, Max's physical body begins to float. At Surfer Boy Pizza, Mike sees Elle hyperventilating and the boys hoist her out of the tub. Placing her on the pizza table, Mike calls out to her. Will reminds Mike that he is the heart of the party, causing Mike to finally tell her he loves her. Elle, listening, becomes emotional as Mike apologizes for not professing his love, admitting he is afraid that one day, Elle will realize she won't need him anymore, and expressing his feelings will make their separation hurt more. Mike tells Elle that his life started the day he found Adele in the woods, that he loves her regardless of who she is, with or without her powers, and that she is his superhero. Motivated by this, Elle breaks free of Divine's grasp. In Hawkins' Creel house, Lucas hits Jason's head against the wall and finally knocks him unconscious. However, he's left horrified as Max's limbs snap and her eyes slowly bleed. Eleven finally breaks free and throws Vecna away from Max, holding him against a spike. In Kamchatka, Joyce runs to Hopper and tases the Demodog on him to death. As they embrace, Hopper and Joyce run as the Demogorgon sprints towards them. Arriving at the courtyard, the couple is cornered by the monsters when Murray calls for them on top of the viewing stand and lights up the flamethrower onto them. This causes Vecna to shake violently, while also causing the Demobats surrounding Eddie to fall on the vines to release Steve, Nancy, and Robin. The trio gather their weapons and once again head to the attic. In Russia, the fully grown Demogorgon is the only monster still alive. It approaches Hopper, who grabs a sword after running out of ammo. Nancy, Steve, and Robin find Vecna's body in the attic. With 11, Vecna tells her that she thinks she and her friends have won, but it is just the beginning of the end. He insists that she had already lost, but Elle replies that it was he that didn't succeed. Hopper runs to the Demogorgon and cuts off its arm. Dodging it, Hopper finally kills the monster with a decapitation to the head. Joyce and Hopper embrace while Murray cheers as Dmitri and Yuri arrive inside a functioning Katka. Steve throws a Molotov at Vecna's body and lights him on fire, which causes Vecna to vanish with his mindscape around 11 and also cause Max to awaken. As Vecna stands up, Robin throws another Molotov at him, while Nancy shoots Vecna multiple times, causing him to fall out of the window and onto the ground. Nancy, Steve, and Robin arrive outside the Creel house to find Vecna's body gone, with only singes remaining. Dustin limps towards a mortally wounded Eddie, who is gushing blood. Eddie, choking, proclaims that he didn't run away this time and makes a tearful Dustin promise to look after the Hellfire Club, telling him that he loves him. Eddie dies as Dustin cries uncontrollably. Erica finally breaks through the attic lock and is horrified to find Lucas holding a mutilated Max in his arms. He tells her to call an ambulance as she bolts back down the stairs. Max tells Lucas she can't see or feel anything, her eyes covered in blood. Elle, in the void, sobs alongside Lucas as Max fearfully says she's not ready to die. Lucas cries in anguish as he calls for Erica when Max succumbs to her injuries. In the Upside Down, the Creel house's clock chimes 4 times as Robin, Nancy, and Steve solemnly realize that Max is gone. Suddenly, the house begins to shake as the trio holds onto the banister. In the Creel house on the other side, Lucas pulls Max away as a large, red crack forms within the middle of the attic, quickly gaining momentum as it splits Jason in half, killing him as he screams in agony. The crack tears through the Creel home and continues onward with the remaining cracks formed from each murder ripping open and tearing through Hawkins, causing massive destruction and mayhem everywhere. At the Wheeler house, Karen Wheeler runs to a terrified Holly Wheeler and holds her as their house shakes violently. The 4 tiers meet at the center of Hawkins, the library, as it explodes and causes a shockwave of clock chimes to ring through. Back in Surfer Boy Pizza, Mike tearfully whispers to Elle that he knows she's in there and needs her to wake up. In the void, Elle sits in silence as Lucas cradles Max's body. Not willing to let her go, Elle uses her abilities to restart Max's heart. 2 days later, the California crew finally arrive in Hawkins, only to find a line of Hawkins residents leaving the town. The opening of the Upside Down is perceived as an earthquake by the media and the townspeople, with 22 casualties resulting from the disaster. At the Wheeler home, Ted Wheeler watches the news report about the disaster, and Karen begins packing while helping Nancy, Steve, Dustin, and Robin load up Steve's car with donations for the Red Cross at Hawkins High. They're interrupted by the arrival of the California crew, and everyone embraces. Karen reunites with Mike, telling him she's never leaving her side again. Jonathan reunites with Nancy and tells her that he knows a lot more than she thinks and apologizes for not reaching out more since he couldn't risk contact. Steve is silently comforted by Robin as Jonathan and Nancy embrace. Dustin embraces Will and Elle, who ask where Lucas is, causing Dustin to tell them what has happened. At the Hawkins Memorial Hospital, Max is comatose with casts covering the entirety of her limbs. Lucas reads to her while Erica and Susan Hargrove, Max's mother, sit by her bedside. The party arrives, and Lucas embraces Mike, Will, and Elle as he tells them the doctors aren't sure when Max will wake since it was a miracle she's even alive. Her heart stopped for over a minute and she died clinically. Elle sits on Max's bed, holding her hand, and reassures Max that she will always be by her side. Using her powers, Elle transports the void in Max's mind, only to find it completely empty as Elle screams Max's name. At Hawkins High School, Steve, Robin, and Dustin arrive with donations as they see how many people are homeless and injured. Offering their services, Steve is sent to comb through the clothing donations, while Robin is sent to make sandwiches. Vicky pops out from the kitchen and is caught off guard that Robin is there. Her discombobulated nature and ranting lead her to apologize to Robin, who is amused and tells her she relates to her, causing Steve to smile from a distance as he watches Vicky and Robin chat away. Dustin has been sent to give water to the people but stops when he sees Wayne Munson put up missing posters for Eddie. When Dustin approaches, Wayne is initially cold when asked about Eddie, believing him to be like everyone else, but Dustin stops him and tells him he was with him when the earthquake happened. When Wayne asks where he is, Dustin tearfully pulls out Eddie's guitar pick and tells him he's so sorry. Dustin comforts Wayne by telling him that he wasn't at all how everyone portrayed him and that he fought so hard to protect a town that hated him, hailing him as a hero. 11. Mike, Will, Nancy, Jonathan, and Argyle arrive at Hopper's cabin in the Surfer Boy pizza van and decide to spruce it up outside, while Jonathan and Nancy board up the windows and observe Argyle collecting mushrooms. They apologize for not being there for one another. Jonathan asks if things between them are alright, to which Nancy hesitantly says yes. Nancy asks if Jonathan never got his college acceptance letter, to which Jonathan lies and says it hadn't arrived yet. Mike and Will discuss Elle's struggle to fight, with Mike hoping that Vecna is dead. Will says though Vecna is hurt, he's still alive, and that now that he's in Hawkins, he can feel the presence of Vecna on his neck. Will had thought it was the Mind Flayer but realizes it was Vecna who simply used the Mind Flayer as a puppet and tells Mike he won't stop until he's taken everyone. But Mike tells him that they'll find a way as he comforts him. Their conversation is interrupted when a car approaches the cabin. In her bedroom, Elle hears a large figure approaching her door and is shocked to see Hopper. She breaks down in tears and the two embrace as Elle says she never stopped believing he was alive, keeping her door open 3 inches. Hearing a noise outside, Elle runs out to see Joyce and the two hug. Hopper and Joyce were given a ride by one of Owens's agents. Mike approaches Hopper, who says he's grown, while Mike says he shrunk, and the two embrace. Suddenly, Will begins to feel goosebumps on his neck as he looks to the sky to see looming clouds. The group takes notice as they look and Elle sees spores falling from the sky. Meanwhile, all over Hawkins, the people take notice as well. Karen and Holly at the Wheeler house, Lucas and Erica at the hospital, and Steve, Robin, Vicky, Dustin, and Wayne at Hawkins High. Joyce, Hopper, Elle, Mike, Will, Nancy, and Jonathan walk their way to a field over Hawkins, seeing the clouds stemming from the 4 gates, with red lightning erupting in the clouds. Elle takes notice of the field slowly dying, as the group realizes that the Upside Down is beginning its invasion of Hawkins. The end.